Now this is pod racing.
You're my superstar.
Dion, are we starting this already? Are we starting this already today? Dion, thank you so much for the 5. For the 5 gifted. Yeah, I'm Blur. I'm terrified of editing Whirlit. I barely survived editing 5.3. Gavgano, that's so true. There were so many times I thought it was over. I was like, okay, the devastation is done. I'm okay now. I'm okay. I think, Aiki, that's also going to be part of it, is I don't want to show a lot of what happened in the Whirlit Trials on YouTube, so either I'll get creative with Blur, or I will summarize those parts as quickly as I can, and then move on. Because, yeah, there were some parts where I didn't want to keep going in the Whirlit Trials, if I'm being completely honest. I think I was voicing that when we were live, but, yeah, no, there were some really not okay parts in there. I was literally laying in bed this morning for like an hour, just like reading comments and watching back parts of 5.3 and just crying. What a beautiful game, dude. Oh no, do Cookie! Don't get in trouble. You can always watch the VOD. You can always catch the VOD. Bosnia? I guess I do need another relic weapon. Yeah, I'm not sure what fully is on the docket today. It depends on how quickly we get through these last patches and what goes on and how I'm feeling. Today might be a shorter stream. I just want to warn you guys. I might end a little bit earlier. Because I've already been crying all morning. So depending on how today's stream goes, it might be a bit of a shorter one. You're getting your first tattoo, Blushu. What are you getting? I'm not sure how YouTube is about uploads, but seems like Whirlit content might be too extreme for it. Yes, which is why I might have to boil it down just to my reactions and have like big black censor bars, or like just skip the scenes altogether in certain moments, and like have the camera panned just on my face. Those sort of things. I'll figure out ways around it if I decide that I'm gonna upload. Because currently I haven't uploaded. I guess we could switch scenes. Hi guys. Hello. Currently, I haven't uploaded any trials. I haven't uploaded any raids reactions, and yet every one of my raid story reactions were pretty big, right? Hi guys, how you doing? So I'm currently in a little bit of a standstill, being like, do I want to edit them down? Do I want to upload them, or do I want to leave them just for the VOD channel and just for like Twitch? I'm in a middle ground right now. Oh, I still have to upload 5.4 and what we finished today in 5.5. I'll probably combine it all into one, like 5.5 and 5.5. And then we start Endwalker on Saturday. I should probably like do a post about that. Hey, like a big thing. Like, hey, Saturday, Endwalker, 2 p.m. We're gonna dive into that and whatever that entails on the first day. We are more than likely going to watch the Endwalker trailer today, yes. I think I'll upload the Endwalker trailer reaction ahead of schedule. That'll probably, if we do it today and I react to it today, that'll probably go up Thursday morning, because that shouldn't be hard to edit tomorrow. Yeah, just to build up some hype for Endwalker, because it's so soon. It's so soon. I can't. Now you have something to look forward to in addition to the normal streams. Hell yeah. World is one of those pieces of content people love seeing reactions to, so I think it would be worth. The Alliance raids are probably not worth though. Yeah. Near I definitely won't upload. The only other ones I was thinking of uploading was like the Coils, Omega, Alexander. I think I cried at every single one. Eden. There was a few people in the comments today asking if I had done Eden, and I have. So maybe it would be prudent to upload a little condensed reaction to just the story. Maybe talk about the fights being awesome and do the between fight stuff as a 30-second recap. Save the crying for the final cutscene. Yeah. That's not a bad idea, Ike. Definitely looking forward to the Endwalker reactions. I'm so like I'm excited for Endwalker, but I'm scared. Like very, very deeply scared. Because I don't know what's coming. I have no reference on what kind of topics are going to be touched. I don't know how I'm going to respond to them. But I'm sure they're probably not as dark as what Wyrlit was. I should be. You should have no issues with Endwalker. It's very sunshine and rainbows. Okay, sick. Yeah, I'll go in with that expectation. Then it'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. Let me launch a video game here. I don't remember if I have the game muted, so we might have blasted double audio. I'll fix that if it comes up. I like launching the game before I go live, but I forgot today because I'm spacey today and emotional. Don't be scared. As it is heavy, it is also uplifting. Well, that's why I think I will be able to handle it. Some of what I have cried at, you know what? I want to say probably safely half of what I've cried at has been happy things, right? It hasn't just been depressing and like soul crushing and whoop, we have audio. Okay. It hasn't been like depressing and soul crushing and upsetting. It's been like a pretty equal mix. It's been a pretty equal mix. And I saw somebody say I was in, as Only Perfection pointed out, I was in Grinding Gears Games YouTube stream before I went live. And someone from there did like a super chat or whatever it's called and asked the boys if they like the fact that despite how the game is presented, it still remains hopeful. And that's really what I feel like. I feel like the game is very sad, yes, but also hopeful. Hi, Niara. Endwalker's great, like Diod said. It's a good mix of both aspects. And that's the only reason that I'll be able to survive, for sure. There's one part I know you might need a warning, but it's balanced with levity for the most part. Okay, it should be fine. Like, we handled Wyrlit. I did have to take that break. I did have to step away for a few minutes because it was just a lot to process. But it'll be fine. It's fine. It's like life affirming. Oof. Do you know what? I don't know if I touched on it a lot, but editing 5.3 really made me realize was 5.3 really made me realize why some people would get emotional. Oh, it's raining. Put my umbrella away by accident. Why some people would get emotional over Elidibus and how Elidibus might hit some people differently than others is definitely because a lot of what Elidibus was going through can definitely be, what's the word? Equated to like Alzheimer's and like dementia and things like that. So if you've had a family member go through something like that, I'm sure that hit you so much differently. It's not as dark as Wyrlit. Still heavy, but not quite so grim. That's good. There's one thing you can say about Endwalker. It's also part of the message of Endwalker, Forge Ahead. That's another thing. I was complaining in 5.3 about that one single player duty. That one single player duty where you have 30 minutes to basically go through everything that you've been through the story. And I was like, this is ridiculous. Why would they give us such a short timer? And I genuinely think it was intentional. I genuinely think it's so that you didn't drag your heels and you were forced to keep moving, even though what you were looking at may have been hard or may have been easy or however. I genuinely think it was a short time limit because they wanted you to just keep moving and not dwell on anything. I have auto umbrella on Valor. I just didn't know it was raining here. That's why I got confused. Oof. I feel like Endwalker's anthem is hope. So just keep that in mind, even during the darkest moments, yeah. Focusing all too much on the heavy aspects of it in the comments, yeah. All sunshine and rainbows. I think it's Catherine made me giggle when I was starting. Tara, I don't know what you're trying to do, but finishing Shadowbringers is not a good idea. Endwalker is not really, not real. Don't even try to find it. Oh man. You got Timmy host today. You ready? Let's go, Derek. Let's go. Stop tempering his tears. We need them ready for the waterfall to come. Guys, the rains haven't ceased yet. It's not a beautiful day yet. Hi, Islua. Endwalker got you through some hard times last year. That's so magical for a game to do that. And I know that my content to a degree does that for some people. And that's literally why I create content. So it's super cool. Oh, my emotional vampire came out for a second. The music for Endwalker is every bit as good as Shadowbringers, if not better. The music in this game has just been up and up and up and up and up. And like so many of them, like, dude, Amarat's theme, I think will be a part of my life for like so long to come. It's such a comforting, hopeful, sad theme. It's, dude, Soken is, oh my gosh. Incredible. Hi, Toon. It's a very beautiful day in lab beds, Tara. What do you mean? But the rains haven't ceased yet, brother. Endwalker's still getting me through hard times. It's indeed magical. As I said, this game can touch souls. I heard To the Edge before I started playing, and I get chills listening to it still. I think To the Edge is such a good theme that you could hear it, as you just said, Gabgano. I think you could hear it, feel it, without knowing any of the context, without knowing any of the story, and then when you feel it in the context of the moment, I think it would hit just as hard. It's just such a powerful song. He's soaking our faces with tears, quite literally. The rains are your tears. This morning, yeah. It quite literally took me, I think, an hour and a half to get out of bed. We are blessed with another beautiful day. But you're not here to see it. I'm here to see it. You guys are here to see it. Oh, man. I hate when the quests are called question mark, question mark, question mark. Hi, Yamina. Have I seen the lyrics yet? A lot of symbolism in them. For To the Edge, yes. Yes, I have. I specifically looked them up because when I was sitting in Amarat, after listening to the Edge, I was like, why am I hearing lyrics? Why am I hearing lyrics to the Amarat theme? And it's because To the Edge is like a, what do you call, leitmotif of it? Leitmotif, perhaps? It's one of the most bittersweet moments. Elidibus's VA absolutely nailed the delivery. Yeah. They do that at patch end to avoid spoilers. Oh, they do which at patch end? Hi, Ace. Just started running into that at Heavensward. Oh, Islua. Oh, Islua. Such a beautiful journey. Heavensward was incredible. Took a little while to build up steam. Oh, the question marks. They do the question marks. I patch in to avoid spoilers. Yeah, that's what they do in between patches. Got it. I don't know if I want to start with Hildebrand. It's 4 quests, right? It's 4 quests, and then we could make the rest of the, we could lighten the rest of the mood of the stream with Hildebrand if we finish these 4 quests first. They do it in between parts in the story as well. Got you. Glad to make it to a stream this time. Mistress Vice, welcome in. Happy to have you. Keep in mind, these 4 quests are long as frick. Okay. Also, guys, this week, outside of MSQ, we're not going to bother with it in MSQ, but this week, while we're doing Bozia and Hildy and everything, do we want to do the little meme thing where if I swear, I eat spicy... What the hell are they called? It fell on the floor. My cat knocked it down. So I want to eat a spicy Bean Boozled every time I swear. Not during MSQ. Because I just don't want to get demonetized on YouTube. So I want to reduce my swearing. So I need negative reinforcement to stop swearing. Oh, not sure if you saw my tattoo comment. I missed it. You're getting your left hand done to look up like a doll's hand with ball joints? Bless you. That sounds so cool. That sounds so sick. Are you kidding? I would love to see when it's done. 0.55 is a long patch. Okay, we'll start with that then. As a viewer, it would be hilarious to do what you feel. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it during during MSQ because I want to stay focused on the story. And if my mouth is on fire, I won't stay focused on the story. But outside of it, I think we'll do that. This just to get your viewers to make you curse challenge. No, guys, I have to swear less. I don't want to be demonetized. It's fine. It's funny because swearing on Twitch, totally fine. Totally fine. I have the 18 plus. If you join my stream, you're warned that there's going to be mature content. But on YouTube, with the new policies going out, it's like, oh boy, oh boy. I had to censor a lot. I left. Okay, it's funny. I was censoring a lot in 5.3. I left a few swears, like F-bombs, in there, just a couple, because it would have detracted from the moment if I muted it or censored over it in some way. And I was like, nah. We're just gonna leave this raw as it was, as I was feeling it. The bleeps on my VODs are so cute. Do you guys know what sounds I used for it? I literally used Lala/angry, Lala furious, and Lala surprised. I came into the game, quickly recorded the audio for it, and was like, okay, boop, these are my censored noises now. YouTube is ever changing, let's say, yeah. Also, yeah, Palace of the Dead Bozzy stories are definitely interesting palate cleansers for main story too. And that's what we'll be doing to kill time until Saturday. A hand tattoo that is brave for the first choice. It's gonna look so good. Oh, we got some sage advice. I know your tattoo artist will recommend things, but I highly recommend Aquaphor. I've used it on every single one of yours and it does wonders. Cool. I recognize the sound so hard. I thought it was some kind of anime meme. But it being in-game sounds make sense, yeah. Intro to Bozzy can be traumatic too. Let's knock it out of the way then. If we have time after 0.55. It's turning very YouTube kids. It's frustrating. It's frustrating as a grown... I almost said grown ass. I said it there, but that's fine. It's frustrating as a grown adult that was raised around boys and just swears all the time like a sailor. I swear affectionately. You know what I mean? I swear to show love and affection. So having that be problematic for my YouTube account is troubling. It's troubling. It was hilarious. Also pretty sure you can extract the sounds from the game files. Oh, that would be easier. That would be easier, definitely, than recording them myself. That would for sure be easier. Is it? I don't think it was that traumatic, but I may be misremembering. Are you sure you didn't skip all the scenes, Derek, to get to your relic faster? Honest people swear more. Is that true? Is that true? I would believe it. It makes sense. We have no filter, right? Cursing shows I care. Me? A skipper? You wound me. Well, then again, how long ago was Bosnia for you? At least a year, right? F with love, literally. If the intro to Bosnia is what I remember, it's pretty heavy. Why does that make me more excited for it? Y'all, I need to decorate my house. I need to get on that. Editing has been consuming most of my time. At least the outside looks okay. Have our little picnic. End of Shadowbringers you got to Bosnia. I heard that people trust people who swear more, so easier, but more TOS. If you extract them, you have to find the right voice first. If you record yourself, you have your own voice. Yeah. I don't remember what, I think I have Lala voice 2, I think is what it is. Hi, 123, welcome back. Also, thanks for the follow, welcome in. I guess I'll use you playing Bosnia to start another relic grind. Let's go. Let's go. He's too honest. I don't trust him. Adorable voice too. Got it. Yeah. When I was becoming small, because I went from Aura male to Lala male. And I decided if I'm going to become small, I'm going to become obnoxiously small. So I went with like the squeaky voice. Your housing reminds me to get in that lottery. Yes. You only have what, 2 days for the current housing lottery? I should get Hear Miko voice 5, Keck. Oh boy. You know what I should get a recording of? I don't remember what Buddy Boy voice it is, but there's one that's just so loud. He yells every 3 seconds. Hey, yeah! Oh yeah! Just like constantly, and I should use that. That should be my censorship noise. Haven't done any of the Eureka or Bosnia relics. Kershaw, get in it with us. Get in it with us. Let's do it. You literally went Aura female to Lala female. It's like we're overcompensating. We don't have a middle. We don't have like a middle ground. When you're moving from Aura, you just maximum shrink. Then again, Aura femmes are pretty small. That squeaky voice only made you cuter. Yeah, thank you. The slash happy on the squeaky voice is probably one of the cutest noises in the game. Fight me on this. Name me a cuter noise than this. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. Spoiler alert, you can't. That's the cutest noise in the game. What about slash cheer? The slash cheer is really cute on this voice as well. Yay! Yay! Derek, what is that YouTube video? Meanwhile, I can't decide how to your Lala ult. Do you do it in Americas so you can eventually play with you guys? I recommend it. If not just for media, there are many NA streamers that are fantastic, and then you can join them for their journeys as well. The start of it is not cute to you. The end is. The yay one. Milvira screeching. I recently picked up Eureka and I've already started Bosnia so I could help. Lucian, let's go. Let's do it. I guess I have to finish the current MSQ if we want to do that, right? Haven't decided if I want a house yet. I'd be afraid of losing it if your PC ever breaks down. Don't you have 60 days or is it 30 days? I thought it was 60 days without logging in, you lose it? It's a long time. Do your research on Housing Plus for best results? Yeah. Hi, Demi. Welcome in. Oh, it's 45 days. It's 45. Sorry for the misspelling. Oh, to do. No, you're good, Dion. Don't you worry. Never worry about that. Min height femra are the shortest in the game aside from Lala's. I think that's crazy considering how tall male aura are. Help, I'm being attacked from multiple directions. People trying to talk you back into 11. Will you be going in with personal friends, Izagi? Because if so, anything with friends is more enjoyable. What's stopping you? If it's people trying to drag you back into it. Play for a bit. If you don't love it, there's nothing stopping you from stopping playing, you know? Tallest law is like 3'6". We small. I'm pretty sure I'm min height. I don't remember how I can find out, but I'm like pretty sure I'm min height. I'm scared. Hi, Becca. Becca, how are you? Plogons? I'm telling Unky Yoshi P, you're gonna get banned. Plogons are illegal. We don't talk about the size difference between male and female, but I just think it has interesting implications in the bedroom. No, I'm just kidding. I'm good, just done grocery shopping, so you're responsible. Let's go, queen. We love a responsible queen. Proud of you, Becca. Love you so dearly. You wait, Ace. You accidentally sold your Bosnia weapon? How is that possible? Doesn't it warn you? How did you accomplish this? Doesn't it warn you? How's 14 today? It's good. I'm sad because I spent most of the morning crying because people in the YouTube comments are sweet, and also just watching it back again is painful. Somebody called me a very elegant crier, and I was like, I don't know if I'd call my crying elegant, but I appreciated the compliment. You can get it back for like 1K gil. Listen to the people in chat. They're smart human. I'm a fool in people clothing. Bosnia has really fun gameplay and story-wise. I collected all its relics, leveled all alt jobs in it. Does Bosnia also have armor like Eureka has elemental armor? Because I really want elemental armor, like so badly. Calamity Salvager. Calamity Salvager. Yes, it does? Oh, it's not good. Oh. It doesn't glow like Eureka's. Posted some pics in Discord. Discord. I'm assuming Final Fantasy General. Oh my god, what is this? What is this? What am I looking at here, Lamb? Lamb? What is this, Lamb? Hello? What the hell is... Oh, wrong tab. Hang on. It's not working. It's taking this. Go away, you. Take this? Please? I broke it. Hang on, if I pause this and I go here. I broke it. Okay, I can't show you guys. Anyways, look at the Discord because I don't know what this is. This is insanity. You need 1,000 poetic. Oh my god. We can finish this in like 2 days, right? We can finish this in like 2 days, I think. It's called the grind for a reason. By the way, they added Gaia's in Mog Station? When? Boy, oh boy, I wish I could show my screen right now, but it's so broken. Female only. Oh my god, they did add it. Please show my, it doesn't want to. It doesn't want to show my browser. I don't know why it doesn't want to show my browser. Click now. Hi, hey, Lydia, thank you for clicking. Welcome in. How you doing? It's female only. And all one piece. Come on. I mean, it's still gorgeous, but one piece? Come on. Imagine if they gave us the parts of Gaia's outfit. Like just the boots? Like just the... Stop. Just pop them in general. Let me see. I really wish I could pop open my my browser, but it hates me right now. Oh, those are sick. Those are sick. It's gender lock. It's only one piece at the moment. Ugh. Only certain classes can use it? What the hell are they doing? I'm doing wonderful. How about you? Ugh, imagine not giving every outfit in parts, right? Literally fuming. Literally fuming. That looks so good hidden. I need to buy the hammer since my boy can't wear the dress. Let my boy wear them heels. One day. They're slowly not gender locking. Although this Gaia situation is a bit concerning that they gender locked it. It's like they're going back and forth on whether or not they want things to be gender locked or not. As someone who enjoys putting my catboy in dresses, gender lock crushes me every time. Yeah, really to me, it feels like they can't make up their mind if they want it gender locked or not. All I want is Nero's hammer as a glam. Fortunately, the leggings are also weird. Instead of transparent, the fishnets show... Oh. Was it maybe a little bit rushed? It shows light skin regardless of your character. That's a bit cursed. The boots exist as a piece. They're part of the Eden raid sets. Oh, the top specifically is not. Well, that's heartbreaking. Hi, Sith. Welcome in. I don't think the outfit is job locked. Oh, the hammer is locked to certain jobs. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. They did say they want NPC outfits to remain gender locked. That's strange, but okay. I don't know if I like that. Let the cat boys wear their dresses. Is where I boil down to on that one. Let the cat boys have their dresses, okay? It makes them happy. I get where they're coming from, but also how about no? You know? They should embrace LGBTQ more, although I don't know if I would want to see cat people cross-dressing all the time. If it makes them happy, Diod, I would let it happen every day of the week. I make it a point that my boy mostly wears skirts and killer boots and heels. Hell yes, Vice, hell yes. The Mog Station online store is run by... Oh, it's run by a completely different team inside Square. Oh. They have little to no input as to what goes on the Mog Station. Okay, that makes so much sense. Wait, that makes so much sense now. I think the restrictions are in place to protect the character concept. That's why I say I can understand it. Like, I get it, but also how about no? Striped Harlequin tights for boys. We have tons of dresses for boys now and pants for girls. They just did a huge round of unlocking crafted. They did that in 6.3, right? They did that in 6.3, I'm pretty sure. Yoshibia said that the woman who runs the monetization teams is one of the few people that outranks him in the company. Wow. Wow, damn. It would devalue many mounts I've collected in game, Sag. If it makes you happy, Diod, do it. If it makes you happy. Let me rephrase, please. If it makes you happy and you have the expendable income for it, do it. If you don't have the expendable income for it, don't do it. Wow, he really said blame her, not me. He did. And we're going to, though. They do the restrictions with pretty much all the characters. Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. Twins, Reens, Stolas, Eddas, etc. Yeah, we were talking about that, and I'm like, that's fine. It makes sense, but also just how about no? How about just have it not be gender locked, though? Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Spend responsibly, always, 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 always. And that's the same goes for like subscriptions and like donations to my channel. Only within your means, please. I would be miserable if somebody spent too much here and then didn't have expendable for something that would bring them joy. Do you know what I mean? I'd much rather you buy yourself that $200 figure for research purposes than spend it here. Something to make you happy. We wouldn't want to see Alphino as a girl or anything. Imagine they gender locked them just because of the twins. Oh boy. But you make us happy. Stop. Don't. Don't be sweet to me. Any piece of glam that gets the restriction removed is a bonus in my book. Both ways, yeah. After getting the Fat Cat on its release, I've only bought one further mount, the Cruise Chaser. Because you only use the kitty? You know, ever since I got this hella expensive mount, I've been hard pressed to use anything else. But maybe it's a kitty day. Is it a kitty day today? I feel like it's a kitty day. It's feeling pretty kitty cat. My headcanon is on Alfie's trans. That's cute. Tara, if I had stable income, I'd totally sub myself. Sadly, I'm kind of unemployed, so play frugal. Do not feel any kind of way about it, Sith. Do not feel any kind of way, please. Be frugal. If you cannot afford it, don't afford it. You know what I mean? I am happy that you're choosing to spend your most valuable resource.
Superstar.
Oh, Manillas! I'm just happy you are choosing to spend your most valuable resource on me, which is your time. That is the most valuable resource that you can give me, and know that it is deeply, deeply appreciated. Whether it be through lurking, through chatting, or whatever have you, watching the VODs, watching the YouTube videos, that is the best thing that you can give me, and I love it. And I'm eternally grateful. All right, without further stalling for time, we might go start. We might go start 0.55. I'm very stressed. I'm already gonna cry and nothing's even happened. I am already gonna cry and nothing has happened. And I don't think anything is going to happen. I think it's gonna be pretty, it's not gonna be chill. It's gonna be hype, but I think it's going to be pretty, I don't know. I don't know what it's gonna be. I don't know. I'm scared. We are going to watch trailer today if we finish 0.55. Yes. Okay, let's go close out our sad music. I love this theme. This theme is right on par for me. Amarat. I feel the same way about this theme that I feel about Amarat. It's sad but hopeful, and it is so beautiful. It is so beautiful. This one is called And Love You Shall Find, in case you didn't know. It's just so beautiful. Okay. Boop. Let's close that out. Let's get into it. Chimkin Chaser! I need to unmute. Nope. There we go. Woo. Look at all these gamers. Hi, guys. Also, hi, Deeps. How you doing today? And Ariadne and Nan. Hi, you guys. Come join us in Fields Walker. I'm excited and scared. Is there anything I want to do before I dive into this? I feel like there was. Maybe I should just preemptively put on this. I put this on this morning and was laughing. Maybe I should just preemptively, I might be lagging a bit. Maybe I'll just preemptively put on this. So you can never tell if I'm crying because it just looks like I'm crying perpetually. This filter is so cursed and I hate it. All right, this is me. This is me going through the rest of Shadowbringers, okay? And by the time we hit Endwalker, I'll just put this on. What is this filter? Technology has gone too far. It's the fact that I'm laughing, but it looks like I'm bawling. The sad filter gives me sleep paralysis. Sir, please cease. It looks like a clown that's lost its makeup. Oh my god. Oh, you guys are taking me out. I put this on this morning while I was crying and I was laughing so... This cheered me up this morning when I was crying at my 5.3 shenanigans. This is the only thing that cheered me up. Backs away slowly. Could take a screenshot of it and scare children with it. Okay, I'm normal again. I just had to show you guys that. If I saw it and was cursed with the knowledge of it, again, you guys had to also be cursed with it. Hello, Randall. Nice shiny purple pants. Have I seen your adventure plate? I have. I recognize this cute boy. I recognize this cute boy. This is a jump scare face, Tara. Oh, man. Have I seen your... I think I've seen your plate. That's Balur's alt. That's right. This is perfect. The only thing it's missing is the action lines. The action lines. Oh, I choked on my coffee. That filter is the picture you see on an ad to not do drugs. That is 100% accurate. That is 100% accurate. We fall. Hello? Is this Bun Boy? Oh. Oh. Is this intentional level 69 or just a happy accident? The freckles on this bun boy took me out. Took me out. Hello? I am looking so respectfully at this particular bun boy. That's you. Looking very respectfully, I promise. I promise. That filter makes it look like your mouth was stung by bees. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I'm going in. Wish me luck. I'm doing the thing. I'm playing the game. I don't wanna. Hi, Lamb! I don't wanna, but I'm going in. Could somebody else play for me? Tis a pity I can't come visit you with some of my alts and their fun plates. Okay, one more distraction. One more distraction. I made some portraits last night instead of going to bed. What did I make? My Blue Mage one in particular, I'm very proud of. I really like my Blue Mage portrait, even though nobody will see it, like basically ever. What else did I make? My White Mage one, I don't know what I was doing. I just decided I wanted it to be unhinged. And so this is what it ended up as. This felt appropriate for a healer. It's very much, I decide if you live or die. And so it felt perfect. Dancer, we went for a falling little dancer. I don't know what else I did. I think I did Bard. Yeah, Bard I kind of phoned it in. I was ready for bed at that point. And Machinist also kind of phoned in. I like my red mages though. I like that Lalas can fit entirely in this little portrait right here.
Please never turn that on again.
Please never turn it back on. Turn it back on. Gotcha. Turning it back on. All right, we're right. Well, wrong one. Oh Jesus, I misclicked. Okay, we're good. Jesus Christ, that last one. Holy Jesus, that jump scared me. Oh my God, I jump scared myself with that. Oh man, what did I tell you? Oh no. Technology has gone too far. This is proof of it. Technology has absolutely gone too far. Good day, Terra. How are you doing? Have we started 5.5? What did I miss? We are on 0.55. Battle Fries, welcome in. How you doing? We are on 0.55 and I am very much stalling for time because I'm terrified. Whew. Terra, if you aren't careful, your face will get stuck that way. Face only a mother could love. Chatters adjust. I talked to everyone at the end of the last stream, right? I think I did. Yeah. I was excited because we saw Real. And Hori is out. Poor Aenor has to be horny for only one of the brothers. Damn, that was a filter. Had it muted and unmuted out of concern. Did you? Daily Rip, did you think I was bawling? Like, I think the most upsetting thing about it, I'm turning it on, warning, jump scare warning, I'm turning it back on for 1 minute. I think the most concerning thing about it is it looks fairly believable. Other than the mouth being like absolutely cursed, like if I just, like neutral face, it does kind of look like I'm bawling. Like a little bit. The eyes aren't red enough. Okay, let me turn off this monstrosity. I want to stop the cursed machine. Like you're bawling, literally. It's also kind of upgrading my, wait a second. Girl, you did not just insult my eyebrow. Hang on, now I need to compare. Okay, regular eyebrows, maybe a little thin. Maybe, okay, you know what? New self-conscious thing unlocked. Maybe a little bit thin. Shit. My eyebrows suck. My eyebrows suck, dude. I hate it here. My eyebrows suck. I just came on and saw this Eldritch Nightmare Before Christmas melting face. I want a refund. Oh, not in a good way. There's just more hair up there. Okay, well, now I'm super self-conscious about my eyebrows, regardless. What did I come into? Cursed filters. Cursed filters and stalling, because Terra's terrified of MSQ. Queerwise need to stop being concerned about their eyebrows. Listen, I was never concerned about my eyebrows before. Now I am a little bit. I feel like maybe they're like a little bit not dark enough. I want some caterpillars. Give me some strong ass caterpillars up here. I'll be so expressive. Whoo! I'll be so expressive with the thick eyebrows. Okay, I'm done stalling. I'm sorry I subjected you guys to that. Is she crying? Is he crying? Oh god. Oh god. Who is it? Who parts their hair what way? Honey, what way is your hair parted? Oh, that's Alfie. Okay. Okay. Alize, parts to the left. Alfino, parts to the right. Okay. I couldn't tell. Don't tell Alize I said that. Whew. Dude, they're fine, thank you. I'm glad it was a filter. I was like, how is he bawling? He isn't moved. I'm just getting that clickbait. I'm just farming that clickbait. Oh, don't plug. I have not plugged, don't worry. Don't let them hear that. I wonder, do you know what I'm actually super curious about? I wonder if I left that filter on, how many clickbait humans we would get. People that would click in because my face looked that way. And they're like, what the hell is happening? Why does this man look this way? I wonder how powerful the clickbait potentials are. I'm not curious enough to actually put that filter on for the stream, but I am curious. I am curious. I swear to God, Tara, if I see that filter face on the YouTube thumbnail. Do not give me ideas. Do not give me ideas. Put it on for Hildy. You know what? When we do Hildy, yeah, I'll put it on for Hildy and see how much clickbait. How the hell is this man balling over Hildy? The company we keep. All right, we're going. We're going. Here we go. Oh, gang is all here, dude. Gang is all here. You can caption it. Chucky plays 14. Also, now I don't know when he snuck in, but hi. And Terry Lynn. Hi. Don't give him ideas. My power level, it is rising. Hildebrand tragedy. They come in. Why the hell are you crying, dude? Because Hildy is just so beautiful. Oh, man. Ah, sir, you're looking well. I take it you managed to squeeze in some rest. Yes, I did. If you came hoping for tidings from Kryl, I'm afraid we're still waiting. But we do have some odd scraps of news to share. Scraps, she says. Lunar primals have been Hang on a second. Wait, I have a question to ask. You guys said 0.55 is long. Originally, I had planned to upload 0.5 and 0.55 together. Should they have their own videos? Well, I guess we'll find out. It'll depend on how hype this is. How long and how hype it is. If I combine them into one video or do two separate videos for YouTube. They could probably be edited together. Okay, good. Scrap, she says, Lunar primals have been popping up all over the place, but the Alliance has the situation well in hand, thanks in no small part to Hori, Boulder, and the others. Let's go B-Team! Let's go B-Team! Let's go B-Team. I'm so proud of them. I'll have a good feel for it after I finish. Bet. And Walker soon I see? Yes. Okay, so it's not in the title. It's probably going to be in the titles for the rest of the week, and I'll probably do a post about it like on YouTube as well. We are entering Endwalker. Not me pulling up the calendar. Give me a second. We are entering Endwalker Saturday, January 21st, around 2 p.m. After much stalling, after much just chatting and stalling, around 2 p.m. January 21st, Saturday. Be there, be square. I hope you don't work. If you work, it's okay. The VOD is there. The Beyonds, the Bevengers. I'm so proud of them, dude. I'm so proud of them. Some sad I'm not here often lately. I miss so much. Now, go to the YouTube channel. It's all there. It's all there, nicely collated for you in a short, meaningful, well, short, he says. The most recent one was an hour and 10 minutes long. In a short, collated video that you can watch at your own pace. That's so soon. I am not ready. Stalling Saturday. I will be stalling so hard. I will be stalling so hard. I hope you guys know. It's a date. So Endwalker at 9 p.m. Saturday. Got it. You know me so well. I have to ditch until I'm caught up until I get there. And I don't wanna. I'm having fun. Yamina, go at your own pace. You know for a fact that even if you're not here as I like walk to the end, that it'll be there on YouTube eventually. So you won't miss it. You just won't be here for it live, which is totally okay. Andy just started Whirlit. Has Andy been warned? Has Andy been warned? Does Andy know? Does Andy know? Andy always streams before me. No. Andy always streams before me. So I'm gonna give him a shout out. Please click the heart. Please click the heart. Andy is so close to us in the story. Literally doing Whirlit. Literally finished 5.3 yesterday. Go catch up on their VODs. Go watch them. If you like my energy, you'll love their energy. They're fantastic, okay? Please follow them. They told him it was a story heavy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Not a heavy story. Story heavy. You're about to ask Andy who? Click the heart. Where is it? Here? Somewhere? No, this way. There. Click the heart, okay? Andy's fantastic. Meanwhile, talks with the Beast Tribes are going even better than expected. Encouraged by Ulza's progress with the Amalja, Gridania has opened negotiations with the Ixal, believe it or not. Story thick. Done, thank you. I'm not surprised if Andy reaches, I think we might, Lamb. And then I'm gonna be sad. And then I'm actually going to be sad because I watch Andy in the morning while I'm editing, while I'm getting ready. And if Andy surpasses me in story, I'm gonna be so lost. Who will I emotional vampire? Who will I get my sustenance from? I guess Hillary Mason is still behind me, but she streams so late. I need another EU streamer to watch in the morning. I'm sorry, when did the shoutout thing become a thing? A few months back. It's so useful. It's so useful because like then people don't even need to navigate away to follow someone. They can just press the heart. It's so good. Saving for Andy VOD. I cried watching Andy do 5.3 and cried again today watching your recap, Serena. It hurts so good. It hurts so good. You'll have to stop chatting and start MSQ. Izagi, listen. Fair. Just stay ahead of him then, Fivehead. Tell your friend thinks we're bots because we all went over there. Tell him you're not bots. Tell him you're not bots. Tell him Terra sent you. Terra loves him. I'll start streaming for you. Just need a PC again. Toon, get on it. Thinks we're bots because that many people press. Thank you guys. Thank you for following Andy and pressing the heart. Thank you. If it looks like a hate raid, if it looks like a hate raid, but it's actually a love raid, I love this for us. I love this for us. Watch streamer stretch 3 quests over 30 hours in 5 streams. Hello, Mbot. Hi, Trans. In your wave, his wave and smile got me so bad. In my video, oh my god, dude. When I realized it was Emmett, I've watched other people react to that moment. Every other person that sees that moment has been hype. And I'm out here fucking bawling. Oh, I swore. I'm out here freaking bawling the minute I realized who it was. All of which is obviously very encouraging, but with the Telophoroi still out there, it's not as if we can afford to lower our guard. Oh, you cried too? Okay, good. I need the validation of knowing other people are emotionally unhinged like me. Don't worry, Tara, I cried too. Okay, good. Hillary cried! I didn't realize Hillary finished 5.3. Shit, I missed it. Well, I got another VOD to watch. You also cried when you realized it was him. It was like, what is he doing back? Well, not quite back, but... When that fight came out, I was a skipper. It's okay. You get to soak it up through living vicariously through other people. Begging your pardon, but I come bearing an invitation from the Alliance. A council meeting is due to be held in Alamigo, and your attendance is humbly requested. Ah, we were just talking about the Alliance. May I ask what's on the agenda? I believe the intention is to share news of recent developments and discuss also... Wait a second. Whoopsie, I did it again. Oops, I did it again. You guys have no redeems. So sorry. Oopsie. I was like, wow, chat's really quiet and well behaved on the redeem front. It's because you guys have no access to any of them.
Sloppy.
There it is. I believe the intention is to share news of recent developments and discuss. Get it out of your systems. I'm sorry that I deprived you all. I'm sorry I deprived you all. I forgot to turn them back on again. Get it out of your systems. Press the buttons. Feel better. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, was there a stretch in there? There was a stretch in there. And I should stretch. My bones have not been good today. The floodgates have been opened, truly. Everything on cooldown. Woo! Aw, Andy. Andy shouted me out back. Thank you guys for explaining the not hate raid. Thank you for explaining the low-key love raid. Always make sure to immediately water and stretch. It's good because I don't know how to take care of myself. And who needed the forehead kiss? Z-City. Z-City. There's your forehead kiss. Okay, I believe the intention is to share news of recent developments and discuss what measures might be taken to combat the Telophoroi. In concert with our new allies, the Beast Tribes have also been invited. It is hoped that they will join us in the fight against our common foe. So the Alliance would bring all of the Beast Tribes into the fold at a single stroke. An ambitious plan, given the delicacy of the negotiations, but mayhap an expedient one, considering the threat we face. Indeed, my lady. And for their part, I am told the Beast Tribes have agreed to attend. If the Scions, too, are present, all of Eorzea will be represented. Wow! What? To arrange such a meeting must have been quite an undertaking, not only diplomatically, but practically. Pray inform the Alliance that we would be honored to participate. We shall make for Alamigo without delay. All of Eorzea is going to have a representative. This is insane. Thank you. Your 5.3 video broke my heart. It broke mine too. Even rewatching the small moments when I uploaded it this morning, I was crying again. Plus the YouTube comments were so sweet. It was just everything. It was just everything. I was having an emotional day. Then I will bear your answer thither with all haste. We look forward to receiving you at the Royal Palace. This is crazy. This is wild. All of Eorzea represented. Well, now that we've accepted the invitation, who exactly is going to attend? I move that you and Ishtola lead our contingent. Given how long you have worked to end summoning, it is only right that you be present for what promises to be a historic moment. Also, thank you for the follow. Bless you. I need to stop watching 14 reactions before work. I probably look horrible every time. They're just gonna think you're horribly depressed with like red, like swollen eyes every day. I think we've all played our part in that little endeavor, don't you, sir? All present may rightly claim a seat. I do quite agree, but by your leave, I believe I shall remain here and lend what assistance I can to the coordination of our defensive efforts. I'm not coming either. Aymeric will be there, and I'd rather not be interrogated. He's avoiding his ex-boyfriend. Awkward. Very well then. While those with a mind to hold the fort get on with holding it, I suggest the rest of us make for Alamigo. Shall we? I'm missing out. What happened, Coco? What happened? But you start your day with all the emotions. That has to come for something. You're putting your you're putting your heart through the paces, through its paces every time you watch a reaction video before work. What do you mean X? Yeah, didn't you guys know? Didn't you guys see the little side quest where Estinian and Aymeric were dating? Did you guys miss that side quest? It was a very prominent side quest. Not X, just trying not to admit. No, you guys missed the very prominent side quest where they kissed. I'm not just headcanoning that. That actually happened. Even with the swift intervention of the immortal flames, all too many lost their lives at Paglathan. Still closer cooperation between our peoples will be required if we are to thwart the plans of the Telophoroi. You mean the MSQ? Lamb. That doesn't sound correct, considering my Warrior of Light is dating Aymeric. Oh, they kiss. Estinian just can't come to terms with the fact that he's in love. That's why Estinian's avoiding everyone like the plague. He can't handle his feelings. Also, Moon, if I didn't say hi to you, welcome in. How could I forget the 5-minute long 4K kissing cutscene? Oh my god. Derek, you're banned. Aymeric can date whoever and however many people he wants. Yeah, it's 2023, you guys. It's called polyamory. That's why I have 10 husbands and 14. Nah, realistically, I have like 10 husbands and like 2 wives, because there are not enough great female leads in this game. There's a Stola, Merlweb, Moonbrita, but she's fucking dead. Like, there's not enough powerful women in this game, and I need more. I need more. Even with the swift intervention of the immortal, I read this one already. Still closer cooperation, our peoples will be required if we were to thwart the plans of the Tolfora. Alize's like 16. Alize's like 16. Oh, Sadu though. How could I forget? There's not enough alive women, Sarah. That's the bigger problem, I think. Oh, Aymeric is my Warrior Lights ex. He was your rebound after Graha post Crystal Tower. Yeah, got too busy with work, so we parted on good terms. You guys are still friends. Maybe occasional hookup. Actually, no, you shouldn't be hooking up now. You have your husband back. Lise, I love Lise, but she got done dirty. Oh, Hilda also. Sadu is a lesbian? No. Sadu is combat sexual. Doesn't matter who she's fighting. She just wants to fight. Doesn't mention Lise. Lise is so hot, but Lisa's writing did her dirty. I've complained about this so many times on stream. We're not getting into it again, but I am upset about it. Honestly, the look on your face, eager to bear witness to another historic moment by any chance? Graha, how you feeling? How you feeling, cutie? Ha, I suppose I am. And the fact that our cure for tempering made it possible only heightens my anticipation. You like Lucia? Lucia was nice. Again, this is my complaint. They're all small parts. Even Lise, who should have been like a main serious role, was a small part. Oh, Lena! I would date Lena. Like the city-states, every beast tribe has its factions, each with their own agenda, making peace a complex proposition. But if the Alliance can come to an understanding with their leaders, it will be for them to resolve internal politics. True. Terrazin, ignore the mods mode? Oh, Monago! I missed the Monago. Monago also. Everyone would date Lena. Literally everyone would. Lena's so perfect. My favorite thing about Lena was basically all of 5.3. Down to the point where she knew that it was the last time that she was going to talk to the Exarch, and she still put on that brave face, and she still put on that smile, and let him go. And then after the fact, still came to us smiling and emotional and being like, we send off our guests with a smile. And I was like, marry me? Marry me? Hello, I love you. She's so good. Hi, Dorval, welcome in. Let us glam Monago, you cowards. They're literally gatekeeping Monago from us. Lena's the best, truly stellar. Your Warrior Light is as gay as you are, but Hilda is probably his exception. God, Hilda's. Love her. They have learned well from the Exarch. Thought I had today. Imagine Graha finding his way back to the first, just in the to walk Lena down the aisle for her wedding. I need this fanfic. I need it.
You're my superstar.
2 months Lego Ufen love. Here's to many more Gridania chats less.
Yes! Yes! Adore, thank you for the primer and the 2 months. I appreciate you. I always catch Adora and Kaj and a couple other people AFKing in Gridania whenever I'm queuing on Ether. And I always go in and bug them and poke them and talk to them. It's great. You literally chose to go Elizin thanks to Heavensward. Aymeric is one forever. I wish that we had Aymeric's like aura cosmetic options for our characters. But still, Elezen are still great. I just wish we had a little bit more options. The Amalja cannot be the only tribe to have been targeted by the Telophoroi, and none of them will have taken kindly to having their people enslaved, nor their gods turned against them. So we're going to be befriending them because we saved them. We've been expecting you. While some few guests have yet to arrive, the Alliance leaders are all present. Shall I show you in? I need to stop reading chat while drinking. Fanfic where Gridania gets development. Keep dreaming. That's some hopium. Imagine even getting a fanfic about that, Derek. Gridania gets done so dirty. Even more dirty than Lee Scott. Total hopium, yeah. Yamina, same. Where are the tribes? Oh, they're there. Oh my god. Wow.
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would!
Seriously, Kendrick. Seriously.
Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay. Freed our people must be!
I don't know if they can be.
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
Merle have never changed. The issue with these towers is it looked like the people were like fused. It looked like the people, the tribes, I should say. The Amalja in particular when we were in that tower. Oh, well, we weren't, but when Fordola and I'm drawing a blank on his name right now. Beautiful white-haired boy with the scar. When they were in the tower, it literally looked like they were fused to the walls. Arnvald, thank you. Ryu's stream has been so well. I've been stalling immensely, but it's been going so well. Nobody can offer them a seat. Listen, Golson. They got tails. It's awkward to sit in our chairs. Although, can I just point out something that's like small, but I would have preferred in this scene? I don't like that we're all sitting. Now that you point that out, Golsif, I don't like that we're all sitting while they're standing. I think we all should have stood to converse with them out of like solidarity and respect.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
We did.
Y'stola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
Hi, Darby.
A paragon. The Empire. Our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
Doom Cookie. You know what? It's a pretty good point. Takes time to animate tribal sitting animations. They can barely get... Oh, Ryu, you did not. They can barely get Vera hats. You did not.
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. but our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome.
I had to get a picture of this. This is wild. Like everyone we've met and the tribes.
I beg your pardon?
So polite.
What is it, Soulwalker? Do not express your passion thus.
So polite. I beg your pardon? Oh, wow. That was perfect. By the way, Merlewood was the only one that smiled there. She knew! Ranger, that's so cute. I didn't even notice. Amik, come again? What was that?
A little Chrissy will have gills, perhaps. Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We Sahagin will play our part.
This is so cool. I'm gonna cry. This is so cool.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future as allies united in purpose.
No way.
Make mock of the Ixal the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets, pits brother against brother. Free them from his grasp, we shall!
If you told me in A Realm Reborn that one day we would ally with every single tribe in the game, I would have never believed you.
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
This is so sick. We're Namazu. Do the Namazu really count? We need representation too. Yes, yes. It's incredibly wholesome and rewarding. It's, yeah, so amazing. It took you 10 minutes to recover from that line. The voice acting on the Sahagin was great. It does feel like he's speaking while underwater. Totally, Kiro. I cried during this scene. I always thought the antagonism against the tribes was largely unfounded, so seeing everyone come together like this was so cathartic. I think that's what I'm feeling right now. It's definitely catharsis. Like, I'm in disbelief and joy.
We accept! We accept!
Praise me!
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
Oh, boy. Where are the Mughals? As much as I love the Namazu, let's be real. What would they provide other than a thrift stall next to the battle camp? Steve's got it. Steve's got it. Right there.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern.
Currently, yeah.
But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them. That which we call a primal.
Oh, jeez, that scared me. I think that was another shout out from Andy. Why is Andy shouting me out again?
Engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Also, hi, it's been really fun watching you go through these scenes I went through not long ago. Wait, Ninten, where are you? Like, where are you story-wise? Are you done 6.0? This also shows a peaceful alternative to Garlemald's aim of stopping summoning through conquest. It's cathartic is the best word. This is like truly cathartic. To have it dealt with this way, through a peaceful and a united resolution, rather than through conquest. You just got into 6.0. Oh my gosh. Good luck.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
You're my superstar. This is a good plan.
Just noticed I don't use my Primo.
Now, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate you. Thank you for spending it here. It should be noted that Garlemald only did it that way because an Ascian was making them do it. Damn. That's right. Garlemald was only behaving in the way it was because Emmett led them that way.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them.
Yeah. Andy! Andy! I hope Andy's out of here already. Hope that bean dropped by and left. I raid and close. Okay, run away. Run away, Andy. I love you. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Hello, you guys. Welcome in, everybody. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? If it's your first time meeting me, my name is Terra. Well, I used to be a variety streamer. I'm now a 14 variety streamer. And we are currently in patch 5.55. And we're in a very cathartic meeting with all the representatives of Eorzea, and I can't believe this happened. Like, I can't believe that we're at this point. It's so cool. Thanks for the follows. Welcome in, everybody. Slowly converting the world from variety to 14, truly. I know Andy's been in the same boat as me. It's been an obsession. It's been an obsession. This story is so good. This story is so amazing. And I mean, you guys just make it all the better as well. This Moog. This meeting could have been an email. This one could not. This one could not have just been an email. Oh god, that's hilarious though. But welcome in, everybody. I'm just gonna give one final warning before we keep moving through. I am ahead of Andy, shockingly not by very much. As I was talking about earlier in stream, if Andy gets ahead of me in story, I'm gonna be lost. Andy has become such a part of my morning routine while I'm working because he's like EU streamer, so his time zone lines up with while I'm working. I have him on my other monitor. And if he gets ahead of me, I won't know what to do. So I have to keep moving to stay ahead of Andy at the very least. I feel like the Sahagin probably don't check email that often. Yeah, it had to be an in-person one because the meeting, the email would have gone missed and people would have missed the subtlety of it. So has to be an in-person meeting or a Zoom meeting. Guess I can't do the fancy shout out for mobile. I will do it once more. We did one earlier. Let's do it again. Boop. Thank you for trying, Marwick. I love you, by the way. Bum, bum, bum. Andy Maxter. In case you didn't press the heart earlier, press the heart now. Okay? Press it now. I think a lot of you pressed it and Andy thought that they were getting like botted, but no, it was just us. It was just us going to say hi. You'll love to see it, dude. Literally a love raid. Your earlier one caused a panic. People in my chat were saying he thinks we're bots. He thinks we're bots is what they were saying. And I was like, yes, love raid. That looks like a hate raid. Thought you were getting botted. That's so funny. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see when it's actually a good thing, but it looks scary. Okay, without further ado, I'm gonna get back into it. But again, welcoming you guys. It's so good to see you. Should I do, hang on. Should I do a raid trailer? I haven't done a raid trailer in like, do I even still have it on my deck? Oh God, I do. You guys wanna see a raid trailer? Here, I haven't played this in forever. Enjoy. Oh, hello. Come sit with me, my fellow traveler. Let's sit together and watch the stars die. Oh my God. I need like a tissue or something. I'm dead. I'm actually dead. Hang on. What happened here? Oh my God! Rock. One shot though. Boom. You're my superstar. I haven't played that in a minute.
Better chance of keeping our enemy at bay. We would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
Magical. Ponto! Hey Ponto, how you doing, bud? I also just want to quickly circle back to what Moranadel said. The Sylphs don't have email, they have tree mail. And the Sagan have sea mail. It's so bad. It's so bad. I had to air you out in public for that one. I love it, but it's really bad. Hey bro, hope you're well. I am fantastic. I am fantastic, Ponto. I'm gonna give you a shout out, Ponto. All right, don't feel any kind of way about it, because Ponto is also a place that I love to spend my time. Thankfully, Ponto is ahead of me. Ponto is ahead of me in story, but the dude spends 4 hours chatting on docs, so there's no spoilers in there. It's usually quite safe for me. And then he moves on to actual content, and then I have to hide. But I get like a crisp 3 to 4 hours of hanging out with him, chatting on docs. Relax. Thankfully, Ponto doesn't play the game. Exactly. Ponto doesn't play the game. He chats and spanks bums. Yeah, it's chill. It's perfect. Ponto's great. You should follow Ponto if you're not already. Occasionally, when he feels like he does content too. So if you like content, once upon a time, he'll do it. Ponto, I love you, dude. I'm sorry for the bully. Oh man, what else did I miss in chat? Wait a second, this isn't 14. Hey, you listen here. You listen here. This is actually such a good idea to introduce people. I used to do it every time, and then I just like stopped doing it after a point. And so I should get into the habit of playing Raid Trailer again, because it's been a minute. It's been a minute. And I worked hard on that trailer. It's a little old at this point, but I worked hard on it. Syncing everything to the music, woo, woo, is fun to do. Love you too, bud. Hi, Ponto, I'm new. Yeah, I'm new also. Who is this Ponto guy? He seems great. He seems great. You should follow him. Okay, I'm getting back into the story. Love you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. Here we go. Whoop.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
Oh, on command. Okay. Nice. You love to hear it. Yup.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my
Dude, I suck at naming things. No, let Alfie do it. Let Alfie do it. Alfie, go. No, don't look at me. God dang it. Don't give me... Wait. What does this one do? You're kind of shoehorned into calling it one thing, but what would this one do? Bad Terra, think of your YouTube. I'll get demonetized. I agree. Estinian should name it. True. Estinian did so much in the background. Let's see. I'm going to click this one. We're going to see what happens. I would call it... One moment, please. I hope he turns to our friends.
Might I suggest the Grand Company of Eorzea? I remember a certain someone pondering it once upon a time, and it seems as fitting a name as any.
Wait, who was pondering it? Who wanted to call it the Grand Company of Eorzea? Who wanted to call... It was Alfie? Aww. This is more proof. These twins love the crap out of each other. They love the... It was red. You mean Blue Alize. It was Blue Alize. They love the crap out of each other, and it is so cute. They are so supportive of each other, but act so, like, crass.
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
So cute.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
How very glib.
Darby! I was too late on the screenshot button. I wanted misty-eyed Alfie.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
Dude, you're gonna make me cry. Shut up. To be weave in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. This man's... It's a pity it took the threat of annihilation for everyone to cast their grievances aside, but better late than never, I suppose. Forgive me for observing, but Alphinaud seems less jubilant. Might his thoughts still be occupied by the fate of poor Arenvald? We have won over the leaders. Now the leaders must win over their own people. No small task, I grant you, but we've come a long way since first we joined with Minfilia to bring an end to summoning. A long, long way. To be honest, that was the best glib ever. That glib was beautiful because glib is gone. The glib voice line, in case you didn't know, is not in the game anymore, which is why we have it as a channel point redeem. To honor our fallen voice line. So that was perfect. Gaius got to speak in on the great meeting of the Grand Company of Eorzea. The Grand Company of Eorzea. I wonder what Riol and the other former Crystal Braves will make of it. Grand Company of Eorzea and Hien.
Sloppy.
No way. All right, gamer, there is no way. This is why. Okay, that's hilarious. But this is why I turn off redeems during really serious moments. Because if somebody redeemed a fart sound as the gun went off, I would have been taken out. I would have been pulled completely out of the moment. It would have been legendary, but I would have been completely pulled out of the moment. Oh, man. Yeah, it is Yamina. The voice line is gone. The voice line is completely gone. Rest in pepperoni. Well, now that we are out of earshot of the other delegates, I hope you will forgive me if I speak my mind. Let me begin by saying that I have dreamed of this day since the moment I first set foot upon these shores, and that I was as heartened as anyone to see the people of Eorzea pledge their solidarity. Yet, even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think about was the conflicts to come. Of the sacrifices that would be made, and lives lost, inevitabilities that I still struggle to accept. But at least now there is hope. The formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step, the first of many. Many and more. Elder Seedseer, how might we be of service? I seek Master Alphino's assistance in a matter involving Gridania's neighbors, the Sylphs. Also, in case you've never seen it before, this is a cow. It's got little budding horns. There's its eyes. This is its mouth and its little nostrils. Upside down cow face. You're welcome. Somebody did this to me, I think, in Heavensward and pointed it out. So you're welcome. Upside down cow. Not unicorn. Oh, wait. It's a unicorn. There's the horn right there. It's a upside down unicorn. I never noticed the horn because it's kind of skin tone colored. You've seen as an upside down cow since 2.0. How dare you force my hand on doing a prey run just to see if this info is true. It is Sith. Enjoy. Enjoy and cry when How Very Glib is gone. You didn't catch that I'm on a whole new DC now. That's how I have a house phone. I moved to Maduin to buy a house. Also the great Empanada. Welcome in. It's an albino Spriggan. I see unicorn or cow more. You can get a unicorn as part of leveling Conjurer, really? Somebody gave me a what was it called? A Unicult? A Unicult, I think? Minion? Whew. Upside down unicorn so that Kane Senna can just look down and go hee hee unicorn. Terra, I may become just like you soon. I may acquire a house, potentially. Well, the new wards are open, so if you're gonna bid on a house, bid soon. Bid soon, unless you're on Dynamis. Our new wards are there, but they're not available to bid on just yet. You bid, good luck. May the odds be ever in your favor. Terra's on Ether as much as on Maduin. If we're doing an alliance raid, I'm on Ether. Otherwise, I'm on Maduin. We have enough people that hop over for the grouping that it's fine. Oh, the Conjurer Unicorn is a mount. Oh, my Conjurer is level 50, so I gotta keep going with that. Level 5 yellow quest, and then a level 30 yellow quest near the guild. You get a normal unicorn. That's crazy. I gotta do that. You're making your version of LeBlanc from Persona 5? That is such a cute idea. Unicorn was your first mount. Couldn't use it back when you got it because you hadn't unlocked the Chocobo yet. Yo, that's so cute. Oh. You bid on a medium. Good luck, Grando. Good luck. You have to take it as Conjurer, not White Mage. Oh, you have to switch jobs. Got it. Got it. Oh, you don't actually? Never mind. Somebody immediately said no. And then somebody immediately said you have to do as Conjurer. I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there. Whew. I know that you and yours have long kept a weather eye upon the crystal trade, the better to predict the coming of primals, and so you'll be familiar with the sylphs of the Ash Crown Consortium. Through their dealings, they have cultivated relations, not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. Communities such as the Beast Tribes. Just so. It is our hope that we may make use of the Sylph's established lines of communication to coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. Yet there remain certain practical differences between a trade consortium and a grand company. If the Sylphs are to perform their task effectively, they will require the counsel of one versed in the operational aspects of an armed force. An armed force founded with the self-same goal in mind, no less. I feel like this is like definitely digging up trauma for Alphino, because he definitely feels like he failed in the Crystal Braves. He had that whole arc where he was just like depressed. The Crystal Braves, yes. Forgive me, Master Alphino. I know that it was a painful chapter in your life, but the experience may yet be made to serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Braves which stretched far beyond the Order's initial conception, one intended to pave the way for the founding of what I intended to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. But my plans all came to naught. Built upon a frail foundation of lofty ideals, the Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests, and I have no wish to see this new endeavor suffer the same fate. No, you can do it, bud. Mayhap I ask too much of you. Not at all. You may count upon my assistance, from what little it is worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report, including a list of recommendations drawing on the lessons I learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves. You have my gratitude, Master Alphino, and my trust. When your report is ready, pray share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance, and the earnest efforts of every goodly soul gathered here this day, I have no doubt that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadow of the Telophoroi and flourish. Until next we meet, my friends. The Crystal Braves failing was so transformative for Alfie as a character. Arguably necessary. Nobody expects you, Yuhase. They never do. Domo komo, subete wa Eorzea no tame ni. Before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I should like to hear. Former Braves, you understand. Might you join me in seeking them out? I want to be sweet and say as if you have to ask, but I also want to be jokey and say I can't think of an excuse not to, so yes? Well, I shall be grateful of your help, grudging or not. I'll join you. If you're planning to canvass the opinions of your former comrades, it'll be a lot quicker if we share the task of questioning them. Then mayhap Graha can lend a hand as well. I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say we should be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day's events. Whenever Graha isn't part of the quest, everyone should be asking, where's Graha? How come Graha isn't part of the quest? We should be glad of your company, Graha. I shall explain the details on the way. To be fair, we promised him we'd take him on our next journey. It was the kick in the teeth he needed. Totally. He was insufferable. 16-year-old kids shouldn't have private armies. And that's really what it boils down to. That was the lesson learned, I think, from all the failings of the Crystal Braves. You're 16. You shouldn't have a private army. Who jump scared me? You shouldn't have a private army. Oh, it was the Griffin. You automatically get the unicorn if you level boost a white mage. That's a scam. That's a scam for sure. The Crystal Braves failing is the reason Heavensward is so good. It shows consequences for failing to not think of things fully through and gives Alphino time for development through learning from his mistake. Yes, totally. I think it was super formative for the expansion and for Alphino. Also give us Ilberd, who basically set off the dominoes that led to everything after it. Literally, yeah. He really started a storm of blood, you might say. Every time Riel came to tell us more stuff that shouldn't be happening, I was like, can't the two of us say something? Do something? No. Someone I know did a Where's Graha for the current patch, forgetting he was in Redacted. Oof. 16-year-olds with private armies? You mean social media influencers? Thanks, I hate that, Ryu. Thanks, I hate that. That's horrible. Those griffins have resting judgment face, but they're pretty. They're beautiful. They're allowed to have it. It will not be easy to revisit the past, but sometimes one must look back to see the way forward. I take it we will soon be paying the Sylphs a visit. How fascinating. It will be to speak with them in person. Though I gather conversation can prove rather challenging? I don't recall it being that awkward. So, what's the plan, brother mine? Before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I proposed is largely written. Not long after that fateful day in Ul'dah, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history, from the events that led to its inception to the failings that brought about its demise. This I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine that it would later be referred to by those seeking to form a similar organization. And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone, its events viewed from a singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be broadened to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer what seems to be the most crucial question, namely, why, after the Crystal Braves disbanded, did some members choose to remain with us while others did not? I see. You think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new Grand Company together. And that this knowledge might help us to prevent it from falling apart when those bonds are inevitably tested. That is my hope, yes. But the questions I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As the former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandoned the cause would welcome my inquiries. Then Graha and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to the ones who kept the faith. A fine suggestion. Have care, however. Certain of my former comrades are of questionable character, so keep your wits about you, and let us reconvene in Gridania later on. I think Yu Yu Hase and I think it's a Hyur that's always with Yu Yu Hase, I think they're still alive, if I'm not mistaken. It'd be interesting if we get to talk to them again. If you have no objections, I have a mind to begin by speaking with Riel and Aliane. If memory serves, the two of them will be attending an intelligence briefing at Castrum Oriens. Let's seek them out there. Laurentius. It's amazing that you guys remember the name. Whew. I can always rely on Twitch chat. If I forget somebody's name, always Twitch chat will save me. And I'm living for it. Frankly, I feel they need a questline. Cap, I agree. I agree. I agree. Aliane, hi. Or Aliane, maybe? Probably Aliane. Yu Yu Hase's last name is Lulu Hase. That's cursed knowledge I didn't need to be given today. Yu Yu Hase, Lulu Hase. I mean, Teleji Adeleji kind of follows the same naming convention, right? After Baelsar's War, they were put in prison. Oh, so maybe we do get to interrogate them. Look, when you watch enough MSQ streams, you start replacing all the important things in your memory with 14. Lamb, I know. The obscure things that I've remembered throughout my playthrough has been wild. Like Nile, when she showed up during the Ruby Weapon, like, the only bit of information that I got from her was one fight, right? But I feel like I really knew her as a character, and yet it was one fight with some like exposition and some context on who she was. Queen at the age of 6. Yikers. Last seen in Baelsar's Wall, I think blowing up Ilbert's forces set sacrifice in motion. Yes, I believe that's... What was that emote? Hi, Mira. Yu Hase made it clear that he was only in the Braves for the paycheck, like every time you talk to him. So do we really need to ask him? I think it's deeper. I think it's deeper than that, Spade. It's been open question whether they were executed or still imprisoned. I would imagine still imprisoned. Whew, okay. Oh, I didn't expect to see you here. But if you enjoy intelligence briefings, you've come to the right place. It's more Alpha knows speed, I think. While such briefings are seldom exciting affairs, their importance in coordinating our efforts with our allies cannot be overstated. In that regard, Aliane and Riel have been most dependable. Riel does not strike me as the type that would go to intelligence briefings. But then again, he's given us so much important information, so, I mean... I just assumed he got it all through spying. Well, look who it is, and what brings you two here? Wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? In a manner of speaking, I've been assigned a task, you see, for which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. Real is Thancred if Thancred spent less time bothering ladies. True. Actually, Thancred has been a good boy. Having his dad arc really fixed him, in my eyes, because I found Thancred kind of annoying, and I didn't really like him. I was not a Thancred simp until Battle of the Dads. Battle of the Dads really made me appreciate Thancred so much more. He grew up a lot. Having a daughter will do that to you. Real, the way Terra voices him made me think you're talking like TF2 Sniper. So, you want to know why we decided to stick with the Scions, eh? Ain't an easy thing to put into words, that.
Sloppy.
As Riel will attest, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I do not think back to those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I hope to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I am able. But that wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you if you turned us away, but when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but to try and repay it? Nothing, that's what. As for me own tale, well, I've always felt the Scions have something in common with me old crew. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. That was our creed, and I still strive to live by it to this day. Watermelon! Hello? Watermelon? Thanks for the raid. Hi, raiders. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in on the Watermelon raid. How was your stream? What were you up to? I don't know if I have a mod. Let me give you a fancy shout out. Let me give you one of these. Hang on, it's a watermelon. Boop. Guys, press the heart. Wait, I haven't pressed the heart. Let me press the heart. Easy clap, easy clap. What were you up to? Ooh. Were you playing 14? I would hazard a guess to say you were playing 14. You were! Let's play Final Fantasy XIV! How was stream? How is you? Welcome in, raiders. If it's your first time meeting me, my name is Terra. I used to be a variety streamer. Now I'm a 14 variety streamer. Play a variety of 14 content. And we are currently on patch 5.55, and it's awesome. It's awesome. I love this game. I'm so scared. We're gonna start Endwalker on Saturday. I don't want to. I'm gonna call in sick. Can I call in sick to stream? Can I like ring you guys, be like, hey, I'm just really tired. I think I caught something going through the last patches of Final Fantasy Shadowbringers, so I can't make it on Saturday. I don't have any PTO left. He's soggy. You call in sick, I approve. I was playing 14 indeed, doing some roulettes, now looking to throw myself into the hellhole of PvP for those rewards. Oof. Oof. Play Monk. Play Monk in PvP. This is always my advice. If you hate PvP, pick up Monk and play Monk and just perma-stun people to death. It's great. You'll have a good time. It's nice. Although in front lines, you just accept that you're gonna die. If you charge in, you're probably gonna die. Just accept that. You need to call each of us individually. Okay. Okay. Jesus, it would take me all day. Also Summoner. Yes, Summoner in frontline seems problematic as frick. Just do like 5 crystalline conflict matches daily. You'll be fine. They're nice and fast. And play Monk. Summoner is the most fun I've had in PvP in a while. Okay, maybe I need to try my Summoner in PvP then. The new reward is awesome, but boy, it's rough. The newer is one of the new rewards, the boing, 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 the link shell thing that I hear people doing sometimes. No, Terra, not more monks in my matches. But Ryu, what if they're on your team? But what if they're on your team though? Ooh, ooh, ooh. It's nice. Nice. Monks on your team? Pog. Monks on the other team? Sag. Uninstall. I'll head back and protect the base as Summoner. Yeah, I need my Summoner is 80. Not that level matters for PvP, but I need to try Summoner in there. You play Dancer, die a lot in Crystalline Conflict. Does Dancer still have their triple dash in PvP? The classes feel so different in PvP. Samurai can slap shit, but do they have perma-stun? Though? The link shell is cute and people are already trolling with it because it makes a sound. Yeah. How much you want to bet they're gonna like retroactively hotfix the sound, either to be a lot quieter or just gone entirely? Don't abuse it, guys. Have fun with link shell noise, but don't abuse it, okay? You're gonna get us all in trouble. They have a stun and bind? Yo, Sam can insta-kill? Oh boy. But then I have to level Samurai. Ooh, stinky. It should be client-side only in my opinion. I think I agree with that. Because if like 10 people in an area all do it at once, cacophony. Had someone in Wolf's Den genuinely say Monk was bad in Crystalline Conflict? I almost did a spit take. There's no way. I literally never played Monk in PvP. Took Monk into Crystalline Conflict, destroyed, and then like I was like, okay, cool, nice, awesome. This is now my PvP class. Sam LB in PvP is pretty OP. So is Monk Limit Break. And the fact that you can, with Monk's Limit Break, you can break somebody's like barrier shell. So if they're about to die and they're panic burying, you can Limit Break them to break their shell and then the rest of your party or yourself kills them. Gotta study the blade. While you were playing MSQ, I studied the blade. Bard is nuts in PvP. Mainly play frontlines. I think I want to pick up Summoner for frontlines. That sounds real good. Monk is also fun to knock people off of mountains. I live for that. I live for that in frontlines. I literally sit by those stairs and I'm like, I'm gonna get 1 or 2 people. That's all. I don't care if I die for it. I'm gonna get 1 or 2 people knocked off the ledge here. White Mage in frontlines is great as well. Heard. Play your tanks in PvP since you don't use it in dungeons. That's your go-to use for them. Got it. They went from how do I level these to they're leveling all my other jobs. Nice. Yeah, you only need level 30 to play any class in PvP, and then you can level them up that way. Paladins, Paladins never die. I totally get that. Paladins never die in PvP. I usually give up. I go fight something else. I'm like, there's already 4 people trying to kill this Paladin. I'm gonna go beat up that black mage I see over there. Generally play Dragoon in PvP. Suck at it. But with other jobs. Monk. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior Monk? You should try Monk. PvP stream when? Probably this week, honestly. Probably this week, since we have time to kill before Saturday, before we enter Endwalker. The distubation. I don't know what distubation means. I love Summoner PvP, but Machinist is personal. Like personal favorite. Party-wide speed, defense, damage buffs. Wow. Astro? Okay. Okay. Anyways, Watermelon, thank you so much again for the raid. We went off on a PvP rant. I really appreciate you. I hope your stream was fantastic. Good luck in PvP. We're going to dive back into MSQ. Okay. Woo. But as time goes on, I've learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes. From Hoary Boulder to Mr. Sataru, we've all got something to offer. The B team has been doing so good. We're proud of our B team. So proud of them. Hoary Boulder in particular. He's really coming into his own. My absolute pleasure. Andy dropped me here the other day and I honestly love the vibes. My heart. I adore Andy. I adore Andy so much. That's another reason I like to play tanks. They live longer. Die so fast because I'm so bad at PvP. Oh, Machinist makes it personal. I see what you're saying. Okay. And not one of us is doing it for personal gain. Because we believe there's more important things than that. Things worth protecting. Which is why being a Scion's... that's what being Scion's all about. I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me, sir. Could you? This is what I'm more curious in. Why do you think the Crystal Braves ended in failure? Why do I think the Crystal Braves ended in failure? I think it was from a lack of attention to people's motivations. I think Alfie should have spent more time, because Ilberd was like a high-ranking Crystal Brave, right? Alfie should have spent more time making sure that our goals truly aligned, because Ilberd was the problem. Because Leader was a political influencer, yeah. And I think Alfie was so self-absorbed and so concerned with himself, he wasn't paying attention to literally anything else. He was a captain, right? Real always was a cool guy. I love Real, dude. Real's a great character. Alfie was immature, trusted too much, yeah. Well, it's found in ideals were something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make a crew. For every swab who signed up with good intentions, there was another who was only in it for the coin, the glory, or both. So we should have been a non-profit, is what he's saying. We shouldn't have been paying nobody. Ours was quite a disparate band, and while I will never forgive Ilberd, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. Just a pity he was doing it for all the wrong reasons, eh? Only takes one bad apple, they say, and the Braves had a barrel full of them. Not like the Scions. We might look like a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down, we've all got that shared sense of purpose. And why? Because Tataru sifted out all the glory hunters before they made it to the door. Tataru, the real MVP. I reference this meme a lot, but there was a meme I think I saw on TikTok or YouTube Shorts, I don't remember what it was, but it's like the Final Fantasy lore, and it's them holding a book with one of those like stretch filters that stretches the book all the way down to the floor, and then it's like Final Fantasy lore if Tataru had a gun, and the book is like this thick. The lore would have been over if Tataru had a gun. Would have been one expansion. I see. So, while our ranks comprise a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strengths, we are all united in purpose. Tataru carries the Scions out of back. She really does. Machinist Tataru. Yeah, she chose the wrong class. Should have been Machinist. Game would have been over already. I couldn't handle Might of Tataru with a gun. No Ascian could. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again. Bye, Riol. And Eliane, I guess. I like Riol more. Sorry, Eliane. Riol's just a stronger character. We actually don't right now. We actually don't. Could I make one here? Or do we? Did it break? I just got a tell asking if we have a link shell. We did. It might have broken. We do have one. We do have one. Get your bum in here. I should have been inviting people to this. How do I invite people? It's been a minute. It's been a minute. How do I invite humans? Help. Help me. Help. She's an Omnicrafter, so yeah, she's basically a primal. You totally could, Catherine. You totally could. We had one earlier. Yeah, I forgot I made this one. Right-click a person, there's an invite. Invite to party, report, view party finder, target, view adventure plate. There isn't an option. I could report them. There should be. And yet, why is there not? Oh, it has to actually physically be the person? Where are you? There you are. It has to physically be the person. There we go. Catherine, come here. There we go. There we go. There we go. Can't be the name. That's the problem. Can do it through player searches as well? Okay, cool, cool, cool. Oh. Report them for being hot. Cap said, I'd like to have a nice questline that has Alphino come speak with Laurentius and Yuyuhase individually before they are sentenced. Perhaps a look through the echo to see their memories, especially after the events of the wall. Then at the end, we see their fate carried out. I just hope they've only been imprisoned, not literally murderlated. If anyone else wants in the Crossworld link shell, just send me a tell. And as long as you're nearby me, I'll invite you. Oh, wait. After the company of heroes went their separate ways, I did try working on me own for a bit, and I'll admit, it was nice being able to pick me on battles, but if you want to make a real difference, you need to find a good crew and stick with them. Speaking of former Crystal Braves, I've not seen, oh god, Ergimus of late, constantly away on missions as he is. I wonder how he fares. They get trial against Roban. Combat against Roban and Pippin. They're done. They're done. There you are. Come here, you. And Grabe? Where's Grabe? I just saw you. There you are, Grabe. There we go. Torver? Where's Torver? Flemmy? Hoi! Come here, you. Have I seen you in game before? Hold a minute. Hold a minute. Is this a fresh adventure plate to view? Oh, this is a fresh. Repository empty. Send help. What a cutie. What a cutie. You sent a tell, but you're not right there? Okay, I'll give you a second. Let's see if I can invite via player search. View party finder? No. I probably have to literally do it through this. Well, when you're here, I'll do it. I'm lazy. Need to get my tanky boy into free company now that I've moved to Modwin. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. If not, I can go over to Modwin K. Is there a link shell to be added to? Yes, there is, Ryu. I'm a bad person. I want to personally strangle Yu Yu Hase. It's not good of me as the warrior of light to execute. While we may offer him redemption, I personally don't think he'd accept it unless it was an opportunity to stab us in the back. Blur, you're probably right, but I have a deep love of Yu Yu Hase just because his Japanese voice actor has the deepest voice in the entire world, and so it makes me like him as a meme. Oh my god, I made it. I'm a Terra buddy. Howdy, gamers. Yo, Crossworld Link Shell. I totally forgot about the Crossworld Link Shell. Let's go. I see you've escaped to the one place untainted by capitalism. Yet, Flammy. What data center? Modwin. Yet. Oh, there you are. Come here, you. And of course, the adventure plate. God, I love Bun Boys. I love Bun Boys so much. Blur will fix that, don't worry. Don't you worry, bestie. Dynamis DC, Modwin World. Yes, thank you. Whew. Me too. Okay. Oh shoot, I'll get you after the after this little quest chain. I saw you here somewhere, didn't I? Yeah, I did. There you are. Well, I think we have taken up enough of our colleagues' time, and I am conscious that less life-affirming testimonies await. Yeah. Let us make our way to Gridania and hear what the others have learned. Less life-affirming testimonies. That's very accurate. We started on a high, and it's only gonna get low from here. Come here, you. It's fine, your warrior of light does not have to be perfect so long as he does not act on those thoughts impulsively. Exactly. You are the warrior of light, for goodness sake. Wait a second. Does this mean you resubbed? Are you back in? Are you back in? Ah, this is so cute! A watch duty finder never gets the tank. Who was phone? I love this, dude. This is so good. You gotcha baited. We gotcha. We gotcha back in. I might have resubbed. We gotcha. Just like that. Easy. Shadowbringer quest start sound is so good. Yes, it is. Wait, why am I getting a party invite? What's happening? What is this? What is this for? What do you want from me? Did you misclick? Did you misclick, Mira? Invite to the link shelf. There you go. What ho, my friends? Could one join the Crossworld Link Shell? Of course, old boy. Of course. Oh my god, I love cosplayers so much. Of course. Get your little bum in here. Get your little bum in here, man. Lame. You'll get there eventually. Just chase me down. I think I'm heading to Gridania next. There you go. You're in the Terra buddies. Iruku, are you nearby? There you are. Boop. 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 There we go. Finally done with those dailies. Time to pet the Lala. True. True. All right, meet me in Gridania if you still need a link shell invite. Gridania. The boy. Dude, I love our cosplayers. Our cosplayers are so good. ERP aboard. That's why I have my chat hidden, okay? You guys can be as degen as you want, because chat is not available to stream. Hi, Simi, welcome in. There's a Thancred cosplayer on Crystal Brynhilder. It's always dancing by the Aetheryte Crystal in redacted location. If it's a certain place that Ponto AFKs every second of his life, I'm fully aware of that location. Well, I'm not fully aware of that location, but I'm aware of the location's name and the music that plays there at the very least. Because not just Ponto, but every single content creator AFKs there. You watch a video for literally anything and you hear every fucking video. Oh, I swore again. Damn it. Demonetized instantly. Loading over to Modwin. KKKK. Is it cosplaying if my 14 characters just a cosplay of me after HRT? Oh, HRT! No, no, it's not. That's you living your best life. Are you kidding? There's a player called Small Fry. It's always in the new main city for each expansion. He's done it since Heavensward. One of the people in my free company is a Hashirfont cosplayer, and they're so dedicated to it. Dude, was it last stream that we saw that Papa Sean cosplayer in Ulda? You'd love to see it. YouTube gonna get your butt for that swear, I know. I gotta stop, dude, I gotta stop. On the way here, I took the opportunity to write up my notes from our conversation with Aliene and Riol. All that remains is to add Alize and Graha's findings, whatever they may be. Hang on, I see a Bermund. I think they're lost. Here we go. Got you. When Alize sets her mind on something, there is no stopping her, and her mind was truly set on finding former Braves. For a while, I even feared what she might do to them. But in the event, she was admirably civil, for the most part. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Not Ali kicking bomb, dude. Terra swear reported. No, don't report me to daddy YouTube. They'll demonetize me. Made my PC basically a cosplay of my PC from SWTOR. But of Viera, because they have better running animations. Dude, SWTOR, Jesus, that's a deep cut. There's a neon pink themed Lala on your server named Death Muscles Very Huge. It's so cute, are you kidding? Part of the Graha free company over on Sephiroth. It's always nice to make people's day by using some of the emotes near them. Aww. Dude, that's precious. Whoop. Lauren, where are you? Are you nearby? Not yet. Not yet. Hello? Wait, who's this? Have I seen this bun boy before? This is the Freckles one, isn't it? The beautiful Freckle? Oh yes. Oh yes, it is. Oh yes, it is. Do you want Link Shell? Come here, become Link Shell. And I'm still waiting to see, who was it? Lauren? Catfished, are you in the Link Shell? I'm just gonna be shooting out invites. If I hear a tell noise, I'm sending a may have lagged? Rip. Still in Cactua, the Hashfont you knew had firmament titles. Single-handedly rebuilt Ishgard himself. Not only survived a spear through the chest, but hi. Would you like Link Shell? I mean, you can always deny it if you don't want it. Boop. Not only survived spear through the chest, but rebuilt the firmament. You'd love to see it. As the proper Jedi greeting goes. Hello there. Terra putting people in the Link Shell the way Pokemon trainers force a small animal into a ball. I am. I'm literally throwing Pokeballs and seeing if they land. Huh! Pokeball invite. Ugh! Get in my Link Shell. How do you... Is there a... Because you know how you can like Alt A for Alliance chat, Alt P for party chat? Is there one for Link Shell? Alt L? No. Alt 1? No. I don't think there is. Sag. Gotta be all manually doing it. Hello, gamers! Whew. I want to join too, but your alt is like level 15 MSQ. You need to pimp up your character and eventually play first. Dang right. Dang right, Tim. Get to it. Snap to it. L? I tried L. Alt. A, Alt, L. No. Alt L doesn't work. Good day, old boy. The best chat. You mean gamers? I do. Hello? Did I send you one of these? Just in case I didn't. And you, just in case I didn't. Here we go. Gotta keep leveling too, but one day, take your time, Yamina. As I said, don't rush. Don't rush. Even if I get ahead of you in story, you'll catch up eventually. Sorry guys, Endwalker delayed by a month. Terra's busy building a Link Shell army. Priorities. I got my priorities. Alt F1? Oh, maybe. Wait a second. What? I'm gonna try it. I don't trust it, but I'm gonna try it. No, didn't work. Torb, come on. I wasn't born yesterday, but I was born yesterday. Alt F4 is particularly funny. It's a secret hidden emote, actually, if you Alt and F4 together. I thought we said 16-year-olds weren't supposed to have army. Listen, I am a 31-year-old man, okay? I'm old. I'm old as hell. Thanks to Tataru's ever-dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former Braves without any great difficulty. There's a male Thailander here. Some were forthright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture, and I must warn you, Alphino, some of their comments were harsh. I can well imagine, but their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. 31. Ah, what a cute baby. I am 31, yes. Doom Cookie, out of curiosity, how old did you think? Compliment me. Compliment me, damn it. Compliment me. Be like, I thought you were 19. Stop. Thank you. I will set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, pray go on ahead to Little Solace and seek out Elder Frixio. I will join you anon. Speaking of Link Shell, I heard a Link Shell noise. Give me 1 second. Hello? Get your little bum in here. Get your little booty in here. Join the Link Shell army. Who are you in my Twitch chat? Who are you in my Twitch chat? Reveal yourself. Who are you? Who are you? Reveal yourself in Twitch chat. You coward. Do it. Do it. All right. All right. I feel better. All right. I feel better. I feel better now. Honestly, it's a great picture though. It's a great picture, but this, not acceptable. Not acceptable in 2023. Well, there goes a 10-year streak and they're dead. Oh my God, how dare you. Lamb, I don't think you're in the Link Shell. Come here, you. Come here, you. There we go. I thought you were 25 or 27. Stop. Stop. Go on. Continue. Continue, Doom Cookie. Okay. Alphino looks deep in thought. You good, bud? You good? Leave me to attend to my report and join the others in Little Solace. I shan't keep you waiting long. I know how playful the sylphs can be. Yes. Not quite to the level of the pixies, but they can still be tricksy. I think I'm beginning to get the idea for the pace you get through MSQ, Terra. I'm sure you'll get to Endwalker. Battle fries! No! No! Listen. I'm an MSQ gamer. I'm off on my little MSQ train. Totally focused, zero distractions. Promise. Guys, outfit looks really good on the buns. Glad I got it. Oh! I don't think I noticed it. If you continue shadowing me, let me see. Let me see. Even though it's all one piece, it is a very good looking outfit. I am sad that it's all one piece, but it is a very good looking outfit. Totally shorter stream today. Yeah, remember when I said, guys, today might be a short stream? It might be a short stream today if we finish 5.55. I might end early. 8-hour stream incoming. 8-hour stream incoming. Distractions are half the fun. I should like set a precedent. The reason that I stream on Twitch is for Twitch chat first. I stream it for the sense of community. I stream on this platform for the sense of community and for the chat engagement and for everything that you guys bring to the table and everything that I bring to the table and that combined energy. That is the #1 reason that I stream on Twitch. The game isn't always secondary, but occasionally, if we're off on an unhinged tangent, the game's gonna take a backseat. I just wanna set that expectation that sometimes game will take a backseat. So just be warned that I go off on tangents. My IRL friends call it my chalkboard rants because it's like me with like a chalkboard behind me and I'm talking about nothing literally for 30 minutes. Invite to link, shall my liege? Absolutely. Give me 1 second to be out of the cutscene. 14 is perfect because once you catch up in story, you can just town stand and chat. Literally. I will reach my final form one day. One day, phone. But it'll be mixed in with actual content, unlike a certain creator that we know and love, because I do really want a Savage raid. By the way, Tara, it's /CWL1 to link shell. Thank you, Lamb! Appreciate you. Now that I think about it, of the 4 of us, only you and Alphino have any real experience conversing with the sylphs. Still, it can't be that hard, can it? We may have to do some dances. Be forewarned. May I please join your link shell? Yes, you can, Entropic. Yes, you can. Especially because you asked so nicely. I'm also missing Derek, and I know I'm missing Mon. Come here, you. The link shell army. It yet grows. Here we go. Wait. Come here, you. Get your little bum in here. Oh, players already. Did I already invite you? Did you change your outfit on me and confuse me? I think you did. Yeah, no, it looks fantastic on Bun Girls. Are you kidding me? It looks amazing on Bun Girls. Worth. Very worth. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Be still my heart. Again, I wish you could break up the pieces, but it looks fantastic. So, a small price to pay. A very small price to pay, I would say. It really shows, Tara, how your face lights up. Not from the game, but from reading chat in the middle of reactions. Never change. Aw, Dion, don't be sweet to me. Tara's still on the ascension journey. This is not even my final form. That's good to know. Thank you for clarifying for those of us new here, Tara. As much as I'd love to see you get to MSQ ASAP, this is your stream. It's good to know what your streams are like. Hope you enjoy all there is in the game and the chat have to offer at your own pace. Battlefries, thank you for that. That's sweet of you to say. Boop. Okay, let's move on. Looks great on female Elizin. If anyone has it and has a femme Elizin, please bring it over. I would love to see. Though I had the honor of sharing a table with Elder Frixio and Alamigo, I did not have an opportunity to speak with him. I do hope my studies have granted me a sufficient grasp of the people— Did a whale just go by in the background? The hell is happening right there? Hello, Frixio. You can buy Yuna's 10 outfit for real money. Like, getting a code for it? I know some cosmetics you can do that. 16% mount, that's crazy. And you don't have to try and match because it's all one piece. That's honestly a blessing. That's honestly a blessing. Ah, welcome, Brave One and friends of Brave One. How good it is to see Walking Ones again so soon after the meeting. Oh, should this one perform the customary dance of greeting? No, be at ease. It is true that these ones once delighted in making Walking Ones dance, but no more. Horned One, Kane Senna, said that the Walking Ones would be coming to Little Solace. Imperial Ones also invaded Sylphlands and abducted many of these ones, so these ones will be glad to bear messages between fighting friendly ones. That is heartening to hear, Elder. It will require all ones to work in unison to stop the Telophoroi. Graha's so cute. These ones will try very hard, of course, but in matters of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice Walking Ones can provide would be most welcome. Oh wait, it's an 8-person mount. 8-person. 16 sounded excessive. 8-person is still insane. Oh, another pretty silver-haired one, and in quite a hurry it seems. Alize, you must come quickly. Whatever's the matter, Alphino? Don't tell me. You couldn't read my handwriting. What? No. A Twin Adder officer accosted me as I was about to set out. Charlene has sent an envoy, who is due to arrive in Gridania at any moment. That was quick. An envoy? Could it be that Quirrell has managed to sway the forum? We shall know soon enough. But there is more. The envoy has requested that the two of us attend the audience with the Elder Seedseer. Really? I could see why they might want Scions to be present, but us specifically? Wait, it isn't who I think it is. It is. I could scarce believe it myself, but when I inquired as to the envoy's identity, I was told it was the... Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Here comes a name. Here comes a name. It was one Forchanal Levelier. Forchanal. I think I nailed that. 4chan level, you get out. Get out, lamb. As a massive $1 bean, I think Graha would make an amazing woman. He's the biggest warrior lights. He's the warrior's biggest simp. So true. So true. I mean, look at that step. Stop. He's so cute. 4 cheese level, you get out. That was good. Thank you. Fortnite level. You guys are unhinged. Your father? Well now, the fact that a serving member of the Forum had journeyed here would be a surprise enough, but him? Quite. I glean from this that they are taking the matter seriously. That may be, but why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members? Unless he volunteered for it. Fortnite Battle Pass. I just... God damn it, Catherine. Why would you unlock that cursed memory of that song? He's a he, him, $1 bean, okay? Agree. Agree. Graha sells himself short. He keeps on saying, I am no hero. And I'm like, dude, have you seen the things you've done? Literally became a popsicle. Literally became a popsicle in the first to stand vigil to inspire people to hope. Like, hello? Hi! Hello? You want a kiss? My partner's home. I'll be back. I'm gonna go get a kiss. Mwah. Bye, losers. And I've set it up so, oh no, something's here. Whee! Whoa, goodbye. Ooh. Oh. Okay, I'm done. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm done. Guys. We can make a move. Guys, we can make a move. Is it too early? Do we make a move? Would you feel sufficiently like swayed by this point if you were in here and this lady was singing about Sandani? Would you be like, oh yes, kiss me, Arthur, kiss me? But how would one mount a horse on controller? Not like that. We're not gonna talk about that. We're not gonna talk about that. Echo! Thank you for 10 rounds.
Sound alerts aren't working for me, so pretend this is a realistic knocking
Okay,
noise.
okay, here we go. Let me hang on. Give me a second. Knock. Oh my god, Echo. Oh, Jesus. Did I sell it? Did it work? Did it was that good? Did you get the dopamine? Did you get the dopamine? Kitty has claimed the arm. And there's nothing. Oh no. She kind of hot though, but oh no. Hang on, I want to get a closer look at that. No. Are you still fucking alive? You're both still fucking alive. Explain. What happened to my face? Why did my face do this? Hang on. What happened here? What? What happened? What happened here? Okay, we're good. Green. I definitely ate it. Puppies? Puppies? Not friendly! Not friendly puppies! Oh. Okay. We'll be schmoving. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We got Pogger music. We're gonna get a heart. I'm gonna use the speedrun strats that I know. Just kidding. We're gonna do it normally, guys. What just happened here? There we go. This is so scary.
all stand on one leg. Me too. You keep shooting, sir, and this time you kill the beast. He emerged.
Okay. Here we go, Julie. I got it. I got it. There it is. I made this at work because I remembered this meme format, and I was like, this is how Terra reads chat. Here's me. Here's the rest of Twitch chat. Here's Julie. And here's my poor fucking mods that I always miss. I figured I should be self-aware. I should be self-aware at the way I read chat. Oh my god. You were thinking and about that clip is still relevant. I still never see my poor mods messages. Hi mods, I love you. Love you so much. Sorry that I'm blind to your sword. All right, what were we talking about? What tangent were we on? What chalkboard conversation were we having? Oh yeah, Graha literally turning himself into a popsicle. A pixelated popsicle. Literally made himself a popsicle and then is like, oh, I'm no hero though. Ooh woo. I'm no, you're the hero though. You're the hero. I'm just here on your adventure with you, but I'm no hero. Pixel definitely works. When somebody made the joke and it took me out. Somebody made the joke that when Graha was becoming like pixelated, crystallized, that they used up all the budget on Valen's sweat and his milk. That's it. Valen's sweat and milk got all the budget, and then Graha was just becoming pixelated. Graha just wants to be the bottom. Respect. Respect, honestly. Takes a lot of bravery. I had to mute stream though, because meeting. He's Huggy, I love you. I choked on my spit. He's Huggy, I love you. I'm sorry if I see your messages. Please pet the mods. They're good. They're doing their best. I can imagine 10,000 years later, people in the first going on a pilgrimage from all over Norvrent to lick the crystal so that they may be blessed. Derek, I hate that. I hate that so much. Please never say that again. Nobody lick Popsicle Graha, please. It's been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he's concerned for your well-being? Perhaps, but he's always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Oh, the milkman was pretty terrible. I could absolutely see him embezzling from the budget. Indeed, and whenever we write to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose here. Elder Frixio, loath though I am to cut our visit short, we must return to Gridania. Pray accept my apologies, along with my report. I only like the real Graha. Same. Graha spent 100 years being a top when all he wanted was, yeah, he's repressed. He's repressed for sure. Spade, no! Somebody on my YouTube comments, they literally said Graha became a level 80 mining node, and I was laughing so hard and was so upset about it. I didn't respond to it, but it was very funny. Also, thanks for the follows, you guys, if I didn't say it. Graha can actually relate to a lot. Hate getting credited for stuff that feels like anyone could do in those situations. Yes, I called the ambulance because it was an emergency. Please don't celebrate it. Anyone would do that in this situation. I get you. I get you. But Graha takes it to an extreme. Graha takes it to an absolute extreme, and you know it. Never mind. There'll be time to talk later. This one won't keep walking ones from urgent matters. Go. People gotta make stupid jokes to counterbalance all the tears. Yep. It just shows everyone's coping methods, right? The audience will be held at the Lotus Stand, where the Elder Seed Seer awaits even now. Let us be on our way. Zithwan. The best comment I saw about Graha was imagining the writers coming up with the character. What if a Catboy was a golden retriever, but also a bottom twink? I feel that in my soul. Yo, what is this mount? Hello? Oh, this looks like one of them money mounts. How much dollars? How much dollars is this? Because I got this one. I totally earned it myself. I didn't earn it myself. Somebody from Twitch, Serena, if they can hear me, gave me this. 50 mil! Jebus Cristo. That's a couple dollars. May we please be friends? But of course. But of course. Ah, one of the new 50 million money sink mounts. That's insane. I have to say that Graha's desire to go on an adventure with us probably a case of be careful what you wish for. Oh, that scared me. You brought us to the first for an adventure, and it was pure horror. Yeah. Now Graha just wants a normal adventure with friends. Oh my god, not one but two money sinks? Are you like an Omnicrafter? Like, what is this? How do I look at you? How do I fully acknowledge what you are? Oh my god. Okay. There's too much money being flaunted in front of me right now. I'm feeling inadequate. Oh my god. Oh. Literally just dumping your money. Literally just dumping your money. Holy cow. Goodness gracious. Imagine having money. Oops. No, it's... Where is it? Conjurer's Guild? Yeah, Conjurer's Guild. You have all of them. That's you, Lila? Oh, Jesus. Jesus. Conjurer's Guild is where? Boop. Terra, once I get in game. Yeah. Yeah. Link Shell? Yeah, come up to me. Dude. I think Insel's lecturing the Serpent Officer for some reason. Let's go in! Never mind the gill mounts. I need 2.5 more million MGP for the new gold saucer. Does anyone have that new gold saucer mount yet? I haven't even seen it. Because I was too scared of the 6.3 patch notes. I was too scared of seeing a spoiler. So any info or visuals that I've gotten of 6.3 has been like bled down through Twitch chat. You have it, Blackmore? I would love to see it. It's not great. Does anyone know the answer to my question? Out of Alfie and Allie, who would be the heir? Who is the oldest? Does anyone know who the oldest is? There has to be one by like a few seconds, right? Or a couple minutes. They must have had a line where like, I'm older. And the other one's like, by 2 minutes. They popped out at the same time. Eorzea is the oldest. She's better. Alfie is older? Hang on, I'm getting some conflicted messages here. Hi, Becky Bones. Welcome in. It's a 4-person mount, the MGP one? Dang. Bum, 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 bum. It's Blackjack from FS6. Looks nice, but people mad at generic music. Oof. Eorzea is older than Dualcast Verbirth Zithuan. I love you. That's fantastic. It's basically an air balloon. Oh, that's a little bit of a bummer. I feel like people would say different things here. They definitely are, Jez. They definitely are. There's a line where he says he's her older brother. Oh. I'm sure whichever one was looking like they'd be a second just teleport to the nearest Aetheryte rather than lose. Got you. Alfie came out normal. And at the same time, Eorzea cut herself out C-section style with her rapier. Eorzea came out with a baby, came out as a baby, cutting her way out just to tie Alfie, so he couldn't hold it over her. Found an official page. It is Alfie. There we go. Thank you. Have a follow-up video after this part? Okay. Came out with a toothpick rapier. After all this time, it will be good to see my father, even if it's an official meeting. Is he here yet? Oh no, of course not. He has to have a dramatic entrance. Of course he's not. 99 may seem like a rather a lot of members, but before the forum was founded, every person of age in Charlayan was given equal say in its governance. Many of the institutions that are still active today were established by the people's vote, not least the Studium. As Eorzea and I were constantly reminded during our time there, it is an example of what can be achieved through absolute democracy. Sounds kind of nightmarish if I'm being honest. C-section via teleport? Novel idea. Wait! Could they do that? Or would the baby itself have to attune to an Aetheryte crystal? I thought that was the whole thing about like Aetheryte travel. The baby would have to like reach their hand. Oh no, hang on, we're not going down that. Never mind. Moving on. During my time in Charlayan, I heard much of Fulchenor Levelier. He's a gifted speaker, known amongst other things for the uncompromising application of forum policy. Oh my god, Terra. I'm sorry I went there. What if mom ports away and the babies get left behind? Someone's just like ready there to catch as the babies fall. We're not going down that placenta, honestly. And yet YouTube demonetizes swears. Yet what we just discussed would be totally fine. But the swears are the problem. Do I need to start sending out emails? No, Steve from HR, it's fine. Oh boy. My friends, I thank you all for coming so swiftly. Word of Master... Oh, I hate this name. I got it the first time. Master Forchanol. Master Forchanol's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Kryle permission to request Charlane's aid, we did not anticipate so prompt a reply. That's what I'm saying. Much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What the nature of that reply may be, we shall soon discover. Cutscene time, dramatic entrance time. No, not abortion. We're saying C-section. C-section via teleportation. C-section. Well, he looks pretty from the back, which would make sense because both the twins are very pretty. Oh no, he's hot.
Elder Seedseer, I thank you for granting me this audience.
Foul tarnished. No, Gab. He's a good-looking elf, yeah. Pretty from the back. Not like that, Tim. Come on. Glad I made for this. Welcome in, stranger. Also, Ian, I don't know when you snuck in here, but hi. Hi. You have a video for me after this cutscene? Okay. I think you and Izagi probably have the same video in mind, Sid. Voice like silk. Smooth like butter. Wait until you meet Mama Levelier. I can't wait. She's probably the sweetest bean in the world. Prepare your cheeks. Just now climbed in a window. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. Father, very much so. No, no, he's a married man, Battle Fries. Come on, married man. Abandon your foolish ambitions.
I am Fortuno Leveilleur, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
Hang on, I kind of aced his name. Fortuno, I like aced his name. Hang on. Kind of aced his name, patting myself on the back for that one. Very proud.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuno, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
Is he picking favorites? Did you see the red hair tie? Is he picking favorites? It would explain Alfie a lot if Allie was the favorite.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
Battle Fries, you're so right. You're actually so right. I like this. It's 2023 after all. Amaric was also in Dark Souls, was he? Wow, literally patting yourself on the back? Yeah, I deserve it. Hello? If he didn't sire twins, his child would tutor your band. Get out. 5 shall not. I hate it. I hate it.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
Ameliance, what a beautiful name. That's Mom,
How
I'm
is
assuming.
Mother?
Yeah, it's Mom.
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health.
Wait, their dad seems so sweet. I was not expecting this.
Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisois, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
I'm sorry, did he just pronounce it Louisois? Like Louis, comma, sois? I thought it was Louisois. I don't like this Louisois. But still, he's adorable. He's so sweet. What? I always thought it was Louisois.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the primals.
Can we get some DEDs, some deads in chat? I need to see that clip, and it's an emote in my channel. Thank you, Golsev. Lowercase, lowercase. It'll show up in chat there. If you don't have the 7TV extension, it'll show up in chat. Chat warning about spoilers? Okay, I won't look up. I won't look up. Thank you, guys. I had to make it comical for myself, or I was gonna get emotional here.
Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
Yeah, he was.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene.
Oh. Hang on. Hang on.
And my position remains unchanged.
Oh. Ian, when you open your oven too fast. Ian, you're banned. You're banned. Get out. Get out. It's about to get... And there it is. Literally, Becky, what I was exactly thinking. And there it is. Now the political ugly side comes out.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
Okay, it's such a dumb stance. It is such a dumb stance. If Louisoix did not... Sorry, if Louisoix didn't intervene, it would be over. No game. No video game. No Eorzea. Hello? Like, how can you be so...
It is more than that. It is our way of life. Who we are.
We'll change it. Like, sorry, maybe insensitive, but change it.
But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the forum's answer to your request.
It's about to be a no.
Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
Well, you're not cute to me anymore, sir. My joy and optimism gone, dude. My culture, though. Change it. You can fix him. No, I literally can't. If he's gonna be political and rigid in his ways, no. It is who we are. We sit back and do nothing while the whole world gets fricked. Yeah, honestly. This is exactly what it was like to ask my mom for McDonald's when I was a kid. Rigid, goals of your bed. Can you ask Fortunal if the Sharlayans can help us? Because if I ask, he'll say no. But if you ask, he'll say yes.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
Literally. Literally. Literally? Can we get some clarification? Terra's only attracted to diplomats that agree with him? No, I'm attracted to intelligent people, and this guy just showed his stupidity. Plain and simple. That's why Eorzea is so hot to me. Plain and simple.
The final days. Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald. One in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
And sociopaths. Xenos, listen. Morning Lord, you listen here. Xenos is an exception. Also, Xenos has not shown us a situation where he's stupid. He was smart enough to see what his dad was doing with the Black Rose and intervened, okay? Xenos is somewhat intelligent. My ideals stand, all right? My attraction stands. Ostrich meets sand. Literally, Lila. Literally, ostrich meets sand. That's the Sharlayans. Head, fucking 6 feet in the sand. Oh, I swore. Demonetized.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider.
Well, yes, he must, but they're not going to.
You may feel safe on your little island across the waves. But if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all. themselves included.
Yeah. Are you guys talking about my best friend Xenos? Yeah, we are, Bidota. Yeah, we are. Xenos is not smart. He's combat sexual, but I haven't seen him be unintelligent. So he's not unattractive to me yet. If he does something blatantly stupid, I will lose attraction to him, but he hasn't yet. Xenos isn't dumb. He's just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Xenos can see the forest for the trees. He's intelligent. Ballparks out on the wisdom stat. Yeah, that's the thing. Xenos, high intelligence, low wisdom stat. That is a perfect example, Ian. That is wording it very well. Ike, don't stab me. Xenos is against Black Rose? Yes, because it would ruin his fun. I can fix him. Every time I say it, I get less and less sure of it. He's not dumb, he's dummy thick. Dang right. Dang right.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Charlie. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
Yep. And is that going to change anything? Nope.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline.
Did I call this man attractive? I would like to rescind my previous statement. Citing insanity. I didn't know what I was thinking. I saw a beautiful Elzen boy, and I thought, wow, beautiful. Wow, I'm attracted. Wow, what a great man. Nope! Disgusting! Disgusting! Yikers. This is a big, tall glass of yikers. Not for me.
I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war.
Cleric, same. For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Bro, I don't like this. I'm talking stuff about Louis Swat as well. Man, speed running being hated. He really is. He's speed running. How fast can I make Terra and the rest of the video game players hate me? Adorable. You said adorable. I would like to rescind that statement. Citing insanity. There's a reason why he's one of the most hated characters in Endwalker. Being this rigid in your ways, it's fine. You know what? It's fine to have like your culture and respect your way of life. But being this rigid in it is so problematic. So problematic for so many different reasons. Defending yourself is very different from going to war. Dang right, Battle Fries. Dang right. Hated faster than Asahi. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Keep going, dang it. I have to leave soon. Sorry, Ike.
Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice?
Being alive. We like being alive. We like being alive.
It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
I thought we were gonna have a nice, cute. Okay. My dumbass thought we were gonna have a nice, cute family reunion, and then he was gonna be like, "Yes, the Sharlayans will consider your proposal, but we must discuss matters further. Pray attend to us in our homeland, and we will discuss how we best approach it." Nope, I was so wrong. I was so wrong. Ooh, I like that one. This one seems too desperate. No, I like this one. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom. It is indolence. Funky.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike him, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy.
I am so mad. Bro, I'm so mad. When's the last time we were talked down to that hard? Holy heck.
Alphino, Alize.
Dang right, coffee.
As of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
They're my kids now. Get the hell out of here. They're my kids now.
What?
They're my kids.
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
They're mine now. You never deserved them. Wow.
Master Fortuneau, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
Literally ostrich meets hand, as someone said earlier.
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Wow.
Father!
Wow.
Wait! Don't bother, Alize.
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
Yeah, good time for a stretch. I am furious. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the self-care, you guys. I am furious. I might need to take a little break. I might need to step away for a bit.
Such devastation.
Let's put this into what it is. Let's put this into exactly what it is. Disowning your children for attempting to save a world. Black and white right there. Disowning his children because he's too blind to see the global issues. And is just going, you know what, you guys are just pining for war. Goodbye. Okay, you're not my kids anymore. Bad Dad Forcheese. His name is Forcheese going forward. Thank you very much. Forcheese because he's, stinky. Not even just that, disowning them for just having a different life philosophy. Yeah. How can you call yourself a scholar? And literally like, la 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 la, you're wrong. La 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 la, goodbye, not my children anymore. Goodbye. Like. Thank you for the follows during that. I was having a moment. Appreciate you. Welcome in. I still have to stretch and I have to drink water. Intellect 100, wisdom minus 50. Literally. Didn't even ask mom about it. Gonna get an earful. Better. I hope Mama Leveilleur is the sane one of the parents. I'm sure she is, but we'll see when we get there. That's like all the families in the Midwest after the kids move to college. I think it's too, here's what I'll say. It's too real. It's too real. It's like, Alphino Alize might as well have just come out as queer. Like, I think that's why I'm so mad. I think that's why I'm so furious. I'm relating it to too much real life situation. And I'm like livid. Ike, thank you for the lurk. Love you. Enjoy your day. I'm stuttering. I think I have to step away for a little bit. I'm not done playing, but I think I have to step away for a little bit. I think I need to take a little bit of a break. I think people have some meme videos, right? If they could drop it in the Discord in the Final Fantasy General channel, We'll watch those after. Hopefully they're lighthearted and can make us giggle, because I'm like fuming. Yeah, Battle Fries, totally. Wow, I can't speak for this personally, but I've been told that disowning his children is only in the English version. Does anyone know? Adoption extreme. They're mine. They're mine now. They're my kids. I will take care of them. Like, I've been taking care of them for three expansions. They are my kids. Forget 4 cheese. He's done. We don't need him. Time for mad because small. Possibly. Possibly. Oh. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna take a quick little breather. I'm gonna go eat a snack. I'm gonna go hug my partner. Maybe punch a wall. No, I'm not gonna punch a wall. But, like, I'm furious. What a cutscene. What a cutscene. Have I seen the Fluff Stuff videos? They're lighthearted and very well done. I have not. We've missed a lot of React Andy moments, which we'll have many more of throughout Endwalker, don't you doubt. Whew. How long in real life have we known them? How much time has passed in-game? Like, I don't think they've aged at all in the stories. They haven't, and I think that's Yoshi P's intention. He didn't want them to age. I think it's because he wanted them, if I understand correctly, he wanted them to be more endearing with everything that they've gone through. And if they were growing up as adults, I think for some reason they think we would find them less endearing when I wouldn't. I would love to grow up with them. I would love that. If we had little 21-year-old, or like 21 Alphino Alize, if we had like little 25-year-old Alphino Alize, I think that would be beautiful. The whole game is supposed to happen in 18 months? Okay. The epic of parental custody, ultimate. Yeah. It's not very long in time. Yeah. Like in universe, it's not that long. For us, it's years, obviously, because game development, but in universe, it's not that long. Mostly they don't want to update the face models and VAs. You wouldn't even really need to update the VAs. People's voices don't change that much. Okay, drop your meme videos in the Final Fantasy XIV general channel in Discord. And we'll watch a couple of them before we move on, because we need a palate cleanser. We need a palate cleanser because no, I'm relating this too much to real life situations, and I'm livid. I'm livid. What do you mean people's voices don't change too much? They literally switched voice actors. They switched voice actors, Catherine. Okay. Whew. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I'm going to run an ad to disable pre-rolls for anyone coming in, but you're not going to miss anything. It's just my BRB rolls. So be back in a few minutes. I need to take a walk. I need to take a walk after that cutscene. Jesus. I am going to watch the Endwalker trailer tonight. Yes. I'm going to watch it tonight. Okay, I'll be back. See you guys in a minute. Mwah. My form of an apology of how much I miss you guys' messages. Juzo, thank you for pets. Hang on, let me line up a bit better. Oh, yeah. Ooh, pet me. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, that was gross. Holy fuck. Nobody clip that, please. That was disgusting. Oh, God. You ever do something you immediately regret? Oh. Bro, they walked away from you? I'll invest. Hello?
What happened?
What happened? the time. Pimp, your timing was 10 out of 10, dude. But I think the best experience I've had in a category, as far as like, whoa!
You're asking for it, you bastard.
We're just gonna move on. I've killed again. I can't stop killing. I can't stop killing. My hands are red with the blood of innocence. What do you mean bad ending? Excuse me? What do you mean bad ending? I'm sorry, I'm done talking. Somebody cancel me. Oh! The spikes canceled me. All right, we're good. All right.
Are you sucking?
I'm sucking.
Don't swallow it.
I'm not gonna swallow it.
Well, spit it out.
Hi. Bambies! What the fuck? What the fuck? The dudes that go like... and then run at you? Yeah, I've seen those. I've seen those. And I hate them. I hate them. They run so chaotically and then they just fucking like peek at you around corners and I hate it. They're the worst. Those are my fave. I want one of these paintings' eyes to like legitimately follow me. But there be light. Oh God! Not like that! That's not what I... I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? Watching you play Phasmo? I am touching myself and therefore I die. Okay. Makes sense. Yup, smile. Forward. Residence? Almost like a Resident Evil. Found it. I found it.
Stopper gives you all your daily nutrients, like 0 grams of trans fat, and oh my god, cholesterol.
And oh my god, cholesterol. I love that fucking clip so much. It's so good. It's so good. No, the laugh track. Don't worry, Tara. If this game starts to irritate you eventually, you will get over it. Love that. Fuck! I just don't want to get jump scared. It's gonna be loud and scare me, dude. Oh wait, they're not breaking through here? What? Okay, it's not the same. Oh my god, cholesterol. I'm back. I'm back. Okay. I had some chocolate. I got a kiss from my partner. I took a lot of deep breaths, and I feel okay. Here we go. Here's the memes. Which one should we watch? Which one should we watch? Bum 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 bum. Izagi says Dulia Chai versus 4 Cheese. Let me see it. Let me see it. Hopefully my capture is working. It was not working earlier today. Have I seen all? No, I've only seen a couple Joe Cat videos. I used to follow Joe Cat back in the Monster Hunter days, and I forgot that he's doing Final Fantasy videos. Please work, capture. Oh, it's working, yes. Very good, very nice. Dulia Chai versus 4 Cheese. Let me go mute my game real quick. There we go. Where'd my tab just go? There it is. I just want to quickly state, I just want to quickly throw this out into the ether. We're not going to discuss it because it's a heavy conversation to have, but under virtually no circumstance should a parent ever disown their child. And that's why I was furious. Under virtually no circumstance should it ever happen. Okay? That's all I want to say. I love you guys. Whew. Whew, whew, whew. Here we go.
Alphino, Alizé, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
God, I want to punch him. Yes! Yes, Chai Mama, get him! Get him! Yes. Oh my god, that was fantastic. All right, that was a good start to Palette Cleanser. She literally crossed worlds to do it. That was a good start to Palette Cleansers. Oh, I am not bringing that guy. I am not bringing that guy onto my screen right now. That particular guy? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I don't even want to say his name. But we're not watching that video. Should we watch one Mad Because Small? Is this a whole series? Is Mad Because Small a whole series? Oh, it is. It is, it is. Let's watch the first one. It's 5 minutes long. It'll be the good little palate cleanser that we need. It is an entire series. Okay, let's watch the first one. Hi, Argon! I like you too. How you doing? All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. The way she looks at the camera afterwards gets me every time. That's such a good video. That is fire. Thanks for all the follows again, guys. Bleh. Cider's got one shtick, and he plays it to perfection. This is, wait, who's the creator? Who's the creator? Cider Spider. I just want to do this really quickly. I should have done this for the last video too. This is the video. Make sure to go like, comment, subscribe. All right, let's watch.
Small.
Maximum shortness.
Angry. Very, very angry.
Oh,
mad because small. Jealous of tall. Sad because small. I'll show them all. Take your daughter to work day. No, this is not a fake ID. Baby saved the town from leather daddies. Mad because small. Hello, Mayor. Satisfied. Still small, though. Nap time. Lost baby. Found baby. Baby learns to dance. From leather daddies. Okay, bye. And this, children, is how you Naruto run.
What?
Baby passes judgment. Jealous of tall. Excuse me, I need an adult. I just got back from the fake beard store.
Papa Sean! Sorry.
Does someone here need an adult? Not scared of tall. Baby protect. Baby reads story. Tall man is wrecked. Don't thank me, it's my job. Hey, no standing on the furniture. Mom says you're in trouble. Happy, but small. Baby's first burial service.
Oh!
Baby goes on a stakeout. Ooh-ah. Shrek. Gangster healing with Shrek.
No!
Applause for lost child. Still lost, though.
Oh, no.
Shimkin Nugger.
He's gonna be Shrek
Name
forever.
will be KFC 420. Hey, listen. Properly equipped baby.
Biggs equals Shrek,
Skyrim
apparently.
belongs to the Nords. Baby goes to the Painted World. That's a Dark Souls reference.
That is a Dark Souls
I'll
reference.
have your
I know that.
strongest juice
I know that one.
box. Am small, have friends. Yes, Mr. President, I know I'm awesome, but can you call back later? I'm busy. Stay away from my mom. Hate vegetables. Mom said it's my turn on that thing. Smart baby. I can see your nipples.
The Scholar gear is wild, and dude,
you look
that
drunk
hat.
like my dad. Excuse me, would you like to buy some Girl Scout cookies? Baby joins the army. Shrek 2. Is this guy bothering you?
I forgot about.
Yes.
I forgot about man in leopard print and speedo. I forgot about this little dude.
Furious. Excuse me, chef. Is this keto friendly? Reading a story to Titan. Forgive me, father, for I am short. Why is daddy sleeping?
Oh.
I can't wake him up. It's not a phase, Mom.
Didn't that guy deserve it, though?
Have friends, still small. Do not worry, Mrs. Claus. I'll protect you. Sad because small. Excuse me, miss. Is he bothering you? Worst beach party ever. Jealous of tall. Sorry, you are not tall enough to ride. Are we there yet? No. I have to go potty. Are we there yet? No. We are there. Oh no, a boss fight. JK.
Dude, wait. So does this series go all the way through like MSQ? Because how does Mad Because Small deal with Literal trauma. How does it deal with the literal trauma of the later expansions?
It was easy. Nap time. Angry dreams. Mad because awake. Baby's first recon mission. Stupid onion hair feels ashamed. Rightfully so.
The onion hair is cute. Listen
hey,
here.
Kid, you wanna buy some death sticks? Yes. Hide and go seek. Oh no, have been found. Mecha suit is tall. Baby is small. Baby's first prison break. Baby is a fugitive. Excuse me, sir, do you need Jesus? If you train hard, you can be as strong as me, but never as stylish. Are you making fun of me? Excuse me, Power Rangers, would you like to buy some Girl Scout cookies? They said no, so I killed them. Jealous of tall, mad because small. Resolute baby, angry baby, will save the world. Big Book Baby versus Bionicle Boy. Baby wins. No, Mr. President, now is not a good time either. Have friends, still small, still mad, very mad.
Thick eyebrows on
Red
Lala
Ranger
is so cursed.
Loses. Megazord loses. Kaboom. Knowledge is power, and friendship is magic. Glowing baby, powerful. Man destroyed.
Rip
Baby
Laha
is
bread.
win, but still small. Space Candy is pleased. World is saved.
No.
Baby still small. No happy ending.
The thick eyebrows are unhinged on Alala, dude. I cannot with the thick eyebrows. Do not put the thick eyebrows on your Lalas. That's so cursed. Oh, man. Cider's just built different. The guy streams for 12 hours standing up after all. That's insanity. After an 8-hour stream, like when I do like longer MSQ streams, I'm literally like collapsed on the floor. I can't. The videos get better every time too. The crazy rhymes he starts putting out there are great in the later ones. Cider's a hardcore raider. He handles it like many of us do. Overt humor. Handle trauma through humor. Spent 24 hours in the gold saucer. May I ask why? Space Candy is pleased. The great thing is this is his normal speaking voice. He's not exaggerated at all other than the delivery pace. Imagine having deep rumbly daddy voice just casually, just cuz. Wish that could be me. Cider did a husbando and waifu tier list the other night and it was glorious. Is there a video of it? Asking for a friend. He's a serious baritone. I am eternally envious. Also, hi Panda. I know some streamers that have a deep voice, like, oh god, who was the really popular one in the Amogus era? Corpse Husband. Literally one of the deepest daddies. Oh, might be spoilers. Okay, we'll hold on. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. We're almost to a point where nothing has to be redacted anymore. Haha. Okay. Time to dive right back into trauma. Is it we who walk the path of ruin? Time will tell. No, don't even doubt yourself for a second, Alfie. Corpse does have a deep voice. Yup. Estinian's VA has such a soft voice. I want to know how he found out he could growl like that. I love you, bitch. Love you too, Gab. Amerk's voice actor has read children's books. Oh, we watched that! Literally just the other night, Ian. We watched that just the other night. Can't we just punch the dad? God, I want to. Quick, delete the spoiler channel so he can't see what we really write in there. Yeah, no, I'm gonna read that entire spoiler channel when I'm done with MSQ. I hope you guys know. So all that shit talking, you better delete. In order to avoid conflict with Garlemald, the Forum went so far as to order the abandonment of an entire city-state. Their refusal to aid us now is, I'm sorry to say, entirely consistent with their historic position. Wow. It was not so very long ago that we had a friend and neighbor in Charlayan. and so I clung to the hope that she might yet lend us her strength. But when she forsook Dravania, it would seem she forsook us all. Deepest daddy's giggity. Back coaster, no! Amric has a sweet voice. Yes, he really does. There's always points of redaction, even if it's only such things as job quests. That is true. I'll just have to do literally every bit of content then. Easy clap. Yes, we just watched 4Cheese be an asshole. I literally had to step away. And that's why we were watching memes as a palate cleanser. Dad went back to Charlene. Have to get a boat to go punch him. Oh, and we will. Oh, and we will, stranger. We send 4Cheese Dad back to garlic molds with the rest of the baddies. No, we are Alphino's dad. We are Alphino's dad. So that's what he came here to say? That we're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Telophoroi? And as for the rest, like it or not, this was the Forum's decision to watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Flammy, thank you for the tier 1. The fresh, organic, homegrown tier 1. We love to see it. Thank you so much. Father was but the messenger, and as he handed down their judgment, I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't. To have prolonged the discussion would have changed little, for it is not only Master 4Cheese who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. Their decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it like to be changed, and so we shall face the Telophoroi without their aid. Forgive me, but if they had no intention of helping us, then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not simply keep their counsel, as they are wont to do? As is their wont. Friends are the family we chose to have, correct. The hacker known as 4chan. Sir, has Master 4Cheese arrived yet? I'm not calling him by his real name. He does not deserve it, in my eyes. Then it is as I feared. My efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case to as many Forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say that they ignored every word I said on the subject, without exception. It was almost unnerving. Could it be that they are hiding something from us? That might go some way to explain Master 4Cheese's performance. When he said that they would know if the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as pride. But what if they genuinely believe that they know how the world will end, and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? Like they've seen the future or something? 4Cheese. Someone in chat said it, and I was like, it's perfect, because he doesn't deserve to be called by his real name. He shouldn't be called Master either. We should call her Monster 4Cheese. Yes, we should, Ian. Don't ever talk to me or my children again. Literally. That I don't know, but something tells me they are not as unconcerned about the Telophoroi as they claim. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I would very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission, researching Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea. I tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Obstructed at every turn. So it would seem, but don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like all of you to join me here, when the time is right. Of course, I am aware that matters in Eorzea stand on knife edge, but with your permission, I can at least start making the necessary arrangements. I like this one. Well, there are 1 or 2 things to take care of here first. Fart Renal. After which, assisting me will seem a sweet relief, I'm sure. While you attend to matters heroical, I shall see about securing entry for you all, and we will let you know when everything's in order. Take care in the meantime, won't you? Yep. We still have calamitous dealings to be dealt with. As much as I love this game, it did frustrate me that the warrior light didn't react more with outrage and later comfort towards the twins. You know what, Tim? I'm not that upset about it. Because if the warrior, let me word it this way. If the warrior of light reacts any sort of way, it's signaling to the player that they should feel that way. And in leaving it vague, it gives you a much more personal experience in letting you feel what you want to feel rather than being signaled how to feel. So I'm not that upset with it. I get where you're coming from, completely I do, but I like that it's more open-ended for the player. Your speculations give me cause to hope. Yet if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it is possible the Charlayans hide some secret truth from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt them in a change of heart. And so, for the present, we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. You know, literally that. Some warrior out there thinking, when is the raid, Lamau? The Forum has refused our request for aid, and it falls to us alone to contend with the Telophoroi. Warrior of Light is dead inside, yeah. It lets you infer your own reaction, exactly. Oh heck, I missed it! Kuiper, I had to take a break. I was so mad. Even with all of Eorzea standing united, there is no guarantee that we will prevail. What does Charlayan intend to do if we fail? Oh god, don't give me more food! Well, what's the most decent food to take here? Crit, vitality, skill speed, spell speed, direct hits, sure. Did they show you the Dulia Chai video? If that's the one you're talking about, yes they did, and it was nice. It was a nice palate cleanser. And then we also watched the first Mad Cosmol. With their knowledge, Charlayan could have done so much for the cause. They could have helped us to uncover the secrets of the towers and save the tempered captives within, and yet... Gods. Throughout my childhood, I remember grandfather arguing with my father over Charlayan policy of non-intervention, and this time, it was my turn to play the role. But if even my grandfather could not win him over, what chance had I? If words exist that may sway him, I know not what they are. And here's the thing too. We did the coils. We did the coils of Bahamut. The twins already have the validation of their grandfather. Louisoix is completely proud of them, you know, and we had that closure. So while this sucks, they should know that they are on the right course because we saw it all. Bidota. The coils were incredible. The forum includes representatives from all of Charlayan's central institutions. With them hindering Kral's investigation, she will struggle to make any headway on her own. True. Radical Charlayan centrism. We don't care what you're trying to prevent. That you're trying to prevent the end of the world. Violence is bad. Literally, Ray. Louisoix is such a Chad. He is. We had to do the coils unsynced, but we did them nonetheless for the story, and I'm so glad we did. We get the emote. Death unto dawn. Wait. I don't trust you guys. You guys are gonna let me start Endwalker when I'm not ready to start Endwalker. I'm gonna go look at the MSQ list and see what the last quest is called because I don't trust any of you guys. This is the last quest. I don't trust you guys. I'm looking up myself. I don't trust you guys. You guys will be like, yes, streamer, this is the last one, smiley face.
Hey Terra, for the last few months one of my cats has been having health problems, but your streams have been integral for keeping my head on straight. I know it's not a lot of bits, but I wanted to express my thanks for all the amazing memories and love from you and your community. You're all amazingly sweet and you all have my love less than 3.
Aww, dude, Ian. Ian, thank you for saying all that.
Terra, for the last few months, one of my cats has
Why
been
is it double?
health
Why is it double dipping?
problems, but your streams have been integral for keeping my...
Why did it double dip? I don't know. Ian, thank you so much for the kind words. That is so sweet. I'm so happy to be here for you. My pleasure. And yes, this is the last quest. This is actually the last quest. I broke it. No, we're good. We're good. The last quest is always the patch with the same name as the quest. Ah, that makes sense. And you always get an achievement. That's right, Zithwan. I forgot about that. Death unto Dawn. Okay. Surely nothing bad can happen. We need to build trust before trolling chat. I got, what's the word? I got gaslit out of thinking that G'raha was G'raha. In the early moments of Shadowbringers, when he first like yoinks you, I was like, boy, them lips be looking like the Catboy lips. Beep. And chat was like, but where's his tail? Where's his ears? Where's his hands aren't the crunchy hand thing? And I was like, oh, you know what? Yeah. I guess they could have just reused the model's lips, you know? Okay, fine, whatever. But then as we kept going, I was like, but why he seems so Catboy? And then, well, if you've seen the YouTube video, you know how I reacted. You always do that. It's kind of like rite of passage, and I love it and I hate it. And Flabby, thank you for the biddies. G'raha lips, hard to forget. Truly, truly, truly. Marwick!
Hype train.
Guys, don't start a scam train. Don't do it. It's not the time. It's not the time for it. I think it might be double playing my alerts for some reason, so I'm gonna have to get ready. No, it's not. Wait. Islua, thank you for the biddies! And Jessica, thank you for the gifted sub to Snick. Islua, you've spent too much bits here. Islua, if you got the 10k bits badge, you've spent too much bits here. It might just be the TTS being scuffed.
Scam train, scam train, scam train. Scam train.
It is the TTS. The TTS is scuffed right now. Diana! Guys! Keep your credit cards in your wallets, please. Thank you for all the support. What the heck?
Train, choo choo.
We will be watching the Endwalker trailer tonight. Yes, we will. Jessica, thank you for the 100 bits.
Such devastation.
Totally forgot about G'raha because I rushed through the early expansions. A lot of people said that.
Choo choo.
Guys, relax yourselves. Relax yourselves. What the heck? Terry Lynn with the 10 gifted. Dion with the 5. Terry Lynn with the 10. Phone with the 144 videos. Jessica with the 100. Guys, thank you. Thank you. What the heck? But stop it. This train is not stopping. Stop it. Stop the train. If you got a gifted sub, please be sure to thank the gifter.
Such devastation. Choo choo.
Thank you for the videos, Manillas. Very exciting. I wish you happiness on your journey. Thank you, Cephalia. I'm excited. Dodged easy. Easy clap dodged. I had no idea who G'raha even was because when Shadowbringers launched, Crystal Tower was not mandatory and you hadn't done it. A lot of people were who mega lulling, and it's my heart goes out because the G'raha reveal moment, even though I was quite certain who it was, it hit me so hard. It hit me so hard, dude. Are there thoughts of watching Endwalker trailer like later? No, Kuiper. And it's because we've resolved, we watched the 5.5 trailer before we played 5.5, and there are spoilers in that trailer, but they are, I myself have decided, they are controlled spoilers. Square Enix revealed it to the public before the expansion was out, so therefore I deem that as safe to watch. And watching 5.5's trailer got me so hyped, like so hyped for 5.5. Derek, thank you for the gifted. Izagi, thank you for the biddies. I had done Crystal Tower before Shadowbringers. Even then, I had no idea that G'raha existed. It was 5 years prior, exactly. I'm kind of like blessed in being a sprout at the time that I am a sprout, and Crystal Tower was absolutely mandatory, and I paid enough attention to recognize him. You know what I really want to thank? And I think I said this in one of my YouTube videos. The only reason that I recognized G'raha was during the Halloween event. I don't remember who did it, but somebody got in 2.0 G'raha's outfit during the Halloween event. And I went, oh, who's this Catboy? Why does he look so familiar? And then it like jogged my memory about the Catboy. During that Halloween event, it was like the best thing that could have happened. If that didn't happen, I may never have recognized him because even for me, it had been so long since I did Crystal Tower because I took a long break from Final Fantasy when Endwalker came out because the queues were just horrendous for me as a streamer. Oh, watch 5.5 trailer. This VOD or previous one? It might have been previous. Saturday's VOD, I believe. Yeah, I think it was Saturday's VOD. We watched actually a lot of trailers. I think a lot of the internet has somehow conditioned themselves to be so averse to spoilers. It's not a bad thing to see and know some things before they happen completely out of context, totally. And it got me so gosh dang hyped. And I know the Endwalker trailer is going to do the same thing to me. Cinematic trailer will be a great thing after you finish up this quest. That's the plan. Yeah, that is totally the plan. I knew who Graha was going to be back. I didn't know anything about the time travel, alternate universes, etc. Yeah. Yeah, you could get a glamour for specific people, and that's what jogged my memory of Graha. Otherwise, I was just calling him Catboy, like redheaded Catboy. Is what I was calling him because I couldn't remember his name. I think we'll just watch the cinematic trailer today. Maybe on Saturday when we enter Endwalker, we'll watch the launch trailer as well. But for now, I think we'll just watch the cinematic. While Charlane's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There is much and more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the Forum's response with my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions... Grave tidings, walking ones! Grave tidings! One of the spoilers that I know chat is always worried about is the Tempest loading screen. However, I personally believe it's intentional, since you're not expected to log out before you see it. So you come back, it's meant to be excited for what's to come. I get you. What is the Tempest loading screen? Does it just deadass show you Amarat? Yeah, right? I was thinking the same thing. We are 2 of soul right now. Guys, please let the hype train die. 30 seconds left. Please let it die. You guys have spent enough. Thank you for all your support, seriously. Whew. You called him Ash Ketchum because he's the character in this game. He's way too wholesome to be Ash Ketchum. Are you kidding? Muffin! Muffin, you're an Endwalker now, right? Muffin, how is Endwalker? How are you feeling? How are you feeling, bestie? You need a hug? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in.
Do it again, you said.
I did not. Not people trying to squeeze in last second during the hype train. Jessica, thank you for the 2 gifted. Marwick, thank you for the 100.
Stop this, Dusty.
Not the Dusty. Golsep, thank you for the 100. Oh, man. Welcome in, Raiders.
Such devastation.
Wait, why did it finish? There were 17 seconds left? Might have been stream delay. Oh, man. Guys, thank you for all the support, seriously. If you got a gifted sub, please thank the gifter. They don't have to do it, and they're doing it out of the goodness and kindness of their heart. So, it's a kind thing to do. Muffin, my heart simply cannot. I'm so dead.
I love you,
I'm
bitch.
so dead, dude. I'm so dead. This is why we've saved a majority of the Hildebrand questline, because I will need it. I will need it going through all that. But thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Hope stream was fantastic, aside from heartbreaking. Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? Those ones who went to see Feathered Ones sent terrible news. Destroying ones have appeared in Zelphatol. Destroying ones and captured ones, and even frightful godly ones. Feathered Ones didn't stand a chance, and they were sent flapping and squawking. When did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late, yes. Much too late. But luckily, destroying ones were only passing through and continued on west. Feathered ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West, that would be Kurthus. Save as much as you can, yeah. My lady, the Ishgardians report that the Telophoroi have emerged from the eastern highlands of Kurthus and are marching at speed. Though their purpose has yet to be determined, the Cartano Flats would seem their most likely destination. Lord Aymeric has already dispatched his forces and requests our immediate support. Tell him he shall have it. The time has come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth. Well, mayhap it is a mercy we do not have the time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let us make haste for Cartano. Nodders. I can't take this seriously thinking about the lettuce being kicked. Eorzean salad tossing technique character band. Wait, this one almost forgot. Destroying ones were said to be led by cackling robed one. This one must see that all walking ones know. Farewell. Cackling robed one? Who could that be? Funny Daniel? Who else? It was only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cartano. Pray see to your preparations and report to the landing with all haste. We are entering... Oh yeah, so I'm going to do like an official announcement, both like in the Discord. It'll be in my titles for the rest of the week. But for everyone here right now, we are starting Endwalker Saturday. Let me double check the date. 21st? Saturday, January 21st at 2 p.m. Central Time. I say in quotations because I'll probably chat for a while before we actually start. But that is the plan. In the time between, we will do some Hildebrand, we'll do some Bosnia, maybe some Palace of the Dead. We'll just do a bunch of like random things that we've been wanting to do. Kane, wish us luck. The airship will be ready to depart ere long. I bid you make for the landing as soon as you are able, and may the 12 keep you. It's even in his name! Fun Daniel, not sad Daniel. I wish I could have hated Fandaniel longer than I did. When he was revealed, if you're new here, I'll just recap how I felt. When he was revealed with Lunar Bahamut, and he started talking about his plans and his, oh, I'm gonna end the world and this is my plan and look at me, I'm such a big problem for you, I'm such a big bad guy and you're all gonna die. And then his voice cracked when he said, and I want to die. That's when I realized, maybe not certain, but it is my current running theory that he doesn't really want to cause a calamity, doesn't really want to cause the final days. He just wants to die for whatever reason, yet to be seen. And he needs to make himself a big calamitous enemy for us to give him the end that he wants, I think. That is the current theory, because the voice crack when he said he wanted to die was just way too real. And so I have a problem hating him now, because I have sympathy for him now. Thank you for the smiley faces. You know I love to see that. A smile better suits a spoiler. We can fix him, he just needs the right bottom. Valur, straight to Horny jail with you. Fandaniel can be summed up as local Asian, too sad to die. Yeah, so that is my current running theory. I just want to spit it out because I'm pretty confident in it. The VA delivered so well that I'm very confident in this theory, but we'll see when we get there as we learn more of him. But I was disappointed. I was like, damn it. I was loving hating him. And what other body would he take than one of the people that we've absolutely hated the most? One of the least redeemable vessels for him to choose. It's just all too convenient. He's too evil. He's too, haha, look at this big problem I'm solving for you. And just the fact that he chose the most hated body is like, I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it's not that deep, but that is my current feelings. I love cat dads. Guys, there's not enough cat dads in the game. We love our cat dads. Oh, I'm gonna sleep. Happy end of Shadowbringers and Endwalker trailer. Diod, have a good comfy sleep, okay? Please believe I'm one-dimensional. Fandaniel. Literally, Bedota. Literally. Hello, gamers! Can we take a quick little photo? There's so many people here. It feels like a disservice to not take a quick little photo. Oh my god. I love that emote for the sparkle. The VA started with ARR, and it was funny to hear him reading through the conversations. Wait, the VA streamed it or like did YouTube videos of it? The VA is playing through MSQ on Twitch under the name Only Fandaniel. He does talk about Endwalker spoiler though, so be warned. Okay, so I probably shouldn't. Yeah, I probably shouldn't. At least until I'm through that. Fandaniel's Vessel is another character I kind of forgot about. By the time he made his comeback, he was a horrible person, but played a pretty brief role in the story. He did. It was like one post patch and like maybe half of it. Maybe half of the post patch. All right, line up here. Line up in front of the little whatever the heck this is. Photo time. I want to get a photo since everyone's here. Everyone's in sexy glams. I can't handle it. It's too sexy up in here. No, wait. Hurry up. Hang on. Someone isn't getting enough attention. Wait, is this a sprout? Is this a little baby sprout? Oh, they don't have an adventure plate. A little baby sprout? They were probably so confused the way we just mobilized. He left a relic farm. Rest in peace. Rest in pieces. I will give 1 minute for everyone to gather around if they wanted to gather around. Yeah, so I showed up in 4.2, died in 4.3. Yeah, it was very short-lived. Also, Draco with the fresh primer. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Wait, over right there. Yeah, we'll give you a minute. Wrong instance? No way you guys got instanced. What a scam. Loading in on my way. Okay. And we'll have little AFK Bermund in the background. Nobody block Bermund. They're AFK. Dang it. I shouldn't have closed my game. Guys, do you know what I was toying around with the idea of? Maybe we'll do it Friday. Do you guys want to hold a funeral for my Sprout? Because we know for sure that my Sprout is disappearing when I enter Endwalker. We could hold a little in-game funeral and everyone can say a few words. Everyone could say a few words about my Sprout and my journey. I was thinking about that the other day and I was like, hang on, this is kind of a fire idea. Hi, Molly. Molly, I love you so dearly. Oh. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. It's when you start Endwalker or finish Shadowbringer post-patch. It's when you start oh, I hope it's when you start Endwalker. If it's gone by that point, we'll still hold the funeral. Thanks for the gift, kind individual. Congratulations on your gift, sub. Trying to get there too, but DC travel. Oof. I love this green hair bun boy here. Hello? You did so good. He's so pretty. You did so good. Lamb in the background. I love that pose. I think it'll disappear. No way. No, I can't handle it. I can't handle it. If it's gone after this quest, I will cry. I can't handle it. What are we all gathering for? Just a quick photo. Just a quick group photo. DC travel. Ah. It's when you start Endwalker. Okay. I can't handle. If I lost it, I would. Not the tin can sprout. Not the tin can sprout. General Ruin. Hello there. Hang on. Let's see if they're a proper sprout. Whoa, poggers! A level 26 player with an adventure plate? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well done, sir. That's so rare. That's so rare. To see such a low-level player with an adventure plate. They're getting their priorities in order. Maybe an alt? I'd like to believe they're a real sprout and they're getting their priorities in order. They have an itty-bitty sprout on their plate. Do they actually? Did I miss it? What a cute bean. What a cute bean. Ding, 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 ding. You don't even have an adventure plate? Kuiper? Kuiper. Kuiper, honey. Kuiper. Make an adventure plate. Make an adventure plate, okay? When I'm AFK in queue, when I'm AFK, Yuki needs an invite. When I am AFK in queue, I live off of other people's adventure plates. So please, for the love of heck. Oh god, I have to pick Yuki out of this pack here. Random made it! Where are you? Yuki. Where are you? You? No. Oh, my name was covering them up. Hello? Get your little bum in his link shell. There we go. Literally beside you. Literally right beside me. Oh. Literally waving at me. Whenever Rando's around you, know Arbit will be there in spirit. Dang right. Dang right. On your way? Okay. Literally made a 2-minute adventure plate so people would stop telling me to make one. Good, Blackmore. Good. And Altani. There you are. Yeah. There we go. All right, shorts to the front, tolls to the back. Let's get this picture ready. Or if you're gonna sit, you can. If you're tall and you want to sit, you can sit in the front. Do they work cross DC? I guess we'll find out. I reckon we will find out. You can enter, but once you get back, you can't talk anymore. That's it. What it is. They don't. Makes sense. Kind of a shame, but makes sense. Rando is the actor who plays John Fantasy in the CG trailers. Yes. Yes, they are. Anthanaria. I just saw you. Where'd you go? I don't have object permanence, so the minute I stop looking at somebody, they cease to exist. I just saw you. Fan? Where did you go? You're hiding. There you are. Hiding in plain sight. Step Tank! What are you doing, Step Tank? Hey, get in the photo, you dingus. Get over here. Is there still time to get in? Yes, there is. We haven't taken any photos yet. Even the Manalaine getting in the photo. Yeah, we got a Manalaine. We got Ardbert. Too bad we don't have Graha. Graha must not be online right now. Although I think their in-game name is like Gaze instead, so it's not like a super spoiler. The Sprout joining the group. They're photo bombing. I love it. I love it so much. Step Tank's so confused. What? Someone in chat said, "What are you doing, Step Tank? What is going on here?" School photo. Oh shit, my bad. If my PC crashes from all these people before we take the picture, I swear! Is there anyone right now who's still making their way in? Because if not, I'm gonna start taking photos. And hopefully we have people, I see some people in G pose already, thank you. Because I'm gonna take a very preliminary photo. Mine won't be like properly lit or properly angled or anything like that. I just like taking very quick preliminary. This is so cute. This is so cute, dude. And the Sprout. I want the Sprout in it. I want the Sprout to be a part of it. Internet died for a minute. Rest in peace. Step Tank made it into the group photo. Heck yeah. Oh God. Hang on. The Winnie the Pooh over there. Nightmare fuel. Well, we gotta get them in the photo. Are you kidding? Oh, what a great photo. Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming. And hopefully we have our G-posers getting us really nice photos. If you are currently G-posing and getting us a good picture, please post it in Discord later. What is this little bean? Hang on, he needs to get in a pose. Oh. Do 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 do. Awesome. That bean is blueberry flavored? What is their name? I don't know. Blue Ranger? Wait, there's a Blue Ranger title? Popori. He's a me. They're precious, dude. That's so cute. Oh. It's for Blue Mage stuff. Blue Mage content when? I like the Sprout. They have an adventure plate. They have an adventure plate. I like the Sprout a lot. Level 25 with an adventure plate. I'm happy. I don't know, Tara. When blue content? Can we do a little bit either Thursday or Friday in between Bosnia? Can we do like a crumb of blue content? Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, we can. Thank you, thank you. I need to get the level 70 trial abilities, like Night Bloom. Night Bloom's a big one. I'd be down. I love blue. Hell yeah. Blue Day. We were gonna do Blues Days. Maybe we still will do Blues Days in the future, but not yet. Oh, how do you turn off the names? Scroll lock. You can scroll lock to get rid of your entire everything. Or I think you can hold X if you want the rest of your HUD. Holding X is another way, or scroll lock. Bum, 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 bum. No such thing as a crumb of blue, only a whole biscuit. Blue is so much fun. Need to finish leveling blue on your main? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Using the Bozia top now, a lot of gear. It's pretty nice looking. Sort of summer armor. Mon is wearing it. Let me look at you. Bozia. That's kind of cute, actually. Huh. I mean, it's no elemental armor, but it's pretty cute. It's pretty cute. Hang on, Fume just made it back. Gotta take one more photo. Fume snuck their way back in. Look at all you gamers. This is so cute, dude. This is precious. Wait, someone's sneaking in the back. You're world hopping now? Hell yeah. Hope I can sneak in. We'll sit here for just like a couple minutes more so that if anyone wants to quickly sneak in and grab a G pose. Oh. I used to be good at lighting and stuff in G pose for like a grand total of a week. Is that our cat boy Izagi? Izagi, get your bum in here. Come on. It's like a dog trying to like find a spot to squish in. Like when they circle the bed that they're trying to lay down in. The sudden flashbang. Made it! Let's go! I like how that like pink blimp looking thing keeps covering people's faces and looks like it's part of their head. Send G-Pose! Thank you, Doom Cookie. Cat before it flops over it, literally. The Atomos, yeah. It's like it keeps wandering around and covering people's faces. As far as blue content goes, I'd prioritize Bozia over that. None of the blue stuff ties back into MSQ references, but Bozia does, right? And now I just need Terra to judge my plate. You'll have to separate yourself at some point. And give Crossworld? Yes, I will. Plates are life. I live off them, dude. I absolutely live off them. Almost there. I need to join as Green Ranger. Well, you got to get beside Blue Ranger in that case. What is this little What in the... Oh, I didn't mean to choose emote. What are you? That's terrifying. I don't like it. That's a spoiler monster. It's secrets. It's redacted. That is smiley face. Okay. Weird as hell, dude. Weird as hell. Cactuar with Ligma. Ligma balls. We were waiting on one more person, right? I want to get one more screenshot when they get there. Ryu, once you're here with Green Ranger. That'll be our last chance for photos. I go take a shower and miss a group photo. Come on, Panda. How dare you clean your body? The second they make Femme Hrothgar an option, the day I perma-Fantasia into big fluff cat mommy. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. You know Femme Hroths are gonna be so hot. Like problematically hot. Oh, don't worry about me. Not sure how long World Hop is at this time. We'll have more opportunities for group photos. Like when we're doing the funeral for my Sprout. When we commence the Sprout funeral. That'll be a good time. Furries will be going wild. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Certain websites will be wildin' when Femme Hroths come out. Certain unnamed websites. You know the ones. You know the ones. Problematic hot. Sounds like an absolute win. It will be. Your PC is struggling. It's so many people in one place. I didn't even think about the Rule 34. I thought that website quit. Well, clearly you're not cultured enough if you're not thinking of the website I'm thinking of. Yoshi's gonna have to have another conversation about plogons when the furries make some crazy shit. Absolutely. Where? Conjurer's Guild. Conjurer's Guild. Kuiper, come sit beside me. Come sit beside me. Well, I gotta wait for Kuiper now. I didn't realize Kuiper was still making their way. Made it just in queue for Worlds. Okay, you'll easily make it by the time Kuiper's here. I think that Hrothgals should be even bigger, like twice as big. They'd be like moving blimps. Are you kidding me, Ray? Male Hroths are already big. DC travel success, let's go! Yamina's computer literally steaming. Come sit beside me, Kuiper! See, right there. Right there, there's your spot. Darby! Darby made it. Agree. Hrothgals need to be muscular so I can drool. Wow, that synchronized sit between you two was kind of wild. You two are completely in sync. What is going on right here? Are you multi-boxing? What is this? Kuiper, make your adventure plate, honey. Make your adventure plate. So many friends! We need more group photos. I need more group photos in my life. I will. Okay, good. Here I thought you might get to Endwalker by the time 8.0 to 9.4 battle fries. There are not enough moments for big group photos. So we gotta. Oh, someone's sneaking in the last second there. Nice. A lot of people snuck in last moment. Let's go. Boop. Look at Green Ranger. So fucking cute. Is everyone still in frame? I think so. Whoop. Sith. Hi, Sith. Find a spot. Stick your way in here. You were a bun that changed to here. Got it. Ooh. Wow, you found a perfect spot to squeeze in. Proud of you. Awesome. 10 out of 10. Thank you, guys. Trying to get a mount. It's taking you forever to get it. Oh my god. Do your best. Pray to RNGesus. Just pray to RNGesus. You'll make it. Oh, you have to go make dinner? Okay. Anyone that wanted a link shell invite, line up in front of me, okay? So I can easily click you guys. Anyone that wants cross-world link shell, form an orderly line in front of me. The L2 one. I don't remember how far I am on my L2 mount. Oh! I think I'm kind of close to my L2 mount. I'm getting there. I will have it soon. There's no way this many people still need an invite. There's no way. All right, next. Oh. No. Next. I'm British. I'm Canadian. You don't even have the collectibles unlocked. The L2 mount is literally the reason to do it. Come here, you. The cross-world link shell is going to be so good because we'll have such an easy way to be like, hey, if you're online and you're in the link shell, get your bum in here. Please, sir, may I have a plate check? Which one are you? Come over on my right. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. TY for having me. Thanks for coming, Kuiper. You. Oh, Mirandadel, there we go. Let me see your plate. Imagine, if you would, an aura twonk. I'm imagining it. Now I fully get the outfit. You're going for twonk vibes, and I'm feeling them. Oh, are we doing plate checks all the time? Not yours, Spess. Yours is TOS as hell. You guys can check out Spess's adventure plate in your own time, but I will not because I'm not looking to get banned today. Thank you for reading in the exact voice I go for. Your commas were tactical. What's Spess's in-game name? His name is Officer Zimmy. Officer Zimmy. Our cat's name is Zimmy, and he was going. Originally, he was going to play a cat boy, but then he changed to Bun Boy. Oh, I think you need a. Or did I invite you, Torber? I might have invited you already. I did invite you already. I'm looking to get banned today. Hi, Mannequin. Oh, man. Lamb, I got you in the link shell. I think everyone's good. Look at all these gamers. May I have a plate check? I'll be replacing this one I had for Endwalker MSQ. Let me see you. Let me see you. Czar. Are you nearby me? Come to me. Come to me, Czar. I cannot see you. Oh, there you are. Boop. Oh my god! Ah! Oh! Are you okay, bestie? Are you okay? Do you need someone to talk to? This is like disparage. Disparage in adventure plate form. Oh my god. This will be me going through Endwalker, honestly. This is just gonna be my permanent phase. I assume that's from gear. Oh my god. Oh, I have a friend invite. Come here, you. Oh. Elden Ring the book. You love my adventure plate? I'm proud of my adventure plate. I think it's pretty good. I think my plate's a pretty good plate. Gave your portrait a facelift, did you, Derek? Let me see you. Yeah. I just saw you, but now you're lost in the mess of people. There you are. Your catboy is so cute, Derek. It's the white hair for me, honestly. It's literally my kryptonite. Literally my kryptonite. You want to make a character that will... I was gonna say... No, I'm not gonna say that. Do you want to make a character that I will very much enjoy? Give it white hair. Give it white hair or silver hair, and I'm there. Excuse? That is too hot. I need ice cream. Oh, man. Guys, thanks for coming. Thanks for coming for group photo. This was really special. This was really nice. Let's go finish 5.55. Shall we? Shall we? Let's do it. This is really special. Look at all these gamers. I need one more impromptu photo just to capture you all. You just found Zimmy's portrait. You're glad you did. It's unhinged. It is Monka TOS. It is absolutely Monka TOS. Oh man. Okay, away we go. I'm so lazy. I'm literally gonna warp here. No, I'm not. The crystal's right behind me. Oh man. The main etherite, right? Yeah. Bong bong bong. Monkatiwas, literally. Before you go, what happened, Bermond? Oh, kiss on forehead. Kiss on forehead. Mwah. There you go. Boom, boom. Jesus, Spess. It's unhinged. It's unhinged, phone. You just got to mono it. No, Ian. Look, I got to do some MSQ. Otherwise, come on, this will only take a moment, all right? More for Dola. I gotta do some MSQ, otherwise people will start calling me Ponto. So I have to do a little bit of MSQ. We can't distract. Yeah, we need the trailer tonight. We need the trailer tonight. Ah, sir, it would seem Fordola has come here, come all the way to Gridania to find us. I've explained the situation, but she insists her business is urgent. Aye, and it'll be over soon if you shut up and come with me. Assertive? Assertive? Jesus. You don't smack enough bums, Terra? You're not Ponto? True, wait, now how does Ponto deliver the line? Lilithrin, you're not new. Something, something, smack on the bum. Daddy, stop. I don't remember. Something like that. I love Ponto so much.
Sloppy.
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
I have to go pee. This is too emotional for how badly I need to go pee. I'm gonna take a pee break. I'm gonna take a pee break and then I'm gonna come back and be emotional because our boy's all right. I knew he was gonna be all right, but Arnold. Thank you for the stretch, by the way, Mannequin. Oh, go piss, girl. Izagi, I love you. I complained one day on stream that anytime I say I have to go pee, nobody says go piss, girl. And Izagi just did, so thank you. Thank you, Izagi. I love you. All right, we'll be back. Pee break. Everybody go get water. If you've been sitting in your chair your entire day, please stand up. Take a little break. Go move around your house a little bit. Just go do a quick little lap. Go touch your animals. Go touch your partner. And go get a snacky, maybe. Just move. Just move for a bit, and then we'll be back, okay? Mwah, love you. I'm gonna run an ad. You're not gonna miss anything. Mwah, love you, love you. Bye.
Shit!
Bro! Bro! That's not fair. I'll hit your fucking ankles. Yeah. Wait, what? Wait, what? I thought I could fight him. There we go. Holy shit! VOD game and download is 2 bytes. Wait. Fucking Jesus. Duck feet baboon looking at. Stop. I'm getting cyberbullied. All right, let's choose a new chess piece. Let's choose a new chess piece. We need something like hella fancy. Who's that fancy bitch walking over there? That's me. Super fucking fancy. Look at me. It actually ties in. Let's go. Get up, gamers. It's squat time and working out. Squats. And working out. Yes, yes. Yep, they are. Wah! I don't know how to walk. Because they're in danger. Imagine the meat scepter on that guy. Auga, wait. There's a bum. Auga, auga. Meat scepter. That's the first time I've ever heard it called that. I'm so sorry. I was really hoping something would come out of its neck when I jumped on it. Kind of sad that nothing happened. Hand? You've pet me enough, you may leave. Demon? Why do you haunt me so? Help! Help, I don't like this! It's not okay! Help! Help, it's still there! Help me. A knockout! No! It was me that was the knockout! No! Dioxide, sulfur dioxide. Sulfur dioxide and... Can I just like be up on this? I can. Hoidles! It needs Annie's. I can faintly hear clicking coming from the ceiling. I don't know what will happen now. If it is out and alive, then this is probably my last resort. The clicking is getting louder now. Don't know, generic lab assistant. Guys. Ah! I just scared my cat off my lap. That was a very genuine scream. Oh my God. I think that's where he is. Okay. Let me just crack open the map real quick. So like somewhere over here, I guess. Should I camp out till morning, do you guys think? So I can see better? Yeah. I can't see shit.
Professor?
Oh, what the
Where's your creation now?
I didn't know I was playing a horror game. I did not know that I was playing a horror game. Oh! Oh, we are here. No! I saw butterflies. We're just gonna place one right between the eyes. Then people can get out their frustration. Oh no. Alright. Perfect squat music. The first thing I see as I sit down. Meet Scepter. I forgot that that clip is in there. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Okay, I saw Ray say something about emote jail, so you guys might get banished to emote jail. Love you guys. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I'm back. We're ready. We're diving straight into it, okay? Hope you guys got up and pet your animals. And your partners. Heavy petting. Or yourself. Or yourself. Like, I don't judge. Okay, away I go. He kind of looks like he's staring off into space.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The Chirurgeons say I may never walk again. Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though.
They do.
No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them.
We carry the dreams of many. We'll carry yours too.
I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold.
It's always worth it, Alphino. It's always worth it.
Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
That's not true.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far.
Damn it, Undertale. In spite of everything, it's still you.
The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero. Do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
Hell yeah, Fordola.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
Absolutely not.
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
Oh my god, I love her, dude.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
Oh. Oh. Oh, this is what this game does so well. Oh. It's just always, always underlined by hope. Always. And it does it so well. Oh, also, thank you for that follow during the cutscene. I appreciate you. Oh, why am I rubbing my eyes? That's gonna make it worse. Oh. Oh. Ishikawa doesn't need to kill off characters to make us suffer. That wasn't even suffering. That was just beautiful. That was just beautiful. Because he was giving up, right? He was like, well, my time's done, but you go be the hero for me. And Fortola's like, dude, what are you talking about? What are you doing? What are you doing, bud? You got fight left in you, and that's just... Oh, man. Oh, thanks for the hugs, you guys. I stayed at work an extra half hour because I wanted to see that part. Gotta run now, though. Enjoy the rest of Shadowbringers. Krisha, safe travels home, okay? Thank God you pissed before this, Terra. Literally, Psycho. I had a feeling. I was like, maybe this won't be much, but I have a feeling this might be something. Oh, man. The wholesome parts always sneak under my emotional barriers and get me. Daily rip, literally, right? My warrior of light adopted them as little brother and sister. He loves them so much. God, Fordola pretends to be such a badass, right? But you know, her Fordola echo, her pseudo echo, forces her to see and feel what everyone around her sees and feels, right? She has no control of it unless that is changed. But she can't help but know how people are feeling. Oh, thank you for the virtual hug. I remember hearing that line from Fordola in the 5.5 trailer. You think all heroes are forged in the fires of battle. Without context, it sounded like her being angry towards us. But in the context, not soul crushing, but so moving. In the context, so moving. Hey Sid, can we make a mech for this good boy? Dude, give him a mech. Give him a mech. Give him a mech. Fordola tilts reminds me of the Black Knight in Monty Python. It's just a flesh wound. Your arm's gone. No, it's not. Hi, Fred. Welcome in. Fordola is the world's best empath and love her. Me too. We have a mech. Yeah, just give Arnvald that mech. Life complete. Oh, here comes the... Hey, look at the bots! Look at the bot army! Now, I don't know for sure that they're bots. Some of them have pretty normal names, like Dulgo Kelgo and Hacho Minacho. Those are pretty normal, so I don't want to start throwing reports thinking they're all bots. That's definitely bots. Are we sure, though? Are we sure, though? Those are? There's so many of them. What the heck? Scold them. Scold the bots. Oh, I can't type. I can't type. I can't type! There we go. Scold the bots. Scold them. Jesus, there's so many. Oh. You got your 14 brain rot when you call them normal names. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Terra the matching armor? Yeah, it does kind of, yeah, you know what, yeah. They're multiplying. There are bards from Gridania in identical gear with odd names going through the same cutscene. It's a swarm of bots. That's terrifying. Those bots are just trying to enjoy the MSQ, Draco. Oh, man. Oh. Two of them had normal names, but the other ones were keyboard smash. You're right, you're right. I've camped the spot in the past recording and sending mass reports to 208 bots. They have RMT report now, hey? I don't know if this is new. Oh, where is it? Maybe you can only do it in chat for the RMT report. But, yeah, the RMT report is very useful. Ooh. Oh, it's just for chat. Got it. Too bad it's not for these bots here. I rather doubt that Fordola obtained the Chirurgeon's permission before bringing Arnvald halfway across the realm. And solely to deliver a message at that. They should both have known better. But what's done is done, and I will not soon forget his words. Oh God, what a beautiful scene. Whew. Still catching my breath. RMT report is real money trading report, yes. So if you see someone who's like, buy Gil at //W-$, right click their name in chat, say report RMT activity, because it's real money trading activity. Screenshot and report could do that. Okay. After Pagelthan, I'd assumed the Telophroi would continue to target settlements, but it is plain they considered Zelfatol a mere obstacle on the road to Cartonel. What, then, draws them to the flats? We must keep a close eye on their movements. Oh, I wonder if there's going to be a battle. You can tell me later what that was all about, but judging by the set of Alphino's jaw, it appears to have done him some good. Thancred and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to the communications officer, Amalja and Kobold forces are also bound for Cartno as we speak. They mean to keep the promise they made in Alamigo, and we must do the same, by saving as many of their tempered kin as possible. Anyway, the airship is ready to depart. We should get going. Upon joining the... I don't want to. I don't want to. You know what? This feels like a good ending point. This feels like a good logical ending spot to never play Final Fantasy XIV again. This feels like a good point to uninstall the game. I feel like we've had a lot of closure. I feel like things are feeling really good, and on a high note. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to participate in the battle and view these scenes in their entirety. Your progress through the battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you'll be able to try again for the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out of the game, this progress will be lost. Don't you dare. Vazia time. Okay, here we go. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Surely. Surely. What could happen in the course of several cutscenes over an extended period of time? What could happen? Nothing. Nothing, that's what. I knew it was a solo duty. I didn't know it was going to be several cutscenes playing in sequence and a solo duty. My favorite moment, pre-Endwalker, don't you dare.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Charlene, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design.
My heart is pounding. I'm so stressed out. My heart is literally pounding right now. I need to catch my breath really quickly. I must steady my breathing and steel my resolve for what is to come. It's only a cutscene. It can't hurt you, smiley face. It's just a cutscene. What could happen? Oh, damn, this cutscene got hands. Sleepy! I love that you're referencing that. I was talking about that earlier in stream. The fact that somebody called me an elegant crier. I should go pin that. I should go pin that in the comment section. I'm here to emotionally vamp for a bit. Welcome in, Sleepy. And Flammy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. All your friends are here. What could possibly go wrong? Shut the hell up. That's what could go wrong. Shut the hell up.
And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
The Scions have incredibly thick plot armor. Something very dramatic will have to happen.
We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't.
If something bad is going to happen, it's going to have to be dramatic.
Judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Little chat with Arenvald did that. Little pep talk from Arenvald. Oh, Graha's smile.
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Literally that. It must count for something. If we quit now, then everything is for naught. Everyone we've lost is for naught.
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
Hang on, it just took him some extra time.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Plot armor is copium. Zerum, I will ban you. No, I won't.
I suggest that
But
we
listen.
continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
Imagine being called dim by Stinkinian. Dude, I love their relationship. Like Alphino and Estinian, they have the cutest. Stranger. Hey, remember Baelsar's wall? All your friends were there too. Anyway, I'm sure it's fine. I hate you guys. You guys are emotional terrorists, I hope you know. Listen well, friends. The Tolofroi are sweeping across Cartano. As for the Asian, he was briefly sighted above the battlefield, but has since vanished. He likely intends to watch events unfold from afar. Thus far, the movements of the lunar primals have proven difficult to predict. Even when poised to ambush our troops, they instead withdraw for some unknown reason. Whatever the Tolofroi's plan may be, the primals are our primary target. Understood. They will not elude the scions for long. Bam, 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 bam.
Prepare yourself!
We cannot allow ourselves to be stalled here. You must construct additional pylons. I was more of a Zerg player, personally. Toss was never really my thing. On our skin. Our souls soaked in sin. Van Daniel's playing Zerg. This looks more like Terran to me. Hello? Did we play the same game as a child? So they would overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I will keep them occupied. The rest of you, seek out the primals. Whoa! Let us divide our forces that we may locate the primals once more swiftly. Thancred, Y'shtola, and I shall head east. I'll concentrate my forces on the Tempered. With luck, I should have the chance to cure some of them. Mid-battle? God, Ali, I love you. Then I'll go west. Sir, Alphino, come with me! Yes! Yes! Where are we going, Estinian? Lead the way, boy. Lead the way. Let's go, let's go, let's go! Focus, yellow team. Sound effect 9. There are no party members. I can't make sound effect 9. Rip. This isn't frontline Kyo. Be forewarned, I will likely be missing a lot of chat. But I appreciate your inputs nonetheless. As the scions spread out across the field, Eorzea and G'raha take the fight to the Tolofroi. Whoa, G'raha's weapon! Buddy, did you get some upgrades? There are so many of them. I'm Alize! Verflare combo. Okay, that's clunky. That's fine. Scorch combo. Oh, why they make her so clunky though? Okay. Crimson Savior. Fletch, Contra Sixta, Recure. Okay. Alright. They made her so clunky? Dude, imagine if they made our melee combo this condensed into one button. Our melee combo is not too bad. Oh my god, I'm trying to hit my red mage hotkeys to cast my spells. Our red mage combo isn't too bad, but imagine if they got rid of the button bloat. And this is Moulinet. People are asking for that. Maybe 10.0. Hopium, dude. Hopium. Why do we have cookies next to our name? It's because you were in chat when a moment triggered, Catnip. That's one of your few complaints. I find it cool being allowed to control characters that we don't normally play. I think it's very, cinematic. I like it. We must see that their suffering is not prolonged.
Just the beginning.
Alize is a sprout. Lamau, she is. Sprout is a. Battle of the Dads was the best one. Battle of the Dads was so good. I do like that her dual cast mechanic is working as intended. It gives you a feel for jobs you normally wouldn't play, and I find that very cool. Yeah, if you've never played this job, here's the tiniest taster. That's how I feel about it too. It's more of like a thematic taster than a real feel for what the class is like. It seems we've earned a moment's respite. Then let us take this opportunity to cure the tempered. I'm gonna throw some heals. Oh, am I supposed to really? No? Hello? Hello, I'm literally healing you. We need to heal her quickly. I'm curing you. Hello? America explain! Send Angelo. Thank you guys. I didn't even see Angelo. Read the duty. Listen here. Listen here. You don't cure the tempered like that. Have we tried though, Kyo? Really? I think a Vercure could save tempering. Is that funny, Daniel? Give me more evidence to prove my theory, sir. Do you see that? The glyph? Yes. How worried should we be? Interesting. Is this the signal booster for the towers? Are we getting 5G? The final installation? Listen well and judge for yourself. Though I can see ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow within the heart of Cartano. But now that I am here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an etheric confluence, like to the pillars of the Azim Steppe, but greater in scale, far greater. The glyphs that Fandaniel has conjured reach into its very midst. And I believe I know their purpose. Should the lunar primals destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. The resultant disruption to the flow of ether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm. Al, I appreciate you. That he would go so far cometh as little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all costs. Now I play as Eorzea. And become Eorzea? Yes! Is that Odin? So the time has come to pit my blade against his. Follow my lead. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Maleficent. Deals unaspected damage. Okay, that's my main attack. Executes the following abilities in succession. Destiny drawn. Leave everything to fate as you draw a card. And then it deals unaspected damage. Restores 10% of mana. The scroll combo. Destiny sleeve, leave everything to fate. Restores 20% MP. Damage dealt is increased, while weapon skill, cast time, and recast time are reduced. For yourself, AoE cards? AoE cards? There's a heal. There's an AoE heal and regen, and fixed sign. This is panic bubble. Okay, for reduced damage. Okay. Okay. Here we go already. AoE cards, Pog. I should probably watch their health, huh? Oh my god, Thancred? Sir? I've never used focus target before, but now is the time. Stola? Oh, Lunar Feather. Oh my god, okay, we're dead. This is the end. Hold your breath. Hello? Why is the stack marker taking so long? Oh, were we maybe meant to DPS that in time? Terra wants pizza now or later? Later. He hates us, catnip. Listen, I'm in a very important duty. Pizza, also very important. But less important than this duty.
May the 12 guide you.
Oh, the confluence! Oh, the confluence! Oh, Thancred! Ah! Ah! Oh my goodness! Jesus. This poor confluence! Stop it, you're hurting it. Monkasteer, literally I am Monkasteer right now. Hates you, he paid attention to me, catnip. Do not gaslight Spets. Okay. Oh dear! Okay, yep. This is fine. We have to DPS the Fetter much faster this time. Thancred doth require our aid. Such strength! It will take all three of us to protect the confluence. Thancred?
The best defense is a good defense.
Double bubble! Why did you Stola take so much damage? Stola? That's Gunbreaker LB3. I've used it once during the Elidibus trial. I can't remember the name. Seed to Sacrifice. But there were so many effects going on, I didn't actually get to see the effect. Stola's Black Mage, of course she takes damage. Thancred, please cease becoming perished. I think this tank needs to get new gear. They're really squishy. I don't think they're wearing level appropriate gear. He still stands. He's a glutton for punishment. Ultimate Zantetsu. Nah, we can DPS him in time, I think. Yeah. Thancred healers adjust, literally. Tank isn't using his mitts either, right? He's wearing early Shadowbringers gear still, long fall. I'm gonna say it. If this was like a slight taste of Astrologian, that was kind of fun. Meanwhile, Grahatia and Alize prepare to lock swords with Lunar Ravana. Let me play as Graha. Let me play as Graha. Cat, enjoy your lurk. Yes! Foul combo. This is just regular spell. This looks like OGCD maybe? No, it's not. Oh, this is to restore my mana. Okay. DOT. Oh, he has a heal? He's 2 heals? Prevents spellcasting, movement, and other activities of nearby enemies. Break. Oh, this is when he AoE binded. Break. Cat husband time. Astro's your favorite healer? You've been playing it since Heavensward? I really like Sage, but I haven't tried Astro. If you main Gunbreaker, you have ADHD and forget your dang CDs. Aggressively Gunbreaker. Yeah, I do. That's true. So wait, is Graha technically a red mage then? If he has access to heals and black magic? Rudimentary red mage? He's a mage. I'm imagining I'm gonna have to use break against the butterflies. Like moths to the flame, we have to keep them from the confluence. But there are so many. Then allow me. A quick casting of break should buy us time. Wait, these yet live? Excuse me. Him tagging is just the advanced melee combo. He is baby's first red mage. And we love him for it. You've seen so many streamers who did not read the tooltips die there. I know the time is ticking down, but I always take the time to read the tooltips because they are there for a reason. It was a little close for comfort, but now is our chance. Ow. Revengeance. Metal Gear Rising. Does this leave a hot? It does. Stola's more of a black mage, definitely. Nail? Whoa, okay. Oh, I'm Whoopsie. At Maligma? That's also what I saw. At Maligma. I'm forgetting to leave my Thunder Dot. Dang it. Alize! Bessie, you have Vercure. What are you doing? Also, can you please face the mob away from the confluence? That's a mage. I didn't know it was amateur hour. At Maligma balls. No, I don't think she has been, Miranda W. You right there. Break. I have a way of breaking his defenses, but I'll need time. Keep it up. Okay. Nice, Allie. Nice-oo. Very good. 300-year-old sprout. I love that it makes them sprouts. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Raha's the most precious sprout? Yeah. Too busy for DPSing. Rejoice in the glory of combat. I love this little map view. This is so cute. At the self-same moment, you stand shoulder to shoulder with Alphino and Estinian, resolved to lay Lunar Ifrit low. Guys, please be nice to Graha. He's new to Final Fantasy and he doesn't know. He couldn't decide which class, so he picked them all. None of them have made it to Endwalker yet? You're right. Lunar Ifrit, the one Arenvald and Fordola encountered. We have a vendetta, Alphino. For Arenvald. For his broke-ass legs. You ready? Let's do it. Yeah! Whoops. Not me fat fingering my character window. So many tooltips on this Scion. How am I supposed to read all this in time? There's literally so many tooltips. Like, what is super ether? Too many tooltips. I can't believe they're letting you play as the Sir Terrabellum. Oh my god, Sir Terrabellum's a sprout. Omega lol, dude. Whatever those are, they bode ill for us. Smash them to pieces before it's too late. Did you guys skip the Ethreat fight in MSQ or like what? You don't know what an Infernal Nail is? Oh, you got your friends to clear the fight unsynced for you, didn't you? Questionable decisions. Estinian skip to Heavensward? Story skip for sure.
We must fight on.
Estinian's health is giving me anxiety, but I remember that Alphino's the healer, and I'm not expected to heal, so I'm not going to. Whoop. Hello? Oh, this again? Whoa! They're thicker! They're thicker in this than they are supposed to be! Excuse me, in the trial, you can squish in there. That's a thick AoE. When you're doing the trial, you can squish your little bum in there and not get hit. Thicker than a Snicker. Hello, healer adjust. I know I have a vuln stack, but could you heal me? Thank you. Lunar nails. Oh, this again. That's fine. Oh, I should be pointing the mob away. I might have got the confluence breathed on a little bit further. Ow. Nails? Oh! More of them! Our foe seeks to destroy the confluence, and us along with it. So, it's come to this. Do it, Estinian. Ooh! Are they all LB3ing? Okay, King. Not what I was expecting. Oh, it's just the level 80 dive. Star Diver, okay. Oh, right, Dragoon LB3 has the, like, dragon come out. I will not be outdone. Why does Manification have a 110-second cooldown instead of 120 to line up with Embolden? Oh, actually, I know why. Never mind. It's because you're meant to start your combo with 50 mana, do it during Embolden and then Manification, and then their cooldowns are lined up perfectly. And that's why. Gaming tips with Terrabellum. You're welcome. I would commentate Destinian any day. Same. Is that something you could do in the bedroom? Asking for a game she plays. Straight to Horny Joe with you. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, 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 oh.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you.
Okay.
Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
Okay, very cool, very nice. Glad to hear it. Huh? We can still fix Xenos, I swear. I am sus.
Glory be to Garlemore.
No. Eorzea. Sir?
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Sad. Still small. Fandaniel VA is kind of cute. Isn't the VA for Graha really cute? I can't remember his name. I think we looked him up one time. After the reveal, don't worry, after the reveal. I think he was very cute, if I remember correctly. Jonathan Bailey, yes.
Do not hang your head so, brave scions.
Whose VA did I see super recently that is gorgeous? Was it Astinian's? I don't remember. We pulled up a picture of him and I died. Oh, it was Xenos. You're right, Torb. It was Xenos's. It was Xenos's. Yes, 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 it was.
Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored.
Oh.
You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
Dude, not the Amalja comforting us. No way.
Should have been quicker. But I'll do better next time.
That's all you can do.
Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
So much more impactful coming from one of the tribes as well.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless.
Dang right. And that's what matters.
We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
Hell yeah. Wait, where's the hell yeah option? Where's the hell yeah option? To the very end.
To the very end.
Mm-hmm. Moon's haunted. Moon's haunted! Ooh, I got chills. Oh my god, I have so many chills right now. Wow, what? Now wait 6 months. Oh my god. Came over from the YouTube, caught you live. Let's go. Slash moment has been done.
Sloppy.
Slash moment has been done. Serena, thank you for the 5 gifted. Shadowbringers complete. Shadowbringers complete. There's still post-patch cutscenes? Doesn't matter. Shadowbringers complete. Oh man. I'm sure these cutscenes are gonna be mind-blowing, but... Stranger! Thank you for the 10! Oh, this art is beautiful. Oh my god. Next up, Endwalker, dude. Next up, Endwalker. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the 101 biddies. Guys, you already did the scam train thing. You already did the scam train thing. Keep your money in your wallets, you guys. Thank you. Oh my gosh. That's a beautiful picture of Eorzea. That's a beautiful picture of Istola. Hello, wallpapers? Hello, wallpapers? Is that you?
I look forward to seeing you in Endwalker.
Saturday. Saturday, Lord. Saturday. That's the day.
I will go back to YouTube, but I look forward to seeing...
Oh, it's double doing it again.
Congrats on finishing SHB.
Thank you, Sim. Thank you for the 200 biddies. Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh, Graha! Wait, I have to tab back in. Oh, I missed it! Oh, heartburn. I can get screenshots of these later, I'm sure. This art is amazing. TTS is still scuffed today, yeah. Become what you must. The Lord of Darkness. I need that picture of Graha. So do I, dude. Oh. Oh, Molly needed forehead kiss, right? Molly? Mwah. Here's your forehead kiss. Wilson, thank you for the gift sub. It was after this that you bought all the art books, understandably. Here's a challenge I'll be putting up. If you finish Endwalker without crying, I'll gift 100 subs. That's a pretty safe bet. There's no way. There's no way I can finish Endwalker without crying. There's absolutely no way. I love when they transition into the song. It's such a beautiful song. Our journey will never end, dude. I love Shadowbringers so much. Looking forward to seeing you go through Endwalker. I'm so terrified and so... Oh my god, Zatras! I'm so terrified and so excited. My heart is going to be pounding all the way through Endwalker, and I know it. There's going to be so many moments to come, and I don't know how to handle them. We're not even remotely close there yet. At least they didn't transition to answers. That would have been sadistic. That would have been sadistic if they moved into answers. And Zatras again, thank you for the 5 gifted. Guys, thank you for all the gifted. Keep your money in your wallets, please. One world ends and a new begins. I miss Emmett, dude. I love this song. I'm gonna start crying. Congratulations, Terrabellum! You ventured through A Realm Reborn, reached beyond Heavensward, survived the storm of blood, and brought shadows back onto the world. All that's left is to walk to the end. Buh! You'll more jump scare every time. You'll more jump scare every time. Pretty special story here. Stupid weeb game. Stupid weeb game for babies. One more jump scare for the road. Now that you're past Shadowbringers, you should watch Tomorrow's on YouTube. It's a short film made in G-pose. That sounds super cute, Dustin. The transition from Tomorrow and Tomorrow to Yulmar theme is so jarring every time. It got Andy yesterday. Yes. I have such chills, and I've only experienced the game through Terra. It's so fucking good. Becky, I'm so happy to hear you say that. I'm so happy to hear you say that. I've been wondering about my longtime community that doesn't play 14, how they've been feeling about the journey, and I think you're a good example of it. You're a good example of how transcendent this story is, that you don't need to be directly a part of it and directly playing it to feel just how good it is. I watched it off stream Fume because it has DMCA music in it, but I have. That was a great video. Bubbling at excitement. I'm watching you react to the Endwalker trailer. That's what's up next. Endwalker cinematic trailer. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. All of the short stories on Lodestone that aren't in the Endwalker category, Tales from the Dawn, should be fair game now. I think we want to do a Lodestone stream. At least a little bit. We might weave them in here and there when we have some downtime. Have little moments of story time, because I really want to read those. I've had some YouTube comments that I've literally had to avoid. Because they're like, oh, on the Lodestone, and I'm like, whoa! And then I keep scrolling. I read almost every single YouTube comment but those ones. Oh. Loved being able to experience it with you and chat. Is good time even if I don't play myself. I love to hear that. Love you guys. This has been a nice memory. Guys, thanks for coming with me. I gush about this all the time, but Twitch makes this even more special for streamers. And I hope streamers are eloquent in telling you guys that, because you really do. You take an amazing game and you make it so much more magical. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. Oh my god, you guys. Thank you for letting the hype train die. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you so much for all the support. It really goes a long way, so thank you. Choo-choo. Hi, Glacian. Hi, Snow. There is going to be a post-credit scene. Yes, Psycho. There always is. In the past, it was always moon time. Look at the things scary happening on the moon. But now, oh, maybe it still will be, actually. We're not on the moon yet. Have the rain ceased? Yes. And we are blessed with another beautiful day. And Twitch chat is here to see it. I don't know, I heard the moon's haunted. Lidabusi, I hate this word. This has been so awesome. I know I joined kind of late to the Twitch fam, but I had been following your channel for a while. Love you and your reactions. Can't wait to experience Endwalker with you. Let's go, Doom. Let's go. Elidibus not on the moon anymore, yeah. I made myself sad. I made myself sad. I was about to joke, yeah, he's trapped in the Crystal Tower.
You're my superstar.
Aw, Dustin with the fresh tier 1. Hi, welcome in. Thank you for that. Ah, wait, I'm caught in like a welling of emotions right now. Quick, somebody make a joke. Somebody save me. Oh my gosh.
How very clear.
Moon's haunted. Oh, wow. I can't, oh wow. I can't think about the story at all. Whenever I stop and start reflecting, it's just, whoa, it's too much. It's too much. We've experienced. Why would they put a combo on screen right now? We've just experienced too much in this story. Against your own forehead, you dark. He's okay. I know he's okay. It's happy tears. Feelsbringer hit us all hard. Holy. I'm glad that I've been able to find you as well, Terra. I've much enjoyed your pure personality and humor, as well as witnessing your Shadowbringer journey and random things on the side. Yamina, thanks for coming with us. How come there are Pop-Tarts, but not Mom-Tarts? Because of the pastryarchy. Sleepy, thank you for that. That's a good one. The best part is that you still have so much to experience and look forward to. I know, it's not even close to the end. Wow. It's close to the end, Walker, but it's not even close to the end. There's still so much story to absorb. Still so many theories to be had. So many tears to be shed. Oh, man. Molly, thank you for the gift to Sleepy. As troll as it sounds, doing a complete second playthrough of the story was actually one of the most rewarding gaming experiences for me. I 100% feel that. I 100% feel that. I 100% feel that and understand that. There's so much that you learn that retroactively makes the early setup story so much more valuable. Posted a funny video in Discord. I'll check it out later. I want to get to the trailer. Hopefully without tears in my eyes. Hopefully without tears in my eyes. And Walker is 30% bigger. Somebody said that earlier, Terry Lynn, and I'm just like flabbergasted. Two expansions. Endwalker and Endwalker 2 painful feels. What did the fish say when he swam into a wall? Damn. Why did the Moogle go to the market? I don't know. That's why I love to watch streamer playthroughs. I get that second look at the story as well as someone else's perspective. Yes. I often caution people. There are times where I'm theorizing and I'm wrong. Chat has been so good about it lately. In the past, though, I've been theorizing and people have been like, oh, no, Tara, that's wrong. And I'm like, don't correct me. Like, if I'm theorizing, you never know where I'm going to go with my theories. Do you know what I mean? And it may jog something in your line of thinking that you hadn't thought before. So whenever a streamer is off on their like crackpot, like string board theories, just let them go for it. Let them go for it. Smile and smile and wave. Smile and wave while they're being kooky, and just let them do their thing. This game is terrible. I hate it. This game is terrible. I love it. Oh. Not just 7.0, we'll get into 6.4, 6.5, same time as Terra. That will be fun, Liddy. I can't wait to be experiencing it live with you guys. Why are circles bad at telling stories? Because they're pointless. I love how so many people have so many different favorite characters and moments. Yeah. I'm gonna fix this boy. I'm gonna fix this boy. We're his first friend, and I'm gonna make it worth it for him, okay? I'm gonna make it, mark my words. I will make it worth it for him. I will fear copium. Shut the hell up. I will fix him. We need to fix it. Xenos, I can fix him counter. I'm back. I'm sorry I missed the adventure. Blur, you didn't miss it. There's the VOD, and there'll be a YouTube video. Many ways to enjoy it to come. Whew. I recently adopted a bonded pair of kittens. One is a white calico, the other black. If you guessed, I named them Vreen and Gaia. You'd be correct. That's so cute, Satuan. That's so cute. As someone who went into this game in the wrong order, facts. Having future knowledge changes things so much, it really does. And Walker's also 30% more feels. I'm dead. I am become deceased. Oh, hang on, Psycho, I missed it. Tara, why did the Moogle went to the market? To use his coupon to get out. Get out, Psycho. Oh no, I already did the Eden raids, Psycho. I already did the Eden raids. I did them already. I think that was quite recently. If you want to like skim through the VODs. You lost it. I'll probably upload it to YouTube as well. Let's be real. Your cat just got back from the hospital for a treatment of asthma. Are they doing okay? What do dwarves and lalas have in common? Very little. Why is it spelled camouflage and not question mark? Whoosh. I didn't get that one. Whoosh. There's bots? Okay, yes. I might be able to fix Xenos, but frankly, whatever's wrong with him is much more entertaining. Honestly, true. Better fix him before he fixes you first. True. True. Different streamers and chats handle these things so differently. You always got to learn what is acceptable in each community when you're new. Totally. Totally, totally, totally. And if you're not sure if something's okay, always just ask the streamer, because we'll be happy to tell you. Either we'll have a command like ! Spoiler or something like that in how we approach it, and it's the best way. Tara, I don't need to tell anybody about my VOD channel. Specbellum. Spec, I don't need to tell anybody about my VOD channel. We do have the VOD channel on YouTube. I am slowly working my way through uploading every single Twitch VOD, except for, unfortunately, 4.1 that I lost. But every single Twitch VOD will be immortalized on the VOD channel. So if you're curious of my Heavensward journey, it is now fully up, and the Stormblood VODs are going up next. So if you missed something and you're sad you missed it, boom. Great, I like the VODs on YouTube better. Yes, they will slowly be there. My goal right now, I have to fix a few of the files, but once they're fixed is ideally, once I can batch upload them, every 2 days a VOD should release. There is a VOD channel. I think it's in the Xmerch YT. Yep, there they are. There's the main channel and the VOD channel in that. I have a spoiler for you. Stinian's actually a cool guy. Wow. Flemmy, that's such a spoiler. How could you say this? Why didn't you let me make up my own mind on him? Joke for you. 2 muffins are sitting in an oven. One turns to the other and says, wow, it's pretty hot in here. The other says, holy crap, a talking muffin. I hate those. I hate this. Actually, cool facts. Did you know that you could drink lava? Like, humans can drink lava? Like, did you know this? Humans can drink lava. Once. Also, you can go skydiving without a parachute. Once. Sorry. Perfect sub. I have something to watch on the side now while I live well. Hell yeah. If live Terra's not here, VOD Terra's got you. And here I was Googling about the lava thing. Oh no. I think I need to go to bed. Understandable. Have a great day. Jokes aside, I think you'd die before the lava could reach your mouth. Do you think the ambient heat of it would kill you? How would you actually... You know what? Let's not get into it. I'm like, how would you actually die? I think you would asphyxiate, wouldn't you? Oh, I think you would asphyxiate from the toxins coming off the lava. The fumes. Sorry, not the toxins. The fumes. Yeah, I think you would literally asphyxiate. You could watch Terra once and then unfollow unsub because he makes a crap joke. Hello. How you doing? You want another kiss? Yes? What else? What do you want? You want my coffee? What do you want from me? No. Oh, come here. Hang on. Guys, I'll be right back. Give me a kiss!
Wine, that David wine, and it pleased the wine, but you don't really care for music, do wine. It goes like this, the wine, the minor wine, the major wine, the baffled king composing Waluigi, 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 Waluigi. Yeah.
Puts claws back on for school. Oh my god, my butthole clenched so hard when I saw his little just chilling there. Oh my fucking Christ almighty. Oh. Oh.
Am I dead?
Ah! Okay, I'm back. Oh, what's happening here? Game? There it is. Waluigi. Oh no, was the Waluigi clip playing? I hate this clip. It was the Waluigi clip, wasn't it? Waluigi. Suddenly credits end naturally while he's away. Imagine if I was just sitting here watching the cutscene. Imagine I was sitting here because my headphones were like this and the cutscene was just playing and I was just missing it. Imagine. That would have sucked. It was the first clip. Oh. As a new viewer, I thought he had instantly changed costume and was very confused. You're like, what happened? What has occurred? I blinked. What has occurred in this stream? Tara, what has been your favorite chunk of story between the X-Packs, post-X-Packs? The Whirlit Trials. The Whirlit Trials. The Whirlit Trials. Actually, I don't know. My heart wanted to jump straight into the Wurlet Trials, but if we're talking MSQ, answers the same thing 3 times, then says, I don't know. If that isn't Terra, I don't know what is. That's kind of me personified, huh? For you, it's Seto. I don't know, I didn't know you played Subnautica. Is there a VOD? No! Backcoaster Subnautica is one of the first games that I ever streamed. And it's lost. It's lost to the sands of time, unfortunately. It's one of my greatest regrets in content creation, was losing my Subnautica VOD. I saved my Outer Wilds VOD, but I lost my Subnautica VOD. Oh, I lost my Red Dead VODs too. Pepe hands. God, Red Dead 2 was so good. I lost way too many good VODs. Damn it, Twitch. Dang it. You meant MSQ. It's how the art books are separated. I was going to buy that one. What was my favorite section of MSQ? Can I summarize it in a patch? Like saying like 4.2 or something like that? Can I summarize it that way? Because if I had to summarize it that way, I would say either 3.3, the Dragon Song War, or 5.3. 5.3 is called Reflections in Crystal, right? Either 5.3 or 3.3. If I had to pick my favorite chunk of story. Both are great, yeah. Shira! Had to work and now have raid. Wanted to pop in and say hello. Hi, Shira! If you have a moment, unmute me. We're gonna watch the Endwalker cinematic today, to raid now. 5.3 hit hard. I don't actually remember distinctly 4.3, Gab. The Stormblood post patches were kind of a blur for me. It is called Reflections in Crystal. I thought so. Is there an Endwalker VOD? I can't wait. We don't know. We haven't done Endwalker yet. Oh, 4.3 was Suko. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Ah. Crap. No, 5.3. 5.3. 5.3 was so beautiful. 5.3 was so beautiful. For you, it's 5.0. 5.0 was so beautiful too. No, I have to say 5.3. So much happened. The whole like gauntlet that Elidibus made you run through, that just reminds you of your whole journey. The final fight, the little moment, like there's just so much amazing in 5.3. Our boy becoming Popsicle. Yeah, no, it's 5.3 for me. Yeah, the 0.3 patches that tie up the expansion for the second time seem to hit hard all the time. They go so hard on the 0.3 patches. As much as I love Shadowbringers and Endwalker, I've yet to see anything beating the Dragon Song War for you. Dragon Song War was so good. It was so good. 3.3? 3.3, if I hadn't decided that I loved the game already, which I did, 3.3 would have been my, yep, this game is absolutely incredible. Because 3.3 was so good. I respect the hell out of the 4.x. Post, so it gets looked over because 4.0 wasn't the strongest writing, but Stormblood post patches were genuinely so incredible. Stormblood post patches went so hard and everyone forgets about it because 4.0 was kind of like not everyone's favorite. The .x series is basically all you remembered of Stormblood. That's kind of a good thing. After our night friend died, 3.3 made me ugly so fucking hard. Yeah. I think that was the first time in Final Fantasy that I was like fully choked up. If I remember correctly, the YouTube video, I didn't say a word the entire time because I was just silently crying. No trailer yet, Sock, no trailer yet. But soon, very soon. Okay, I gotta ask. I keep hearing this word. What's a popsicle? Guys, what's another word for popsicle? Don't tell me it's a Canadian thing. It's not a Canadian thing. Popsicles are normal. Popsicle is like ice cream, but more frozen. Ice pop? Maybe ice pop is the word you've heard? Frozen water on a stick. Ice lolly? Americans have it too. Okay, good. Frozen flavored ice treat. Yes. Oh, in the UK they call them ice lollies. Got it. Frozen flavor water on a stick. That's my favorite. The moment you finished, my internet died? No, Catherine. Also giggity. No, I wasn't a streamer when I played Undertale. Psycho, fun fact. So, Spess, my partner, when we were first becoming friends, he gifted me Undertale and said, "You're playing this game for me." And I was like, okay. And then we became closer after that. I never played Undertale because I hated the fan base, but I loved the game. I'm so glad that I played it. God, what a great game. That's cute as fuck. Yep. Not to be confused with ice lollies, who are cool kids. Sock. Spess is my partner? Yes. Are they the one with the lewd bun boy plate? Yes, they are, Moranita. In New England, they say popsicle. Gotcha. Ice lollies. I mean, it makes sense. I got a keeper? I sure do. I sure do. Really good game with a loud fan base? Couldn't be me. Undertale's one of those things where it's infuriating how good it is because of how unbearable people are about it. Ray, that's summarized so well. That's summarized so well. Oh my god, is the game done? Point. Point and laugh. Point and laugh at random. Random, we have so much more to go. Don't do the trailer yet, I need popcorn. Okay, I'm just letting the credits roll at this point. We're chatting, we're vibing. People are getting comfy, people are getting ready. Actually, Spess is a Vieira. Keepers are Mikote. Lord Wiz, you did not. You know what? Hang on. Hang on. There's something I need to do really quickly. Lord Wiz, I love you. It was actually funny, but it's the principle. It's the principle of it. I did have to give you a momentary timeout for that. Yeah, that one was deserved. Hashtag free Lord Wiz. They're already free. It was a short timeout. It was more of a wrist slap. It was more of a wrist slap than anything. There are so many people in the Undertale fan base, but also so many people that who want others to play it a specific way. That is the most infuriating part, and that's the thing I was so glad that I wasn't a streamer for, Yamina, is I'm aware that the community surrounding Undertale, if they watch people playing it, they're very vocal about how they want you to play it. And Spess was just like quietly in the background, observing and soaking it up and being like, do you have any questions? And I'm like, how do I do this? And he's like, oh, okay, well, if you want the answer, this is the way. You know, he was the perfect backseater. He was the perfect level of, I knew what I wanted to accomplish, and he was just there helping me accomplish it. I choked on my spit from that one, Derek. Where does a mansplainer get their water? From a well, actually. It's like the opposite of 14 viewers, truly. Welcome back, Aiki! You're just in time. Hope you got some popcorn. Oh, he was emotionally vamping. He'll probably admit to it now. He didn't at the time, but definitely. Man, first time hearing Hopes and Dreams and doing the Hopes and Dreams moment. We won't talk about it just in case people haven't played it in the year 2023 of our good Lord. But that was magical and is so emotional. Oh, it's a good game. You should play Undertale. And Undertale community is also the reverse of Outer Wilds. Yeah. Outer Wilds community is so good. Also emotional vampires. Do you know what I want as a gamer? As more specifically as a streamer, I want the Final Fantasy community to play Outer Wilds, and I want the Outer Wilds community to play Final Fantasy, because the way the game makes you feel is so similar. It is so similar and magical and amazing and something you can only experience once. And if you're chasing that high, go play the other one. Outer Wilds gamers, go play Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV players, go play Outer Wilds. Seriously. Oh. And I do need to stress Outer Wilds, yes. Not Outer Worlds, not the Fallout clone Outer Worlds, Outer Wilds. Did the credits loop? Are the credits looping? Or are we okay? Are we almost out? Hold on to your Lalafels. They're still going. Gotta finish 14 first, yes. Outer Wilds is one game I want to see and play, yes. And then when you finish it, then go emotionally vamp off my YouTube VODs. Because for whatever reason, they're the first VODs that I ever uploaded, and they're on the main channel for whatever. Don't question it. They're just on the main channel, okay? Don't feel any kind of way. They're just there. They're just there, and when you're ready to soak up emotional vampirism, go there. Should I stream? Yes. You should stream Outer Wilds. Yes, you should stream it. Yes, you should stream it. The community is amazing. You should stream Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds was my favorite game. It was my favorite game. I think it was 5.0 that Final Fantasy XIV stole that title. Final Fantasy XIV became my favorite game after 5.0. Understandably. The Outer Wilds community is so good. There's like one or two people that will get too excited and might kind of lead you into a direction. They might like backseat a little bit, but if you're just stern with them and be like, hey, just don't backseat me. Let me figure this out. Then they'll leave you alone. All right, you and Seth both vouched Outer Wilds in the same way. I guess I'm streaming it. Yes, you should, Ian. Yes, you should. I don't know if I'll play it though. Maybe just watch it. You know what? I think you'll get a very similar experience, even if you just watch it. But I do want to encourage playing it. Did I mention stream Outer Wilds? I am a walking advertisement for Final Fantasy XIV and Outer Wilds. You should, Spade. You should. Have I seen the Outer Wilds no-clip doc? No, I haven't. So for someone who has zero knowledge about Outer Wilds, can I have a one-sentence vague description of what it is, please? Yes. You are in a handcrafted galaxy, universe, and there is a big mystery, and you're trying to figure out why it's happening. That's all I'm gonna say. That is all I'm gonna say. I'm trying to be so vague. There's a big mystery, and you're trying to understand it. Boom. And broke can't play Sag. It used to be on Game Pass, but it sadly came off of Game Pass. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Outer Wilds 14? Terra has, yep. Space archaeology. That makes it sound boring. It's so much more than that. Deep breaths. We're speaking with every single one of them. We made it. We've done it. I will recommend that the Alliance keep a closer watch over Carton. The Telophoroi may have failed in their attempt to destroy the confluence this time, but there is not to stop them trying again. Graha, I'm saving you for last. It was decent of Lord Aymeric to bear us home aboard his ship. The gods only know how we would have squeezed this many people onto the Bonanza. The tempered that we were able to treat will be taken to the city-states for observation. As soon as the Alliance is satisfied that they're fully recovered, they will be free to return home. Right on. Speak with none, become true chaos? I wouldn't dare. Hi, Twilight Prince! Whew. Also, hi, Neon. At the close of the battle, when the clouds parted and the moon shone down on us all, I cannot well express how I felt. Somehow, it seemed more of a beginning than an ending. Yeah. That's worded well. You should have seen my face when Lord Aymeric turned up on our doorstep. Did none of you think to send word that he was bringing you home? Oopsies. Oh no, the B team isn't here. Where's the B team? Lately, the Rising Stones has been a hub of activity, between combating lunar primals and forging good relations with our new allies. Even our newer members have barely had a moment's peace. They're all out doing stuff. Aw, B team! I should be fired. You did 6.3 accidentally called Graha Gaia. Easy mistake to make. No one's in here? No B team. Aw. I still can't believe they cured tempering when pigs flew. Truly, Murph. Not only did they cure tempering, we have peace amongst the tribes. Like, it's so cool. It's just so cool. Many though the enemy were, their numbers consisted largely of tempered beastmen, with a few lunar primals to keep things interesting. The Garleans themselves ventured little and lost less. It has ever been the Empire's way to have others fight their battles, but even they would blush at the Telophoroi's use of tempered slaves. Yeah. The Cardinal Flats seem fated to play a prominent role in the history of the realm, do they not? I wonder, might the abundance of ether that floweth through the region have led the Allegans to entomb Omega there? Throughout the battle, I could not shake the feeling that all present were performing for the amusement of Fandaniel. Nor did his blithe reaction to this latest defeat give me cause to think otherwise. I can only conclude that such failures are of little consequence to his broader scheme, whatever it may be. Like, yeah, if he truly wanted world-ending destruction, there would have been more to it than that, right? Like, they were probably all out at Cartno too. Maybe if we were looking in the background, we would have seen them. That would have been cool. It's pretty base to 14 to recognize that their setting was built on a colonial themes and then actually deal with that in the story and move towards a post-colonial world. Lamb? Yes. Lamb? Yes. That is how I feel about it. Okay, here we go. I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. You've thought of everything, Lord Aymeric, and may I say how much I appreciated the hospitality you afford us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction, and it afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since he last took his leave. It would seem you have finally found a place to settle down. I merely grew weary of wandering the Far East. BS. Returning to more serious matters, while the Telophoroi have been driven from Cartno, 'tis like that the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of Eorzea's first joint military operation, however, I am confident that we have the potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the Telophoroi at bay, I would ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. A sensible division of labor. While the towers remain, so too will the threat of lunar primals. And given our expertise in the field of etherology, we are better qualified to find a solution. That we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There is a time and a place for formal investigations, of course, but certain secrets are wont to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. I could not agree more. There are none better suited to this task, nor any whom I would rather rely. They've grown up, they don't need you anymore. It's so cute, dude. It makes me so happy. As such, while we develop the expansion, you wait. Exactly. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have need of assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. What a babe, dude. What an absolute babe. Love you. Bye. Miss you. I confess, I'd hoped to be able to study the towers more closely, vital as they plainly are to the Telophoroi's plans. If we can discern their ultimate function, we will be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain that the Telophoroi will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who awaits at the heart of the chaos will come for us. For you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Yes, all right, Alphino. We need a plan, not portents. As Thancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in a position to seek information from all manners of places, not least. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. Charlian. According to Kryl, the Forum have been more secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the appearance of the Telophoroi, that remains a matter of speculation. Starting 6.0 on Saturday, Callie. But one thing is clear. The Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Fortuno's... I forgot, we're calling him Four Cheese. Four Cheese's performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation. I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for the answers we seek on the matter of the towers. Charlian hath ever been a wellspring of etherical knowledge. Etherological. Master Forchan. I don't even like calling him Master, dude. I care not where we go. Here or there, my lance will be ready. Yes, Justinian! I thought you were gonna go running off. Hell yeah. And what of you, sir? Might you be persuaded to join us? You missed Terra reaction to father. Spoiler alert, Psycho, I had to take a break. I had to walk away. It did not sit well with me. Plot a course for Charlian, or, if it means I can have words with Four Cheese, or an island of bookworms and bureaucrats, have we no other choices? Smile better suits a hero. To be frank, I myself would sooner plump for a tropical paradise, but Kryl needs our help, and who knows where the trial might lead us. I'm so excited, Callie. I'm so excited for all of Endwalker. It appears we are in agreement, but we have to wait for Kryl to secure the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there's a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? By strange coincidence, it does. At present, I have only a creeping suspicion, but with your help, I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted. Ew, sock, that's so gross. But Four Cheese has plogons. They're definitely a filthy plogon user. You've learned the emote shush. Oh boy, here comes the intrigue. Meanwhile, in the Garlean capital... He went Reaper? Oh, that's so hype. Oh, that is so...
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch. Though I suppose you knew that already.
That is so hype. That's why they hid the weapon, because it was a job reveal. Oh my god. That is insane. That is insane.
My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure.
He did the slice.
Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
Our dreamer. Our dreamer.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
The dreamer?
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach.
Oh, let me just reread that really quickly. They might be referring to Zodiark. It's possible they're referring to Zodiark. Whoa.
The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire. my desire to relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence.
He's so expressive.
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
Our contest of Our contest of hugs. Our contest of hugs. Who can hug better? Can you fix it, Terra? I don't think so. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Look how he smiles thinking of you, Terra. That's what I'm saying. That's called foreplay, Terra.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
Ruh-roh.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically. Far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
Are the towers giving the lands the suck? That good suck?
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became.
Oh, in short.
The towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
They're giving the lands the suck. The suck. But it's the bad suck, not the good suck. Xenos really never failed to pick up on my word. It's Arrowhead's vibes. That's so cute.
We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Okay. Towers go slurpy slip.
Hear me. Hear me. Hear me.
You've got some nerve. Wait, not Hylan?
Darkness comes, and with it, the end.
It sounded like Hylan at first.
The fate of the star is in your hands.
She gorgeous. Fate of the stars in our hands. Who was
Everything
that?
all right back
They
there?
were wearing an Amaratine robe, weren't they? I only retroactively realized that. I was so focused on her face. Clothes? Yeah, some clothes. All the smiley faces. At solemn dawn, grim purpose shines, in gazes cast toward moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise, your steps to guide what end betides. Whew! Under the darkened moon. Woo, the chills. Me too. Me too. Oh, man. Aw, Xenos wrote you a poem. He's so romantic. He's so romantic. Trailer time. Now wait 6 months. I love how you guys keep saying that. Now wait 6 months. You're not allowed. Wait 6 months. All right, so we'll spend the next 6 months going through all the mainline Final Fantasies that I've never played, which is like all of them. And then we'll come back for Endwalker. Does that sound good? Does that sound like a plan? Could you imagine if I did that to you guys? Could you imagine? Now I'm done with Shadowbringers. Woo! Hell yeah. Nice. Grind all the relics. Might be good to watch on YouTube. Sound can be funky in-game for cinematics. Does anyone know if the... You know what? Let's just watch it on YouTube. It's probably easier. Sure! Oh, as if any of us could actually wait 6 months for you to continue. No, there's no way. Oh, let's go outside. I bet you everyone's outside. Let's go see all the gamers before we watch the trailer. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. All the other Final Fantasy, you'd get to Endwalker by 11.3. So true. Look at all the gamers! Hello, everybody! Hello, everybody! Balor! Come here, you. Come here, you. Sadly, the cinematic in-game is way more compression than on YouTube. So it's just better to watch it on YouTube, yeah? My sprout, my sprout. No. I'm a real gamer now. My sprout is gone. No, I'm so sad. Look, ma, no sprout. No, it's a happy thing. It is a happy thing. I have graduated. It's a graduation day. It's not a sad thing. I am choosing to be happy. I am choosing to be happy. Huh. I'm sad though. Now, you're never allowed to do mechanics wrong again. We're gonna hold a sprout funeral, Isagi. I think actually we're gonna hold it on Thursday. We'll go to like to the Grania Amphitheater and we'll have a whole ceremony for my sprout. We can line up. We can say a few words. I love you, babe. We can say a few words about my sprout. Oh, I'm at the sprout funeral. I'm at the Shadowbringers ending part. I'm at the combination sprout funeral and Shadowbringers ending party. I didn't realize what tune you were going for. I'm at the funeral. I'm at the... I'll play taps, of course. Yes, yes. Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them. Yes. Trailer. All right, guys. Thursday. At some point in Thursday stream, we will do a sprout funeral. Okay. Okay. Sprout funeral on Thursday. Be there or be square. Say some words. Make me cry. Play some taps. It'll be beautiful. It'll be wonderful. Now you need to kidnap a non-Final Fantasy player and make them a sprout. That's Spess. Spess is a sprout. Valora is still a sprout. Guys, Valora finished 5.3. And we were joking about it because I'm not entering Endwalker until Saturday. We were joking that she has all week to finish 5.4 and 5.5. And then she's caught up. And then she can surpass me and actually be in streams. Oh, I was so happy. The Seto moment got her. We were in a Discord call together and she was streaming it for me. And then I was like, hey Vel, can you deafen up? Because she was just about to go to Seto. And she was like, why? I was like, just deafen up. She came back and she was like, you're horrible. Because she actually cried and I was so happy. I was like, yes. Oh. We got a Spud here who's still a Sprout. Let me see. We got a couple little Sprouts. This is his Lua. And I don't know who Will is. Will looks new to me. Oh, no adventure plate. Oh, I gotta get on the bee's knees while we wait. Oh. Hold on, I just logged in. Oh. Will's in your free company? No idea who they are? They're cute. Or if they have a Twitch or not. We'll never know because they don't have an adventure plate. We'll never know. It's an eternal mystery. It's an eternal mystery. They're in spirit. Love you. Made it back from work in time. It's time for trailer. Oh, you updated your plate a little bit. Let me see. Oh, that's a cute pose. May the stars shine for you. Very cute. All right, let's do trailer. Let's do trailer, you guys. Let's get this show on the road. Endwalker cinematic trailer. Deep breath. 5.2 million views. Whoa. I have to pee. How come every time something's about to happen, I have to pee? Oh, hey, I watched some of your stuff on YouTube. Got some making it to Endwalker. Hey, welcome in. Welcome in, Kane. We're about to watch the trailer for it. Here we go. No, here we go pee. We stall. We stall onto the trailer. So excited you'll pee yourself. I have an overactive bladder. This happens to me all the time in horror games. When I start getting scared, I'm like, guys, I have to go pee. This is the same. Okay, I love you guys. Everybody get up, move your bodies. Now's your last chance to get some popcorn, to get some chips, to get some anythings, and then trailer, and then it's 6 minutes. It is 6 minutes. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. I've never seen that before.
That's happened to me twice now.
Oh my God, I'm moving this crucifix to like right here.
That bitch! Oh my God.
Was it real?
No.
Oh, I want out. Okay, I'm done. I want out.
Oh my God, I thought it was real.
Oh my God.
Belle did it to us, so I had to do it to you guys.
But the problem is I couldn't even see you.
You made it look real.
Yeah, you made it look so real. Oh. Oh. No. Bonk pleasurable way. Hey, that happens at other.
It's just like yours.
Hold your fruit, guys.
My own sister.
Nobody's holding me. Don't settle yourself. Oh, Zimmy, do not turn off my computer right now. That's absolutely vile. Kill it with fire. Are these fingernails? Hello? Hello? Actually, Ray, you can leave emote only off for this watch, okay? You can leave it off because I'm not going to be looking at chat, I guarantee you. I will not even be glancing at you guys. I am going to be binocularsing. So if you guys want to shout about whatever it is, have at it. Except for spoilers, of course. I'm so scared. I'm so scared for this. Make sure we're HD. Make sure we're not muted. How many moments in a single stream? I don't know. I don't know. I think you can do 3 per month. I'm saving the next one for when we enter Endwalker. So we're gonna slash moment when I enter Endwalker on Saturday. Okay, guys, I love you. We're going in. We're gonna watch the trailer. I ain't gonna look at you guys. Okay, love you. Mwah. If you want to type out I love watching people like type out the lyrics in songs. If that's your jam, full send. Full send. I love you. Bye. Bye. Here we go. Endwalker trailer. 3, 2, 1, commence. What is this? Interesting. This song.
Begun to fray, its land rent by tooth and claw.
That outfit is so fitting for her. So the warrior lights a paladin. Sage weapons. Alfie becomes a sage?
I can look after myself, you know. And I've had enough of this rot. Come on.
Oh my god. I have chills.
As the chaos spread, the star seemed doomed to unravel, and yet...
That was epic.
There were those who stood in defiance of that fate.
At least I think it was. It sounded like him.
The hour is come, Fritra. It's all or nothing.
Is Sinian's dating a dragon? Oh, that goes so hard. Ooh. Oh my god.
Stage is set. But will our heroes deign to play their part?
I have so many chills.
You took your time. 'Tis as we feared. The respite afforded this land was but fleeting. The end draweth nigh.
Charlene, I'm assuming. Oh no, this must be Charlene. Well, where were they? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I knew it. This star still has secrets to tell. Take care, my friend.
So, Charlian would keep its counsel while the world is lost to ruin.
It would. Come what may, we shall live on. we must.
Do as you must then, but we scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
I love her so much. This is overwhelming.
Past the far edge of fate. Green blades dark as light. Tolling the coming of the end.
I don't know why I'm crying. Oh my gosh. I can't wait. Oh my gosh, I can't wait. That was so overwhelming. That was so overwhelming. Oh my gosh, dude. That was completely overwhelming. I'm so excited. Oh, wow. Oh. Again, I can't. I have such a head rush. I actually can't watch it again. I have such a head rush from that. Oh, wow. It was Emmett narrating, wasn't it? Oh my gosh. I think I watched it 100 times between when it released and the X-Pack launch. Oh, the music was so beautiful. The music was incredible. I don't know. Woo, in those last few moments, I just felt so overwhelmed. I couldn't help but cry. You see why it has 5.2 million views? I do. Wow, I do. I honestly feel lightheaded. Rando changed their outfit. I actually felt sorry for the people who only had played with the Japanese voices, not knowing who the narrator was. That was powerful. I can't wait for Saturday to watch you cry again within 10 minutes. We're gonna watch the teaser. Holy, I need some water. We'll watch the teaser trailer on Saturday before we get started. Oh man. I'm dying. Tara, I'm so jealous of you. I'm dying. My body doesn't know how to feel right now. Look, I'm choking and dying. Oh, and hyperventilating a little bit. Oh. Oh man. I'm dead. I am become deceased. I might die before Endwalker. My brain is firing. I have to end stream. My brain is firing off all panic signals because that was so good. Manilis, truly. I would literally give anything to experience it all again. Excited for you. I'm like, whoa. Woo. Completely overwhelmed. Guys, I have to send you guys out. I have to send you guys out. My body is like freaking out. It doesn't know what to feel right now. Oh, Vel's here. Hey, Vel. Your turn very soon, Vel. Your turn very, very soon. I don't know if you can hear me. I get to eat pizza after this, dude. I get to celebrate with pizza. Woo! I think I hyperventilated so bad I don't know, my throat hurts. Oh, Tara, before you go, some people have been asking for link shell invites. Okay. Line up in front of me if you need a link shell invite. We'll line it up this way. Oh shit, the table's there. Line up in front of me if you still need a link shell invite. Oh. Lay down. Yeah, I'm going to be breathing so heavy. We're probably going to watch the trailer a bunch more times on Thursday. But I honestly, I cannot watch it again right now. Oh, that was so much. I don't know why I was crying. I genuinely don't know why I was crying. It just hit me. It just hit me. All the music was incredible. All the visuals were incredible. Oh. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you guys really enjoyed it because I loved every second of it, and we're gonna watch it like 6 more times. We're gonna watch it like 6 more times on stream. I'm sorry. Fuck, can't join you. It's okay, Neon. You'll be there next time. You'll be there next time, Neon. Don't worry. Raid time. Good luck, Raid Shira. Good luck. Good luck. It should be mentioned that this is the start of a new, more confident Warrior of Light after having gone through all the trials and tribulations up to Shadowbringers. I totally understand why you'd feel emotional. Whew, whew, whew. My gosh, I'm dying. DC travel to Dynamis took you 8 minutes? Oh my gosh! That's abnormal. That's abnormal, brewers. Wow. And short stream, by the way. Short stream today, by the way, guys. Short stream, by the way. Remember when I said that? Thanks for the stream. Gonna go sleep. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here. Where should I send you guys? For those that will stay awake, I need a good home for you guys to go to. I think I saw we have a few options. Let me just double check. Oh. Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh my gosh. What is Pyro doing right now? I haven't had a chance to raid Pyro in forever, and I really like Pyro's vibes, but most of the time Pyro is doing unsafe things. Can anyone confirm? Reacts? Crafting? Is it safe? I like Pyro's vibes. And we haven't had a chance to raid them because they're always in spoilers. Looking? Okay. Totally safe. Okay. Totally safe. Okay, let's go. If he's doing a React Andy moment, that'll be good. That'll be really good vibes. After all of this. Oh. Totally safe. Okay. Hoo-wee. Hoo-wee, you guys. That's what I'm gonna send you, okay? We're live again on Thursday. We're gonna have our Sprout funeral. We're probably just gonna do it in, my house is not big enough. So we're probably just gonna do it in Gridania's amphitheater. If you wanna like get ready ahead of time, we'll do a little Sprout funeral. We'll line up, people can say some words in chat. It's gonna be corny, it's gonna be cute. And then we'll do Hildy, we'll do Bozia, and ready ourselves for Endwalker on Saturday. Get your black glams ready, dang right. Dang right, we're gonna celebrate the loss of my Sprout in funeral format. Thanks for coming, everybody. Let's send you off to Pyro. We'll have a few raid messages to go with y'all. There we are. First is if you're a sub, second is if you're not a sub. Guys, thank you so much for being here. This was absolutely incredible. That trailer was so hype. I'm literally still shaking a little bit. My heart rate has not returned to normal. I love you guys all so much. Please eat water, drink food, take your meds if you've forgotten to do it so far, and take care of yourselves. I'll see you guys on Thursday. No stream tomorrow, and I'll see you Thursday, okay? Love you so much. Mwah. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Okay? Take care of yourselves. It was nice to finally meet the little guy. Try to be there for Thursday, please and thank you. Okay, bye guys. Be so kind to Pyro. Pyro is really good vibes, and it's going to be React Dandy moment, so extra good vibes. Love you. I'm gonna go eat pizza and collapse. If I'm not in Pyro's chat very long, that's why. Because pizza and collapse and tons of hugs from my partner. Okay, love you. Thanks for all the follows, all the subs, everything today. You guys are just, you make this so much more special than it already is. And thank you again. Mwah. Love you. Bye, okay?